Hustlers, most of them living on Capitol Hill. Kickbacks by the meal when they passing them bills. Keep a sword by the heart, gotta carry concealed. PTSD bars, got a veteran feel. Everybody in the war, just on separate fields. Them people do a false flag, Paris with drills. Drew try fearless, peep our appearance. Would you rather be asleep or conspiracy theorist? Been to throw the flag like pass interference. Do you even recognize that man in the mirror? Are people pre-blood ancient, back before the pyramid? Fast and furious, that's the Syrians. Why you
Welcome
think
to another edition of Hebrew Tribes. First off and foremost, giving all praises to Ahaya, Ashur, Ahaya, Bahashim, Yeshaya, Wakodash, Wawak. That's giving all praises to the Father, Ahaya, through his Son, Yeshaya, and the Holy Spirit. This one, I'm going to start off with a quick announcements and updates and some things I'm going to discuss. This is going to be about the pagan holiday traditions. They everywhere. They permeated society on a mass scale. And this episode right here, I'm going to give you so many sources, so many things that you can look into, from books to authors and of course the scriptures. You know, all praises to Ahaya for those that can see, because there's going to be a lot of us that's so-called in this truth that's not in this truth. These holidays going to bring it out. And they're so-called conscious too. I mean, truthers all across the board. These holidays is going to bring out a lot of things that's going on. So we can get right into it. First off, the new music. I appreciate all the comments, all the love being shown for the Establishment LP. You just heard a snippet coming in. I'm going to have that whole album available on YouTube before the end of the month, Ahaya willing, and also an interview I went on Warriors in Christ, and shout out to those brothers over there, you know, doing their thing out there in Florida. So that's going to be uploaded very soon. So I know y'all been asking, just be patient with me, and we're going to have some other things too. Also going to have some hard copies, try to get some hard copies available, and also some other items, which I'm going to show you once I get them ready. I don't want to put too much on it, but I'm going to have some other things available, and I'll have, you know, more information on that as it comes. You can check the YouTube page, well, better yet, you can check the Facebook page for that, the Hebrew Tribes channel, or you can go on my page. I'm going to have some information regarding that. I'm still trying to get in the works, but the hard copies will be available soon. Let's talk about this CERN. This Catholic visit to the U.S., coupled with this holiday season, it really uploaded that level of craziness to what we on now. I mean, it's like emotions going crazy. People out there just you just see the madness. Especially everybody's a political expert on what's going on now, Syria and France, and they want to. This and this thing that just happened in San Bernardino, which we're going to touch that too, but I got some scripture for that. Precepts for coping with these times, okay? Genesis 21:5-6. And Abraham was 100 years old when his son Isaac was born unto him. And Sarah said, God hath made me to laugh, so that all that hear will laugh with me. And it was the fact that he was 100 when Isaac was born. He even laughed when the Most High told him that he would bear a seed, and Sarah was barren, and you see how he made a way. So having the spirit and the character of Christ, we should comfort one another. That's something big I want to talk about right quick. We need to comfort one another and edify one another, all in the spirit of Christ. How will Christ do it? I don't see Christ cussing people out. I don't see Christ threatening people with violence. You know, when he was walking the earth, because it was a reason, because he was there to let us know. That's why he led that perfect life, never sinned, and got all that truth out, and they killed him for it. He did nothing wrong. But see, people can't handle that truth. Just like we gonna be persecuted for this truth, which I'm trying to explain to y'all now. It's easy right now because everything still, it seems cope and steady, but we see it falling apart. So once everything falls apart, your faith is going to be tested. My faith is going to be tested. Everybody's faith is going to be tested. You can post all the scriptures you want all day. You can do all this, love thy neighbor all day. But they know when they drop that, especially that economic part, when they drop that and people start raiding each other's houses and going crazy, we really going to see who's really trying to manifest the character of Christ, okay? And on the heels of that, Are you talking to your brother like a brother? Are you talking to your sisters like a brother or a sister? Or are you talking to them like they oppressor? Now, I know we got a lot of people that are lost and they like being lost. I understand that. You know what? Some of them people are beyond help. I know I said some, because you know, some of them I seen where I was like, man, and I seen them make a full recovery, and others seem to go the other way. So it's about being grounded in this truth, okay? And the truth is Christ. So you talking to your brother, talk to him like a brother, like a sister. You're not supposed to talk to him like the oppressor, because some of y'all is talking to each other no different from how the owners talk to us on the plantations. Y'all talk to each other no different from how the street life a lot of us left used to talk to people. We can't bring that into this truth, man. We're supposed to be changed, okay? 2 Corinthians 1:4, who comfort us in all our tribulation, that we may be able to comfort them which are in any trouble by the comfort wherewith we ourselves are comforted of God a higher. Having the spirit and character of Christ, we should comfort one another, okay? And the first one, Genesis 21:5-6, when it said that they would laugh with him, it's joy, because what seemed impossible, what seemed when Abram couldn't father a seed, it seemed that when Abraham was 100 and Sarah was barren and couldn't bear a seed, that it seemed impossible. And what society deemed impossible, we still survive. So through all this, we gotta have, understand, maybe not have that joy now, but understand we're gonna have that joy in the kingdom. The kingdom come, His will be done. Not my will, not your will, His will. Okay? So look forward to that. We're gonna be persecuted, but we gotta look forward that the Most High is gonna bring us out of that if we follow this word, what He says to do. Isaiah 66:7-13. Before she travailed, she brought forth. Before her pain come, she was delivered of a man-child. That man-child is Christ. Okay? As one whom his mother comforteth, so will I comfort you. And ye shall be comforted in Jerusalem. Our redemption draws nigh, y'all. Y'all see this craziness going. Don't get caught up in that. This kingdom got to fall. And they doing it on their own. It ain't us doing it. They doing it on their own because the Most High put it on them to do. So they don't want to follow His commandments and do His children wrong. Now they going to fall. Just like we fell. Well, of course, as it says, to the Jew or to the Hebrew Israelites first, and then to the Gentiles. So, yeah, we got it first. We was talking about this world is bad. Look how they doing this. And, oh, y'all just crazy. Y'all just complaining. Slavery wasn't that bad. Now look at the world. Now they like, man, yeah, it's messed up. Yeah, we've been telling y'all that for hundreds of years. But I digress, though. Where am I here? Next part. For the newcomers. Do not trust the media, because a lot of y'all that have been watching, y'all already know. Media, the establishment, we going completely against it, which is why the LP is named the establishment. We going completely against it. Don't trust the media, okay? It seems like every time, it's like people be y'all in the truth and they understand these scriptures, then a media story come out and they just completely they just miss it. Like, come on, they putting this stuff out there for a reason. They keep showing these black men getting killed by police, black women getting killed by police. I've been telling y'all this has been happening. Rodney King, back in those days, when brothers was telling society, hey man, these cops is beating us up, these cops is doing this completely wrong. That movie Boys in the Hood, I think it was, when they took Trey and his cousin or something, or his friend, and they beat him in the back of the cop car. Then they left him in the Mexican, which we know it's a car, a Latino neighborhood thing. They would get jumped even worse. And those brothers was righteous. They actually helped their brother and brought him to the hospital. The cops beat him up, but that's been going on. Hollywood's showing you. I mean, they showing you, but you gotta understand that that's been going on. This is nothing new. I ask people, have we ever been free here? Okay? The same powers that are working against us, just as they treat us guilty before innocent, we must look at them the same way. You cannot play chess if you don't know the nature of the pieces. Every piece doesn't move the same way in chess. If you don't know the nature of the pieces on the board, how you gonna play the game? Okay? This is not checkers, man. Okay? You have to discern your opponent. Most people win because they already be thinking 3 steps ahead of their opponent. That's how they trying to do us. So we gotta flip that on them. When they show you something on the news, instead of saying, man, that's crazy, you need to say, man, that ain't real. Let me look in. That's how I do anyway. I just be like, man, that ain't real. Let me look into it. And I always find holes in it. Always. You know, with very few, and most of those were years and years ago. But we already know what's up with 9/11 and the Sandy hoax and all of that stuff. And the Charleston shooting. I mean, we already know. And if you don't know, you need to do your research on it. Because these people got big holes poked in their stories. You couldn't go to court and accuse somebody or fight a case that's against you if they got holes in it. Right? And vice versa, right? So look at it, man. Just look at it. Like that San Bernardino thing. I mean, it's like I already know. As soon as they air it, I don't even need to see the YouTube videos, even though y'all brothers doing a good job on that. But even though I don't even need to see it.
History repeats itself. Taking a look back at the LAX shooting hoax. And today what happened in San Bernardino, nothing but a live drill, passed off as real. All about gun control, of course. And who do you see right behind the police chief during this press conference? Is FBI agent David Bowditch. And you see him here as well during the LAX shooting hoax. I find this pretty funny because during this press conference, Police Chief Patrick Gannon royally screws up when he mentions what took place at LAX with that supposed shooting was basically a live drill, talking about how a drill took place just recently and it played out exactly like what took place at LAX with the supposed gunning down of the TSA officer. And look at the reaction from FBI agent David Bowditch. I find this hilarious how he basically puts his hand on his face in disgust. And you see him.
MSNBC, here we go, listen.
Area. Oh, that's an extremely deadly situation. Long guns in a conference area just shooting innocent people. It's a miracle sometimes we just don't have more deaths in these things. This is an unbelievably horrible case. But it looks like the 3 actors have been caught. So a day of bad news, there's one little tidbit of good news, and that's the 3 actors have been caught. So they...
Did you hear that? He said it twice. The 3 actors have been caught.
No more. I'd be like, man, look at this. Somebody look at this. Look at this, man. They not even trying to hide. Just like the news reporter, the so-called black gay dude who shot the reporters, right? Now I didn't see no uplash against gays, right? But when they showed him shooting, he had a white hand. It's just crazy. It's crazy, but you really gotta look into this because they'll pull the wool over your eyes. These news corporations have millions of dollars. They don't even be where they are when they report. And a lot of times that'd be a green screen back there showing people walk back and forth. I told my mom this. I'm like, Mom, don't you ever imagine if they had millions of dollars what they can do? Okay, research that if you don't believe me. Okay, but Psalms 83:5, for they have consulted together with one consent. They are confederate against thee. Okay, so stop looking to government to solve our problems, okay? Please stop looking to them. These are the same people that's been oppressing us, doing this wrong. Like I keep asking my brothers and sisters, have we ever been free here? I'm speaking to you, Judah. Have we ever been free here? So if we've never been free here, do you see us being free anytime in the future here? Just think about it. Precepts over people, okay? Like I said, when the Most High told me he was going to raise me up in the last hour, it was going to be a lot of misinformation, disinformation. I didn't understand how profound that was. Okay? But there's a lot of misinformation, disinformation, and a lot of it's coming from some of these false teachers that I see getting followed by the hundreds of thousands to the millions. Now, I ain't talking about nobody in particular, okay? But I'm talking about those people, especially these televangelists, there's so many. They're not telling any kind of truth. They're not even touching the Israelite thing. So I'm not talking about none of that. I'm talking about people that's still showing this Caesar Borgia, the 6th Pope son of Christ, fake Christ. it's on a level, they got news sites that look like news sites, and you read at the bottom and fine print will say a satire, but people are sharing it like it's news and following it like it's news. You gotta really, really study to show thyself approved, okay? 2 Peter 2:1, for there were many false prophets also among the people, even as there shall be false teachers among you, who shall privily bring in damnable heresies, even denying the Lord that brought them, and bring upon themselves swift destruction. Like, that's why I always say, don't believe me, go look it up. I'm not saying it because I'm lazy. You see how much information I'm giving you. And a lot of these videos, like I keep saying this, I'm repeating it again. I have to cut them short because they would be too long. But I give you enough to where you can see it solid. Jude 1:4, for there are certain men crept in unawares, who were before of old ordained to this condemnation. Ungodly men turned the grace of our God Ahia into lasciviousness, and denying the only Lord God and our Lord Yeshua HaMashiach. So these people are coming in, they're denying Christ. We have some of those. We got people that are coming in, turning what God said in just total madness. They're taking what they had in their worldly life and they're bringing that forth into the truth. You know, I seen brothers try to bring weed into it. Brothers try to bring lusting after these women into it. Oh, that's natural. Oh, not lusting. No, you trying to hold yourself all chaste, man. That's a European thing. What? So you're saying it's cool to lust. So if you have a wife, or ladies, if you have a husband, and you see some sister, for for you ladies, or for your brother, you see a brother lusting after your wife, looking at her, licking biting his lip, looking at her, you're gonna be like, oh man, yeah, he ain't on no European. Or you gonna be like, man, that brother's lusting after my woman. You gonna have to check that. Now, I ain't talking about it physically. I'm talking about with words. Hey, brother, what's going on? Sisters, you already know. He's taking. You know what I'm saying? She's, brothers, she's taking. Letting people know, cause man, it's lust, man, it's lust. Look at the amount of porn, how it's grown. You know that. Now I'm gonna touch this real quick, cause I know it's a lot of people out there, especially in this internet world, that's sitting up here making these accounts, putting up all these porn sites on people's pages and people's groups. Okay, back in, I think it was some years ago when the internet first came out, like maybe 14, 15 years ago, it was about 40% of our internet traffic was led to those kind of sites. Okay, nowadays it's 80%. Okay, and a lot of it, now I'm talking to Judah. Okay, a lot of it's because them people I just got through talking about. Okay, a lot of them is because of them people, man. And we can't be giving over into that, man. People say, oh, it ain't, blessed is he that finds a wife. For it also is written that she's a tower against death. Okay? Be righteous, seek the kingdom of the Lord, and he will add all that to you. Okay? I understand. Trust me, I used to, I'm telling y'all right now, I used to, especially my teenage days, yeah, I didn't know. I was green, you know what I'm saying? But I knew it wasn't necessarily right, but I didn't understand the repercussions of that. Because look at our society now. This is why I'm bringing it all home. Look at our society now. Look how many females have to block brothers because they thirsty all in their inbox. Okay? Look how many brothers getting these inboxes from these 1-2 friend having females that got their whole body out. And some of you brothers adding them, and that's throwing a fork into your relationship, because now your woman looking like, who is this? Are these women out here lusting after men that they know is taken? I see it every day. I'm not talking about the brothers and sisters too, okay? I see it every day. Alright? So I just want to touch that, you know what I'm saying? That's the reason why all this lustfulness and all this stuff is in the society, because a lot of these false teachers bringing it back home to that. They okaying a lot of that stuff and then trying to back it up with scripture. Totally in error, man. Totally. We supposed to be chaste, supposed to be, you know what I'm saying, different from what society is. That's why he called us out. We're supposed to be a peculiar people. Okay? Why would we be peculiar and be different and be called out and be just like them? That makes no sense. Okay? So, and I say all that to say this. Don't come at me with no, oh, why is he speaking on these things? Oh, just love Jesus, this and that. That's not what. This goes deeper than that. Okay, this goes deeper than, because if you could see, especially when I was in the Christian church, there was adultery everywhere. There was lustful, that spirit of lust was everywhere, okay? And that's why I'm speaking on this level. So it's not that, oh, I'm trying to stir up controversy. I don't do these videos for controversy. If you just look at the title, that's probably what you think. And that's on you. That's why the Spirit says be quick to listen, slow to wrath, and slow to speak. So if that's what you think, that's on you. But I do this and I speak on that because I know it's a lot of brothers and sisters I see in my circle and and publicly that's struggling with this stuff. So we got to address it. We can't sweep stuff under the rug. Those days is over with. That was the intro. You know, I'm gonna go ahead and get right into it because I really want to address this information. It's been some of the most I placed on my heart to really tell the people. This is actually what I'm reading from. Is actually the book I was telling you I was writing. So I had to update a little bit of it, but man, it's gonna be good. So y'all sit back, get your pencils, get them Bibles ready, and we're gonna get into it. Okay? Shalom.
Various scriptures in the Bible, including the 2nd chapter of Luke, record the events surrounding the birth of the Messiah. A decree from Caesar Augustus had gone out, requiring all people to return to the city of their origin for taxation purposes. Mary, who was pregnant with a child conceived by the Holy Spirit, made the difficult journey to Bethlehem along with her husband Joseph. Both Joseph and Mary were of the lineage of King David. Upon arrival, they found all the inns to be full, but were provided with a stable where Mary could have her baby. At the same time, an angel announcing the birth of the Messiah appeared to shepherds tending their flocks in a field nearby. The stunned shepherds hurried to Bethlehem and found the baby Jesus lying in a manger just as the angel had declared. Although traditional nativity scenes placed 3 wise men at the stable at the time of Jesus Christ's birth, according to Scripture, these wise men visited Jesus later at his home. Because 3 gifts are named, gold, frankincense, and myrrh, tradition says 3 men gave them, but exactly how many wise men visited Jesus is not known. The birth of Jesus Christ miraculously fulfilled a number of Old Testament prophecies about the coming Messiah, including that he would be born in Bethlehem, that he would be born of a virgin, and that he would be a descendant of King David's.
The concept or the idea of celebrating the birth of Jesus once a year had apparently never occurred to the Church Fathers. In the first 3 centuries of the Church's history, there was no such thing. And I think God perhaps very carefully avoided telling us in the Scriptures when he was born. We can be sure of one thing: it wasn't in late December, and because in the first place, shepherds don't abide by their flocks in the fields by night in late December. It's too cold. They take them out in the morning to pasture, protect them while they eat all day, and then bring them back in at night. So it wasn't in late December. It's an interesting thing and perhaps an intellectually tantalizing thought to try to figure out when he was born. And it can be done within limits, and if it mattered, and apparently it doesn't matter to God, he was probably born in late September.
Some scholars point out that according to Scripture, the birth of Jesus may have taken place in the first day of the Feast of Tabernacles, or September 29th. Ironically, this would have placed his conception right around December 25th. The timing of other events such as the temple service of Zacharias and the pregnancy of Mary's cousins today simply means a time to get together as a family. For pagans, it is a deeply religious time to celebrate the winter solstice. Retailers, of course, view it with eyes towards making huge profits. Others use this time to reflect on the birth or conception of Jesus Christ, while many parents use Christmas to perpetuate the myth of Santa Claus to their children.
In order to carry on this myth of Santa Claus, we must lie to our children. We must deceive them. We literally must lie to our children. And one of the wonderful things about children is that they naturally believe everything that we tell them when they're small. They trust us to tell them the truth. And if we deceive them in this way, it has to be destructive, because at some point in their future lives, they're going to wonder if other things we told them were true. The things we told them about the Lord, were they really true? It plants the seeds of doubt. And anyway, it creates disappointment. It creates disillusionment.
To my mind, the question is not so much whether to celebrate Christmas or even how to celebrate Christmas, but to be able to make any decision knowledgeably. Whether you celebrate it or you don't celebrate it, you should know why you're doing so. You should understand what the pagan roots of Christmas are, and with that knowledge, you can discount them or ignore them if you choose to do so.
It is not the purpose of this film to tell you which Christmas rituals should and should not be practiced by you and your family. This is between you and the Lord. What Christians should be most concerned about, however, are the growing pagan influences infiltrating every area of our rapidly degenerating society. Where we witnessed 35,000 pagans from around the country participating in a week-long celebration of sex, drugs, and hedonism. Here, everything was permissible and encouraged, except for the adoration of Jesus Christ. In nearly every ritual performed, Christianity was mercilessly mocked and despised. Each year, the numbers of participants continues to grow. Its attraction is expanding worldwide as it recruits through the Internet. It is sobering to witness what could be the wave of the future unfolding before our eyes.
It is not only permitted in the public schools, in the government schools, to celebrate holidays. It is encouraged and in some instances required. But with this condition, they must be pagan. They must not be Christian. And Christmas time, they are certainly encouraged to put on Christmas programs and Christmas plays. But all references to Jesus, all references to the gospel, all references to the incarnation, all references to God must be omitted. They sing about Santa Claus, they sing about Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer, and God only knows what else they sing about that isn't scriptural.
Since the pagan elements in Christmas are so strong, and they provide virtually the entirety of the structure and the content of the holiday, there is no Christian element in the holiday. Therefore, it becomes the ideal, politically correct, culturally diverse, multicultural holiday for everyone.
In the 17th chapter of John, Jesus taught that it was appropriate for his followers to be in the world, but not of the world, meaning that we should be involved in our world so as to have a positive influence, but not become corrupted by it. The mighty Joshua, in challenging his people, said, "Now therefore fear the Lord, and serve him in sincerity and in truth, and put away the other gods which your fathers served. Choose you this day whom ye will serve, but as for me and my house, we will serve the Lord." Rather than setting aside a few days of the year to remember the Lord, Christians should live with a day-by-day, moment-by-moment dedication of their entire lives to Jesus Christ. Then, and only then, will they be able to have victory over pagan influences and to have an impact on society for God, the Creator. To those with a heart for evangelism, Christmas time provides a wonderful opportunity to tell others about the true gospel, about God's plan of redemption, and the real purpose for Jesus Christ entering the world. Today's tradition of the Christmas Yule log stems directly from the worship of the pre-Christian Scandinavian fertility god Yule. The burning of this phallic idol is also responsible for the concept of the 12 days of Christmas, which represented the 12 daily sacrifices offered up in the Yule log's flames.
Another good example of the pagan elements of Christmas is the whole concept of Yule and the Yule log. The very term is derived from the Norse god Yule, spelled J-U-L. And every year around Christmas time, a huge log was cut down and fashioned into a fertility symbol and then burned for 12 days, and on each successive day, a new sacrifice to the god Yule was performed in the fire, and a new sacrificial victim was burned to death. Sometimes, but not always, these sacrificial victims were human beings. And the whole notion of the 12 days of Christmas also comes to us from this Norse pagan tradition.
In an attempt to blur the origins of this horrific ritual, the Church of Rome placed the first day of the Mass of Christ on December 25th and the 12th day on January the 6th. Despite no scriptural references for January the 6th, it was selected as the day the wise men supposedly arrived to offer gifts to the newborn Christ. This day, then, has become known as Epiphany. During the Dark Ages, the European custom of putting an oil-lighted wick lamp in the windows during the 12 days of Christmas signified to neighbors that the occupants were participating in the pagan worship of the phallic idol Yule. In today's commercialism, this is where we get the tradition of decorating our houses with Christmas lights. The Yule log custom was originally brought over to America by Scandinavian immigrants during the 1600s. And despite attempts to ban the tradition, it has stayed with us to this very day. Today, when we wish someone Yuletide greetings, we are in a sense invoking the power of the fertility god Yule upon that person. During the Saturnalia celebrations, holly and other greens were hung over doorways as part of a pagan ritual to ward off evil. To deck the halls with boughs of holly was to acknowledge the powers of the nature gods. According to Wiccan rituals, placing holly or other greens in the shape of a circle or wreath accentuated its magical power. Similarly, mistletoe, when used in the casting of Wiccan or Druidic spells, could render a woman helpless and open to sexual exploitation. This is where we get our custom of hanging mistletoe in doorways today, and if a woman is caught underneath, she may be kissed and must not resist.
The fir tree, the mistletoe, all of these things typically come from overtly pagan traditions, typically from Northern Europe, German, Norse, and English.
Likewise, evergreen trees have always represented sex and fertility in pagan cultures. During the winter solstice, trees would be chopped down, brought inside, set up, and decorated as idols for worship.
The Christmas tree was regarded as a sacred tree. The pagans of Northern Europe typically worshipped trees. They regarded trees and groves as sacred. So the bringing of the tree into the house would be a way of bringing this supernatural source of blessing into your home. That was the whole idea, that there were spirits who resided in the trees.
In the Middle Ages, the tradition of the winter solstice Christmas tree primarily took root in Germany. During his reign, King George I, himself of German extraction, brought the custom to Victorian England. German immigrants settling in Pennsylvania did the same in America during the early 1800s. In 1848, the London Illustrated News published this famous engraving depicting Queen Victoria and her royal family beside a decorated Christmas tree. And within a few years, nearly every English household had their own tree in allegiance to the monarchy. By 1900, the U.S. Forest Service estimated that at least 1 in 5 homes in America had adopted the Christmas tree tradition. Thousands of years earlier, God, speaking through the prophet Jeremiah, warned against this pagan practice in the Old Testament. Thus saith the Lord, learn not the ways of the heathen, for the customs of the people are vain. For one cutteth a tree out of the forest, they deck it with silver and with gold. They fasten it with nails and hammers that it move not. Be not afraid of them, for they cannot do evil, neither also is it in them to do good.
Santa Claus is another good example of a pagan element of Christmas. Santa Claus, as we know him today, is an amalgamation of several different traditions, but in most cultures throughout the world, you will find the existence of what is known as hearth gods, gods who guard the hearth and the chimney and keep the fires burning and make sure the food cooks properly and the people are warm and what have you. And at a certain time of year, in the middle of winter, typically, the hearth god dressed in red will come down the chimney to reward those who have pleased him during the course of the previous year, and to lay curses or hexes or other forms of punishment upon people who have displeased him.
The concept of Santa Claus has had a long and winding history, with a number of diverse cultures contributing to the composite character we have today. Beginning once again in Scandinavia, Santa's original incarnation was in the form of Odin, the pagan god of thunder, a tall fellow with a long flowing beard who inhabited the spirit-infested Nordic forests. Odin would travel the sky during the winter solstice, deciding who would die and who would prosper. Most believers were frightened of this particular time of year. In England, Odin eventually evolved into Father Christmas, who, crowned with sprigs of holly, travelled the countryside getting roaring drunk as part of the Festival of Fools celebration. Frequently, he would be accompanied by a horned goat, ironically the biblical symbol of those who reject the salvation of Jesus Christ. According to the traditions of the Church of Rome, there was a Turkish bishop named Nicholas who hailed from Myra in Asia Minor during the 4th century. He was known as the patron saint of seafaring men. Over the centuries, as the legend began to unfold, it was rumored that St. Nicholas had actually captured the devil himself, put him in chains, and made him his personal servant. Recognized in various cultures as Krampus, Beelzebub, or Zwart Piet, Black Peter, this assistant of St. Nicholas is best known by his German name, Knecht Ruprecht. Described as a hideous horned creature, the servant Ruprecht was a dark and sinister figure who stood in stark contrast to the saintly Nicholas. Somehow, Father Christmas's companion, the horned goat, had metamorphosized into the foreboding horned devil called Ruprecht. As St. Nicholas traveled from house to house, inquiring about the behavior of children, Ruprecht would drop candy and gifts down the chimney into the good children's shoes which had been placed there. It was from this story that we get our tradition of hanging stockings on the mantle at Christmas time. If able to recite a verse or demonstrate a skill for St. Nicholas, the child would receive a gift. If unable to remember a verse, or if the child had been bad, he or she would receive a switch or a whip. Ruprecht also carried a large sack which he would frequently use to haul away the really bad boys and girls. As more and more Christian churches began combining the pagan rituals of the winter solstice with the celebration of the birth of Christ, emphasis on St. Nicholas's role began to shift. Some cultures began to downplay the role of St. Nicholas, but surprisingly retained Ruprecht. Eventually, Knecht Ruprecht was made the companion and servant to the Christ child himself. In this scenario, the devil is actually given the title Weihnachtsmann, or Santa Claus. 19th century writer Theodor Storm, in his story about Knecht Ruprecht, even goes so far as to describe the switches given to the children by Ruprecht as tools to be used in sadomasochistic rituals. Soon, the image of Ruprecht would fade from the Christmas tradition, but not his sadistic influence. Many of the early depictions of Santa Claus portrayed him not as a jolly gift giver, but of an unfriendly disciplinarian, complete with a ready switch or whip.
One of the problems with the Christmas gift thing for children is that it really is a religious teaching, a wrong religious teaching, because it teaches them that if they're nice, they get the gifts. If they're naughty, they don't. Or in my case, I was taught that he would leave us a bundle of switches. Isn't that interesting? It's a salvation by my own personal virtue. But there's a second thing wrong with it, and that is that they're going to get those gifts whether they're naughty or nice, because most parents love their children and wouldn't dream of, quote, ruining their Christmas and they're not going to ruin Christmas. They're going to give those children the gifts anyway, and sooner or later those thinking children are going to realize, I wasn't very nice, but I got the gift anyway. So it isn't important to be nice. It isn't important to do what is right and avoid what is wrong.
German immigrants coming to America during the 1620s tried to influence the New World with the stories of St. Nicholas and his gift-giving companion, Knecht Ruprecht. But somehow the idea just didn't take hold until almost 200 years later. In 1819, America's best-selling author, Washington Irving, used his influence to promote St. Nicholas in a popular Christmas story titled Brace Bridge Hall. Consulting Irving's writings, Episcopalian minister Clement Clark Moore penned a decidedly secular tale called A Visit from St. Nicholas in 1822. Later retitled The Night Before Christmas, Moore's poem was based on the tales of German and Dutch immigrants who had come to America. Intended originally only for his own children, Moore's story was published in the Troy Sentinel in New York and became an overnight sensation. Gone were the bishop's remnant of St. Nicholas. He was now a jolly old elf imbued with supernatural powers. Moore had also replaced Nicholas's companion, the horned Knecht Ruprecht, with 8 horned magical reindeer. As the popularity of The Night Before Christmas grew, Moore became increasingly concerned that the story's emphasis on the supernatural and its disregard for Christ would reflect poorly on his position as a minister. As a result, he refused to take credit for its creation until the story became so popular that he could no longer resist. 40 years later, illustrator Thomas Nast, political cartoonist for Harper's Weekly, seared the image of Santa Claus into the minds of the world by creating a drawing which combined Moore's jolly old elf with images of St. Nicholas taken from his own native Bavaria. By 1880, Santa was a thoroughly secularized folk hero who had become increasingly irresistible to retailers worldwide.
One factor that has contributed to the paganization of Christmas, the complete paganization of Christmas, has been the element of commercialism. It may seem odd to think of it in that context, but remember that Christ himself identified the love of money as a spiritual force in and of itself. And where it comes into play, it has a kind of naturally hostile effect on the gospel and the Christian faith. So the commercialization of Christmas has helped to highlight the pagan elements and to drive the overtly Christian elements further underground.
To me, the most obscene thing about Christmas celebrations and customs as we know them is that as a result of these things, Jesus is displaced in the hearts of children by Santa Claus. The love, affection, appreciation, trust, the desire to emulate these things that they should have in their hearts and minds as growing children for Jesus himself, to whom they owe everything. Instead, this has been stolen. This has been raped out of their hearts, in a sense, and displaced by the myth of Santa Claus.
He takes the place of God or of Jesus Christ in the special world that is Christmas. He has supernatural knowledge of your history. He has supernatural knowledge of your present, of your attitudes. He's keeping a list. He knows who's naughty and nice. Your parents don't even know that. He's obviously got some conduit to knowledge that is beyond the human, and he flies through the air. He's capable of visiting every place on the globe in the course of a single night. In many, many ways, Santa exhibits supernatural qualities that provide a kind of a surrogate deity or a substitute for God or for Christ.
Myths, by definition, evolve and change, and things are added. We used to have a Santa Claus figure that was confused with St. Nicholas and confused with other pagan figures, and then somehow he evolved through the drawings of Thomas Nast and others into what we see today, but he had a sleigh with 8 supernatural reindeer that can fly.
All right, Shalom and welcome back, family. Christmas, the true pagan roots of Saturnalia, the occult winter solstice. The word Christmas in definition. Okay, we're going to define it. But first, just as the word of God we see in Scripture, Matthew 12:36 and 37. But I say unto you, that every idle word that men shall speak, they shall give account thereof in the day of judgment. For by thy words thou shalt be justified, and by thy words thou shalt be condemned. Now, that's two things. One, it kind of alludes to what I was saying in the introduction. We gotta watch how we talk to each other, what we say. I see brothers, like I said, it sounds like they still in the streets. I can't tell they in the streets sometimes the way they speak, okay? Secondly, the enemy uses words against us. And if we don't understand what they mean, we will fall victim to the traps of Satan easily. Because we don't understand what they mean. That's why I said in Hosea 4:6, my people are destroyed for lack of knowledge. Okay? So let's not reject this knowledge. The word Christ means anointed one or Messiah. That's in the Greek. Okay? That's no big mystery. But did you know that Mass, requiem, also means death? The modification of vulgar Latin messa, literally dismissal at the end of a religious service, so it means dismissal. But many Catholics refer to a Mass as death. Like I said, I had a co-worker, his wife had passed before he started working there. He was speaking on it, and he kept talking about the Mass. We had the Mass. The Mass is a funeral, okay? So the translation of Merry Christmas is happy for Christ's death, or happy Christ's death. Among the heathen, some translations even suggest it means death sacrifice. It should raise a red flag to that the world hates Christ, yet they embrace Christmas, a holiday that actually promotes their false god, originally named Nimrod, which I'm going to get into that, whose birthday was December 25th. All right? So you got to think about it. You got stone cold atheists. You got stone cold people that are on another religion. You got people that hate the word of God. They hate the word repent. They hate the word laws. They hate the word commandments. They hate the word pray. But they love Christmas. Think about it. Okay, I'm gonna bring it one more step to you. In school, didn't they ban prayer? Don't kids to this day still get in trouble for reading the Bible in class, right? They still get in trouble for that. So if they get in trouble for that, why are they allowing Christmas in the schools? Why is there Christmas decorations everywhere? Because Christ ain't got nothing to do with Christmas. It's like black entertainment television got nothing to do with us. It's just some people up top, some Khazarians that are running it, which I showed you that. The dude Sumner, who changed his name, putting us out there looking bad and then say, hey, they own it. So that's how they do our Savior. Put his name on stuff that ain't got nothing to do with him. But everybody thinks it is, right? John 15:18. If the world hates you, understand it hated me first. How can the world hate somebody to the point of a crucifixion and they still hate him to this day? I got brothers, man, and shout out to you brothers that's in the street doing street preaching out there, pushing y'all music and doing everything. Because y'all tell me, I hear it from all across the board. They'll see you out there and they'll be like, what's going on? What you out here doing? And they'll speak about Christ, and they say as soon as they speak on, they can see it. They can see, oh, I don't deal with that. But they love Christmas. Okay, the counterfeit date. And this is another thing. This isn't his birthday, okay? This is Nimrod's birthday. This is the birthday of the false sun god Tammuz. Okay, this ain't got nothing to do with Yeshaya. Popular myth places the birth of Yeshaya, which y'all call Jesus, Christ, is December 25th. This is untrue for a number of reasons. In scriptures, we read, okay? This is a Luke 2 and 4 through 11, okay? And Joseph went up from Galilee, out of the city of Nazareth, into Judea, unto the city of David, which is called Bethlehem, because he was of the house and lineage of David. You see where it says that in Luke 2 and 4, because he was of the house and lineage of David. So that means that lineage bloodline. He's of the bloodline of David. Joseph went there because he's of that bloodline, okay? Now let's read on. To be taxed with Miriam, his espoused wife. So they were engaged, his espoused wife, being great with child. And so it was that while they slept, while they were there, Salakia. And so it was that while they were there, the days were accomplished that she should be delivered. And she brought forth her firstborn son and wrapped him in swaddling clothes and laid him in a manger because there was no room for them in the inn. Now, black people, how many times have you been somewhere and not gotten served? Okay, and maybe a couple of y'all don't understand that. Ask your grandparents about that. Ask your, even if you got great-grandparents, ask them about that. This is us, man. Trying to get into an inn, can't get in, see his wife is pregnant. I read from you in the Protocols of Zion, they said a pregnant black person or Negro is no better than a pregnant. You see, you would think they would have at least compassion on her because she's with child. She's about to give birth. But history repeats itself, man. Nothing new under the sun. And they were in the same country, and there were in the same country shepherds abiding in the field, keeping watch over their flock by night, and lo, an angel of the Lord came upon them, and the glory of the Lord shone round about them, and they were sore afraid. So you tell me any shepherd that's gonna be in the field in the depth of December watching his flock. Just ask any shepherd. Look it up. No shepherd is out there in December. So I'm not saying, oh, I know when Christ. I'm not saying that. I'm saying it definitely wasn't in the depth of winter. Definitely. Most people say it's a spring or sometime right before fall in September, which that makes sense. Because think about it. Taxes, right? Just think about the taxes today. When do they do? April 15th, right? But you can file for an extension till when? Late September, early October, right? Who taxes in the middle of the winter with the rainy season now? Just think about it, okay? Where am I? Okay, and they were so afraid. And the angel came unto them, fear not, for behold, I bring you good things. I bring you good tidings of great joy, which shall be to all people. For unto you born this day in the city of David a Savior, which is Christ, the Messiah, the Lord. Okay? So the angel told him that Christ was born. These are the shepherds, okay? Two examples point to the false date of December 25th. First, in Luke 2:4-5, we read that Joseph, and everyone under Emperor Augustus' rule was to return to his town of origin and to be registered. So that was a census, okay? This was actually the first census of its kind, somewhat similar to the U.S. Census Bureau, except this census was used for taxes. The taxes and fees collected for the government in those days typically came after the spring harvest, when grains, crops, and materials were brought from the harvest. Some scholars even believe that the taxes fees were collected just before October, after summertime, like I stated. As farmers and workers would gather their goods to bring in-house before the freeze of winter, even in today's society in America, we pay taxes in April, and some people file for extensions until the beginning of the fall. Secondly, in verse 8, in the countryside where shepherds were spending the night in the fields. Now, common sense would tell us not even a shepherd would have himself our flock overnight outside in the depth of winter. Do you think you could spend a night outside in late December without freezing? Temperatures in the areas of Rome, province of Syria, and Judea, I looked at all three of them, they dropped down to about 39 degrees Fahrenheit. And that's being nice. That's without the wind chill and all that. About 4 degrees Celsius. Okay. Lastly, do you think an infant, our Lord and Savior, born in a feeding trough, it said she brought forth her firstborn son and wrapped him in swaddling clothes and laid him in the manger because there was no room at the inn. There was no room, so they're outside in the cold. Okay, I just had my first son. I had 2 girls, now I have a son, right? I couldn't imagine him being born outside in a manger in the depth of winter and not catching some kind of cold, something that doesn't. I mean, women, a lot of you are mothers. Mothers, ask other mothers. Fellas, ask these mothers. And I'm talking about to the people that believe that this day, or they say, oh, we just celebrate it anyway. I'm gonna get into that too, because it's not logical. God works on logic. Yes, He did miracles. I understand. Some of y'all ain't gonna cling to that because y'all don't believe in Yeshua, but he did miracles. He had to do miracles to show who he to prove who he was. He doesn't through the Father for the glory of Ahia. Okay, but being born of the flesh and things like that, there was things that happened in that we can see that what they're putting it on is not of Christ, and I'm going to get into that. Okay, because this December 25th is a big lie. Another point to make is December 25th lines up with the occult winter solstice and the celebration of Saturnalia, the worship of Saturn, which is Satan in the Roman ancient history. With this historical information in scripture, we can conclude that Christ was not born on December 25th, as the masses have led to believe. Now let's get into this scripture. Greek Strong 3933, Parthenos, and I've been over this before. Strong's Concordance, Parthenos, a maiden, a virgin. It's a noun, feminine, short, a virgin. Definition: a maiden virgin extended to men who have not known women. So extended to a man who have not known a woman. Okay, so and it also means a maiden. So in her case, she was a virgin. Okay, I'm not saying she wasn't, but she known Joseph, then begot Christ. Okay, and I'm gonna get into that. Romans 1:3, concerning his son, who was born a descendant of David according to the flesh. This is Romans 1:3. Concerning his son, who was born a descendant of David according to the flesh. That's flesh. That's the skin, right? Flesh. We could precept that. Luke 2:4. Joseph also went up from Galilee out of the city of Nazareth into Judea unto the city of David, which is called Bethlehem, because he was of the house and lineage of David. So you see, David, Joseph, Yeshua. Okay, let's keep reading. Galatians 4:4. But when the fullness of time was come, God sent forth his son, made of a woman, made under the law. The law of marriage. That's what they're talking about. He made of a woman, made under the law. Okay. Romans 8:3. I'll have a couple of them for you, because there's a lot of people that believe that virgin birth lie. Yes, she was a virgin. She gave birth, but they skipped the part about Joseph. They totally skipped that part. Romans 8:3. For what the law could not do, and that it was weak through the flesh. So this is saying through the law alone, we are not justified. Through the law, no man can keep that law and be justified. Okay, for what the law could not do, and that it was weak through the flesh, God sending his own son in the likeness of sinful flesh. This is Romans, not this isn't G Militia saying this. This is Romans. Okay, son in the likeness of sinful flesh, and for sin condemned sin in the flesh. He had to come in the flesh in order to die. Okay, he wasn't God, he was the Son of God. If he's God, who was he praying to when he spent the 40 days in the wilderness? If he's God, why when they said good Lord, and he said, why call you me good? None is good but God. Why would he say that if he was God? You see, who was on the throne while he was here? So you just gotta, and a lot of y'all know this already, but I'm speaking to those who are lost in the Catholic philosophy of the word. This Catholic philosophy got to go. John 7:42, sorry. Hath not the scripture said that Christ cometh of the seed of David, and out of the town of Bethlehem, where David was? So they're saying, had not the scripture said. So the scripture already said that Yeshua, the Messiah, would come through the seed of David. The seed is the Greek word sperma, which we know what that means. That's the seed of man, nothing. That's why it comes through the man. Those Jewish Khazarians, they come through the what? Through the woman, because they're trying to hide themselves. It comes through the man, and I can prove it. If you take an apple seed, if I go in there and eat an apple, take the seed and go plant it out in the ground over here. I planted in Ohio, I planted in New York, I planted in California. It's going to be an apple tree, right? Orange, same thing. Planted over here, planted in Oklahoma and Alabama is going to be an orange tree, right? The ground doesn't, it represents the woman. It cultivates it, it grows it. That's like a seed grows in a woman's stomach. The seed is of the man. So you are what your ain't no such thing as mixed. You know, you might be mixed by today's standards, but you are what your father is. Period. If your dad was Mexican, you are a tribe of Issachar. If your dad was Gad, you are Gad. If your dad was Judah, Kwame Yasharala, you Judah. Okay? Matthew 1:19. Then Joseph, her husband, being a just man and not willing to make her a public example, was minded to put her away privily. See, this right here, this is where I have to stop a lot of Christians, because they'll go straight to another verse, be like, see, like Matthew 1:20, or another verse, you know, and say, oh, well, it said born of a virgin, she'll be born of a virgin. Yes, because she had not known man before Joseph. She wasn't out there like that. Like, that's what the Jewish teach now. So if you want to believe that, hey, that's what the Jewish people teach, that she was out there going wild. Okay, they teach she was a bastard. And I hate to even say that, because I love my Lord and Savior. But that's what they teach. Okay, I have to tell y'all, because y'all need to look into these things before you attack somebody trying to tell you the truth. Okay. Matthew 1:19. Then Joseph, her husband, being a just man, not willing to make her a public example, because they came together before the ceremony of marriage. They came together before that. So he was minded to put her away privily. Went to some elders, or, you know, as is written, that he was like, hey, I don't want to, you know, bring her out, and they say, hey, she's pregnant. Y'all ain't had the ceremony yet. Okay, y'all was a spouse, which means engaged. Look it up. A spouse in the Greek means engaged. But hey, she already pregnant. So there was punishment for that. Okay, he didn't want to do that. Okay, so Matthew 1:20. So let's read the next verse. Matthew 1:20 and then 21. But while he thought on these things, behold, the angel of the Lord appeared to him in a dream, saying, Joseph, thou son of David. See, we go right back into it. He's of the seed of David. I keep telling y'all, if he was a virgin birth, if as a Catholic teach, right? Couldn't the Most High pick any woman to have any husband? But you see, it says the seed of David, and Joseph is of the seed of David. Fear not to take unto thee Mary thy wife, for that which is conceived in her is of the Holy Ghost. Verse 21. And she shall bring forth a son, and shall call his name Yasha. Hebrew strong number 3467 means Savior. For he shall save his people from their sins. It's his name. That's nothing about my Negro people. We name each other after our attributes. You know, somebody tall and lanky, what we call him? Slim. We know somebody big and white. Big and wide, what we call him? Juicy, Bubba. You know, big boy. And it's in our culture. You know what I'm saying? It's in our culture. So it's the same thing. I see it all the time in the word. If you look at a lot of these names, let's look at the meaning of the names. It matches up with what the person did. You know, so just something interesting. This is a side note, but let's get into Christmas Babylonian rituals, okay? Christmas is a chief custom of the corrupt system denounced all through the Bible, prophecies, and teachings under Nimrod. Nimrod was the first black ruler after the flood in Noah's day, and he was called the rebel. The name Nimrod and who is derived from Morad, meaning he rebelled. This is Hebrew strong 4775 Morad, okay, to rebel. It is written in various texts that Nimrod was an evil man, even more evil than those who lived before the flood. So we know the Most High flooded the world because it was evil. It said he was more evil than that. Okay? Nimrod, a great grandson of Noah, and his mother and wife Semiramis, also known as Ishtar and Isis. Okay, so let me stop right there. Okay, he's a great grandson of Noah. He's of the seed of Ham. So he's a Hamite, which we will call today an African. So this is why a lot of these brothers that run with that African stuff, they'll say, oh, it all came from us, which all this stuff, yes. But you got to look back before that, before it was a continent, okay, to understand all this, what I'm bringing out here, okay. Nimrod, known in Egypt as Osiris, was the founder of the first world empire at Babel, also known as Babylon. researching from ancient sources such as the Epic of Gilgamesh and records unearthed by archaeologists from the long-ruined Mesopotamian and Egyptian cities, we can reconstruct the subsequent events. After Nimrod's death, Semiramis promoted the belief that he was a god. She claimed that she saw a full-grown evergreen tree spring out of the roots of a dead tree stump, symbolizing the springing forth of a new life for Nimrod. On the anniversary of his birth, she said Nimrod would visit the evergreen tree and leave gifts under it. His birthday fell on the winter solstice at the end of December, December 25th. Okay, now there's other legends, but they all pretty much say the same thing. She said that his blood leaked on the tree stump, and the tree grew. Like the next day it grew up. So the blood, that's the red, the tree the green. Christmas, don't they always wear red and green? Just think about it for a second, okay? Where am I? Some legends, okay, a few years later, Semiramis bore a son, Horus or Gilgamesh. Some legends would say the townspeople left gifts so to appease their dead king, another form of ancestor worship. So some of them say that he left gifts, others legends say that the people left gifts to appease him, which I think the latter is more true. Where am I? Okay, she declared that she had been visited by the spirit of Nimrod, who left her pregnant with the boy, Horus, aka Ra. She maintained Nimrod was reincarnated with a father, mother, and son defiled. A deceptive, perverted trinity was formed. This is that Trinity talk. That's why I say there's no Trinity. There's no word Trinity in the King James Bible. I haven't seen it. People cannot show it to me because it's not there. Semiramis and Horus were worshipped as Madonna and child. Okay, if you ever see the black woman with the black child, you'll say, oh, that's Mary and Yeshua. Which Mary did, you know, have Yeshua. They were both, you know, brown skin. Well, actually, Yeshua was black. They say he looked black. But the fact is, when you see that in the Pope's office and things of that nature, they do know that Christ is black. But they're not worshiping Christ. They're worshiping Tammuz, which I'm going to get into that, okay? And Tammuz is just another for Horus, okay? This is the same thing Catholics and many Christians have been led to worship on Christmas, believing that it was the baby Yeshua Christ, and history shows Christ wasn't born at that time, so this was before Christ. This is after the flood, okay? Where am I? Okay, Semiramis got pregnant during the spring solstice. Fertility rituals which take place in the spring, late February, March, and gave birth in December. So I'm going to touch some of those. There's holidays that have to do with that. Late February and March, they had these sex rituals where the woman would lay out on the altar and priests would come have their way. And look, months later, again, February, December, see the amount of months there? 9 months, right? Okay. So the ancestral family of Nimrod. The story of Nimrod marrying his mother is echoed throughout history. In the Greek, his name was Oedipus. Sorry. There was a prophecy that was told to Oedipus when Oedipus was born that he would one day kill his father and marry his mother. Oedipus accidentally fulfilled this prophecy despite his efforts not to, and thereby bringing disaster to his city and family, just as Nimrod. In 1899, Sigmund Freud took the mythology a step further and developed the phrase Oedipus complex. This is why I don't deal with all that psychology stuff. Okay, I understanding how the brain works is one thing, but this psychology, brother, want to lean on that and you know, brain chemicals and all that. You got to realize who you're dealing with. These are the people that study, the people that learn that study this person, Sigmund Freud. Okay. Which included such theories that male children's desire to sleep with their mothers, a female child's penis envy, homosexuality, pedophilia, and neurosis. So it was kind of putting, oh, this is just how, we're made this way. That's what basically they were pushing, okay? It would seem strange that these stories for over 4,000 years ago are still being portrayed in today's culture, but the word tells us there is nothing new under the sun. These teachings and origins lead right back to Babylon, Egypt, and recently the royal family, who have all been documented to practice incest in order to keep their bloodlines pure. Now, if you watch that last video I did, the fall of the daughter of Babylon, where those Egyptian, I call them women loosely because they don't act like women, but you see what they said. That was the truth. That they practiced that. The mom sleeping with the son, all that madness, okay? The Egyptian Book of the Dead mentions sycamores as part of the scenery where the soul of the deceased finds blissful repose. Interesting examples of the pendant minat, which is the disc, of the British Museum are numbers 17166, inscribed, "Beautiful God, Lord of the two lands, maker of things, King of the north and south, Keneb Ab-Ra, son of the sun, Amasis, beloved of Hathor, Egyptian goddess of the principles of joy, feminine love, motherhood, music, dance, infertility, childbirth, and death. Lady of sycamore trees." So you see this tree worship thing. She was the Hathor was the Egyptian goddess that was the lady of sycamore trees. Okay, so it's tree worship. Our nature worship. They love to say, "Oh, we worship nature." A lot of these Wiccans and other people, that's where it comes from. Okay, the custom still plays out to this day. Dying to do the right thing in the United Kingdom. This is, I got this off a website. Okay, so quote unquote, dying to do the right thing. In the United Kingdom for almost 20 years now, a compelling new consumer movement has been underway. Natural burial grounds where people are buried in biodegradable containers without formaldehyde-based embalming fluid or synthetic ingredients, and return to the earth to compost their soil nutrients, with a forest of trees marking the spot, are springing up across this island nation. This is from beatree.com. So beatree.com. They have a website here. You can go visit and look at it if you don't believe me, where people are getting buried and their remains are somehow decomposed or made decompose into a tree. And they plant a tree there. Okay, so this is the same thing with Nimrod. Same thing. The role of Rome in Saturnalia, the winter solstice. Saturnalia, also known as the winter solstice, was a week-long celebration that promoted the lawlessness. December 17th through 25th, they would begin the festival with the human or pig sacrifice to Saturn, the Roman god of agriculture and harvest. Again, nature worship. You know, even the evergreen tree is green all year. It's about being young forever. I'm getting all that. The Saturnalia custom is built on pagan and Celtic beliefs and traditions. The belief in human sacrifice, including the sacrifice of small children and infants, which was an offering to the gods in order to empower the sun to return with strength. They believed the sun died in the winter because the days were shorter. The customs followed doctrine that led to believe the winter was due to the sun losing power due to a battle between the sun god and the god of the dead. During these celebrations, drinking, lewdness, rape, murder, and other crimes were allowed. Everything was to take on a vibrant party atmosphere where anything goes, including the adultery and open homosexuality. The ruler of the house would beat their wives, treat strangers in the streets to drink some fruit and food, have sex with the male and female. It is said at the end of the festival, the servant or stranger was put to death because they were to represent the forces of darkness. This kind of reminds me of stories used to happen in my hood, where it'd be, a drug fiend would come into amount of money or something. They would go way overboard by a whole bunch of drugs, be zooted out of their mind. They'll make friends with another homeless person on the block, bring them into, their abode, wherever they were staying, and they would both get zooted, and the drugs would start to play tricks on his mind, and he'd be like, hold on, this dude's evil. Where did this dude come from? He don't even remember a meeting, and beat him up, kill him, or whatever. That would happen a lot. This is that same thing that they did back then. In fact, the partying would get so out of hand it was banned by the Puritan Church in 1659, and in 1681 later accepted by the Catholic Church as Christmas. There's a description of this event online, okay? Masters, and this is quote unquote, masters changed places with their slaves and waited on them at dinner. One person was chosen as Saturnalia king, who would give out absurd orders that had to be followed by all. Roman men put aside their togas and wore more casual garments, including a pileus, a conical felt hat. So they wear regular clothes. Decorations included bowls of laurel and green trees, as well as candles and lamps. Gambling and dice playing, normally frowned upon, were enjoyed by slaves and children. Visiting friends came singing in the streets. Sound like caroling a lot, huh? Let's keep it moving. And it reminds you of the movie The Purge.
Can you step on it? It's getting late. I'm sorry, I'm so anxious. It's just tonight.
We're gonna be okay. Just like always. Whoa.
No. This can't be happening. No one's gonna help us tonight.
This is your emergency broadcast system announcing the commencement of the annual purge. At the siren, all crime, including murder, will be legal for 12 hours. All emergency services will be suspended. Your government thanks you for your participation.
Oh my God.
Just remember all the good the purge does.
When all that madness was going on, they had 12 hours of lawlessness, which it's like I said, man, it's so much indoctrination on TV. If you don't have eyes to see, you gotta look into this stuff. Decorations from Satan. We can see Christmas tree came from a tree that sprouted out of the death place of Nimrod. Seen as a tree of fertility and rebirth, since it was green all year round. Holly, which means magic in the occult, is placed among the halls, some with berries which were to be used in sex rituals. The mistletoe was hung up to prevent it from touching the ground. This is where the kissing under the mistletoe came from. So I asked Christians, why you kiss under the mistletoe? What's up with that? Oh, we just do that. No. Why do you do that? This word came from sex rituals of the pagan Romans. Okay? Tree worship, straight nature worship, even before that. So let's keep going. In Celtic myth in ancient times, the Druids held a special ceremony for 5 days after the new moon following the winter solstice, in which they cut the boughs of the mistletoe from the sacred oak tree. Remember the oak tree, the Druids, they deal with that oak tree with a golden sickle. It is important that the branches did not touch the ground and become contaminated. The priest then divided up the boughs into sprigs and distributed them among people who believed the mistletoe protected them from storms and evil spirits. The Holy Bible actually speaks against these practices in Christmas and lets us know these traditions are pagan in the book of Jeremiah 1-5. Chapter 10, 1-5. Hear ye the word of the Lord, speaketh unto you, O house of Israel. Thus saith the Lord, learn not the way of the heathen, and be not dismayed at the signs of heaven, for the heathen are dismayed at them. For the customs of the people are vain, for one cutteth a tree. People say, oh, that's just an idol. Cutteth a tree out of the forest, the work of the hands of the workmen with the axe. Then they really can't say nothing on verse 4. They deck it with silver and gold, and fasten it with nails and hammers, that it move not. Silver and gold, that Christmas song, yeah, that's what, yeah. They are upright as the palm tree, because they used to be palm trees. Now I got some pictures I'm showing you of that. But speak not. They must needs be born, because they cannot go. Be not afraid of them, for they cannot do evil, neither also is it in them to do good. Because people were afraid of these myths. that surrounded them, and even afraid of the people that perpetuated that. So the Most High saying, you don't have to be afraid of that. They can't do good or evil. That's just a idol. Nothing to be scared of there. So basically, Saturnalia exposed. Okay, about to bring it home in a little bit. I gotta give it to y'all, man. I gotta give it to y'all. Where am I? Okay, the worship of Saturnalia originates from the worship of the false Roman deity Saturn. Saturn is represented in many company logos where the businesses use either rings or the rings around a portion of the planet or some combination of both. Some examples include logos from Nike, Saturn, the car company, Internet Explorer, Bud Light, Toyota, DirecTV, NASA, and the Israeli flag. The hexagon was a symbol occultists used and still use to this day, with a circle around the outer 6 points. This is said to be an upgrade from using the witchcraft and the five-pointed star. The excerpt is from the University of Chicago, which explains who Saturn was and the Saturnalia festival. Saturn himself, who identifies with Kronos and sacrificed according to the Greek ritual, and he was sacrificed to, with the head uncovered. The temple of Saturn, the oldest temple recorded by the pontiffs, had been dedicated on the Saturnalia, in the woolen bonds which fettered the feet of the ivory coat statue within were loosened on that day to symbolize the liberation of the god. So you see they released this band. You see how the Romans got all these naked pictures and stuff? Just peep that, man. It was also a festival day. After sacrifice at the temple, there was a public banquet as well as Lectisternium. It's a banquet in which the image of God is placed as if he is in attendance, which Livy says was introduced in 217 BC. For a day and night, the cry of Saturnalia resounded through the city, and the people were ordered to make a festival and observe it as such forever. This is from the History of Rome, chapter 22, 1 and 19. Afterwards, according to Macrobius 1, 10 and 18, the celebrants shouted "Lo Saturnalia" at a riotous feast in the temple. This is from Penelope.uchicago.edu. So they're doing the same customs 200 years before Christ, the same things these Christians out here are doing, the same thing. Okay, Saturn is also known as Lord of the Rings, which is another name for Satan. It can be represented by a black cube. Ancient civilizations referred to the god Saturn as El. Had a brother tell me that El was another name for the Most High. No, El is the name of the god Saturn, which translates to Baal. The supreme deity was represented by a black cube. We can find instances of a cube across the world. See the logos of Gateway, Pandora's Box, Cube, the Cube of Mecca, which the Muslims circle 7 times like a ring of Saturn. We as followers of Christ can see that this is wrong when it's written in the 10 Commandments, Exodus 20 and 4. Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image or any likeness of anything that is in the heaven above, or in the earth beneath, or that is in the water under the earth. Manly P. Hall, a high-level Mason, wrote about a Baphomet-style character depicted in folk legends and cartoons, the half-goat, half-human hybrid named Pan. Pan was a composite creature, the upper part, with the exception of his horns being human, and the lower part in the form of a goat. The pipes of Pan signify the natural harmony of the spheres, and the god itself is a symbol of Saturn because this planet is enthroned in the Capricorn, whose emblem is a goat. This is from the Secret Teachings of All Ages, from Manly P. Hall, a Mason. And if you see Michael Jackson, they perpetuated that spirit of Peter Pan, where he always wanted to be young, I ain't saying he messed with those kids. I don't know. You know what I'm saying? I know what he was doing was inappropriate. I'm a grown man. My own children don't sleep with me. I buy them some beds. You feel me? Okay, my youngest little, infant, yeah, because, he like to sleep in that, but you still got a bassinet, okay? So, once he gets, of age and can speak and talk and walk, he going to be in his own bed, okay? So, all that sleeping with kids, all that, he was wrong for that. And you see, they're trying to say you can live forever without the tree of life, meaning Christ. They're trying to teach that. Look at cryogenics. They got things where you can sign up to get your body frozen so you can live forever. You can bring your body back. Madness, man. And you see, he's still mentioned all over the place. Have you ever stopped to ask yourself, why do we wear the black square on graduation caps and the black robes? Many will just say it's just tradition, but all tradition has an origin. Just as masonry has degrees, one who receives a degree within advance to the next level, those in charge promote the black cube imagery to show allegiance to the devil. Now, I'm not saying if you went to school, you graduated, you're showing allegiance to the devil. I'm not saying that. I'm trying to tell you where it come from. I had a brother, when I was speaking to another brother, a friend, about, you know, speaking on just different, heck at me with showing me pictures of him standing next to doctors in this graduation robe. I'm like, brother, do you even know where that robe comes from? And I got to breaking this down to him, and he got upset, and he's like, oh, well, you just mad because I got a degree. I'm like, brother, I got a degree too. So I've been in the streets and I've been in the classroom, brother. I'm telling you the truth. But there ain't no knowledge better than the knowledge of the Most High. So, of course, he ran from the post, which, hey, run. They run when no man pursueth. So, but I'm just trying to tell people, when you leaning on that, because you see, he had like a doctorate or something. This brother, I mean, I got my bachelor's, but he was like, he like got his master's or something, and he don't even know who he is. You see what I'm saying? So that just brings it right back. Saturnalia is a festival of light. Okay, where am I? Yeah, Saturnalia is a festival of light with the abundant presence of candles symbolizing the quest and knowledge of truth, our illumination. Saturnalia and Christmas have the same customs of the winter solstice and Easter, which I'm going to get into next. They perform sacrifices, sex magic, and marked it as the day of the renewal of light and the coming of the new year, which was celebrated in the later Roman Empire as the Dies Natalis of Sol Invictus, birthday of the unconquerable sun, on December 25th. So it's sun worship, okay? So I'm just showing you this, okay? Showing you how it's connected to all of that, okay? The dark history behind Santa, elves, and the reindeer, because I really wanted to touch everything in this. If it's going a little long, but I have to touch every, because they'll be like, oh, where'd this come from? Okay, well, where'd this come from? They like to, because people like to fight for these pagan holidays. Are you gonna fight when you're in front of that throne and the Most High is asking, why are you celebrating the sun god's birthday? Is there anywhere in Scripture where I told you to celebrate my son's birthday? What are you gonna tell him? Well, what about Santa? Come on, man. But let me enlighten you if I can. Okay. All praises to the Most High. Okay. This ain't. I'm not saying I'm big. I'm saying you got to stop fighting for things that have nothing to do with Christ if you claim to follow Him, and stop getting on people like me that's sticking up for the Scriptures. Nicholas was born in Pereira, Turkey, 27 CE, and later became Bishop of Myra. He died in 343 CE on December 6. He was only named a saint in the 19th century. Most of Christmas is celebrated after historian contribution when they married it with Saturnalia, the Catholic Christ Mass. On a funny note, Saint Nick, and Nick, which actually means evil or pest in Hebrew, the word nudik. And also, names are not a depiction, but it's just to show that they'll take that and flip it. Just like if a guy's named Greg, you know, the Gregorian calendar, or a guy named Julius, the Julius calendar, doesn't mean that, oh, well, he must be in league with Rome. No, it just, you know, he was most likely, and I'm gonna show you a picture of him. He was most likely, you know, not Roman. You know, he might have been, from his story, he went through what a lot of Israelites went through. So I'm not saying he is. I'm not saying he is them. But I'm just saying, you know, because the post says he's related to Peter. If anybody's asking, the post says he's related to Peter. And we know that the Romans killed Christ and the disciples. So you killing your family now? Is that what you're saying? So nowhere in Scripture does it say he was related to the Romans. So just peep where I'm going with this here, because his story is very interesting. Actually looks more like a black Saddam Hussein. Peep the picture. Then the friendly Caucasian male they display on cars, ads, and TV. Like I was telling brothers earlier this week, they whitewash a lot of history, a lot of it. Because he lived so long ago, few historical records can be found corroborating the numerous tales of his life. It is known that he lived in the 4th century, and during his time of service to the Greeks, he would have faced violent persecution. Again, persecution and imprisonment from the Roman Emperor Diocletian. However, his name is tied to the character of generosity, and giving has been celebrated for centuries, most notably through the names of Nikolaos the Wanderer, Sinterklaas, which they get Santa Claus. So it is likely that the stories of his generosity are true. Saint Nicholas, religious believers, were responsible for his concern for the poor and would land him and thousands of other Christian clergy in prison until the rule of Emperor Constantine in 306 AD. So you see, he and a lot of Christians were in prison. Now Israel, we know our history. A lot of our forefathers were in prison and thrown into jail. Look at John, when he wrote Revelations, he was locked up. You know what I'm saying? Paul was locked up, you know, in Philippians. So we see that he kind of lines up, and we see the picture, which I'm gonna get more into that, because the index finger touching the middle finger is actually how they used to knead bread to Tammuz. They would knead the bread like that. So if you see the pictures when they have that middle finger, the index finger touching, that was to make the T to Tammuz, which the cross is the T. The cross is not our symbol. If you're a follower of Christ, which you are a disciple, as it said, be my disciples. But we're gonna get into that. I don't want to put the cart before the horse. I got some proof of that. Okay, coming up at the end of this video. So he was in prison until the rule of Constantine. Those in prison during the rule of Diocletian faced torture tactics and conditions of suffering unparalleled in history. The imprisonment of Bishop Nicholas will return to generously giving and serving amongst the poor and needy for many years. He would die on December 6, 343 AD. So he was constantly giving, in prison with Christian clergy. You see how he looked. Like I said, hey, put it together. You know what I'm saying? It seems more than likely he probably was, okay? Not saying that he was. I don't have any solid proof of that, but I'm giving you the clues. Once decades after his death, his relics were transferred to Bari in southern Italy, which is why he is referred to as Saint Nicholas of Bari. Once again, Christianity's history is smeared for the promotion of paganism and occult holidays. If you or your children grew up knowing the one they call Santa was persecuted, imprisoned for helping the poor along with other Christians, it might sour their taste on the so-called holidays. Just look into how the Catholics did John the Baptist. Remember, they cut off his head. Then they want to say, oh, well, we just like John. Who does that? But we know who does that. The conquerors. That's what they do. Okay? And see Thor, God of Lightning, because that's what they promoted Santa as. He's actually Thor. I think I have something in here for that. Let me see. Yes, I do. I have something. I have something here I'm going to show you in just a second. An elf. An elf is a supernatural being in Germanic mythology and folklore. Like fairies and leprechauns, elves were said to be magical and shapeshifters. It should also be noted that these beings appear mostly in Harry Potter literature and films as demons, gremlins, the movie, and the Lord of the Rings. These beings may also go by the names brownies, gnomes, nixies, trolls, dwarfs, pixies, kobolds, banshees, sylphs, sprites, and undines. The term fairy tale is used to describe things that are make-believe, but history shows that the belief in these creatures in ancient times and today was very real. Okay, so many even refer to them as demonic or demonic beings. Leaders of occult and Satanists use Ouija boards and other methods to attract these quote-unquote friendly spirits, and have reported that the presence of what spirit they summon can come into the form of animals, peoples, and objects, and very small demons like elves or goblins. It is known, the word of God, that demons can shapeshift. In fact, Yeshua Christ spent much of his time on earth casting demons out of people. Matthew 10:1, Matthew 12:22, Matthew 25:41, Mark 3:11, Luke 8:2, 2 Corinthians 11:14. Okay, casting out demons. In all truth, these beings are just demonic characters set up to look innocent and playful. A good example is Casper, the friendly ghost. Okay, when somebody dies, their spirit, their Holy Spirit, our spirit man, goes to be forever with the Lord in the bosom of Abraham are reside in Hades. Okay, we read in John 11:25, Yeshua Christ said to her, I am the resurrection and the life. He that believeth in me, though he were dead, he shall live. And whosoever liveth and believeth in me shall never die. So Casper is actually an unclean spirit, but they dress it up to seem harmless and friendly. You can read Enoch chapter 15, okay? And it shows about these spirits that live on earth. You're not going to be here on earth when you die, okay? That's what I'm trying to bring here, okay? These spirits are of the fallen Nephilim from Genesis that still roam the earth today. These occult does not call them demons, evil, or ghosts, but they're referred to as quote-unquote friendly spirits. In Isaiah 8:19, and when they shall say unto you, seek unto them that have familiar spirits, and unto wizards that peep and that mutter, should not a people seek unto their God, for the living to the dead, to the law and to the testimony? If they speak not according to this word, it is because they have no light in them. All these pagan religions, they reverence death. Catholicism, reverence death, dead saints. All those religions I showed you in the other videos, they reverence death. They pray to dead ancestors. They pray for the dead, okay? And they shall pass through it, hardly, bested, and hungry. And it shall come to pass that when they shall be hungry, they shall fret themselves and curse their king and their God, and look upward. And they shall look unto earth, and behold trouble and darkness, dimness and anguish, and they shall be driven to darkness. So these people that's worshiping this darkness and worshiping the dead and all this death, and they want to be cool and seem like it's the new hot thing, you gonna get that. You gonna get that. That's what that verse. Now I ain't saying that. The Most High is saying that in Isaiah 8:19. The heathen that responded to this matter, Isaiah 8:21 through 22, because the worldly man is only responsive to things of this world. They enjoy the lust of the flesh and of the eyes and the pride of life. The only thing that these people understand is pleasure and vanity. How good they feel and how studious they look to others. The Pharisees in the days of Christ would grow their beards extra shaggy, wear long robes with their scrolls, the law, in them. But they were spiritually blind to the miracles of Christ. So they had all the law, all this, but couldn't understand the miracles. It's like people know all these scriptures, but can't understand this truth about Christmas. They still want to celebrate Christmas. Post scriptures all day, but still want to do this. Christ even told them that he was the ones the scripture spoke of, and he proved it through his miracles. Matthew 5:17. Do not think that I came to abolish the law or the prophets. I am not come to destroy, but to fulfill. You must have faith in the word of God over these occultist pagan traditions. You got to. 1 Corinthians 10:20 and 22. But I say the things which the Gentiles sacrifice, they sacrifice to devils and not to God. These are Gentile. Every holiday is connected to a deity. It's not just a day they just, oh, I just feel like celebrating the day. You know, whatever the day is, you know, December 4th. Oh, I feel like just celebrating it. I mean, actually, it's the 5th. Shabbat Shalom to you. You know, all of y'all is watching this. You know, quick break there. Shabbat Shalom. You know, all praises be to a higher that we able to see another Shabbat. But you see that when it comes to the Gentile holidays, it's about sacrificing to the other side. Okay, that's what they're doing. Every holiday, every one. And I would not that ye should have fellowship with devils. You cannot drink of the cup of the Lord and of the cup of devils. You cannot be partakers of the Lord's table and of the table of devils. So you can't say, oh, I'm going to celebrate Christmas and just think of Jesus in it. No, man. First of all, his name is Yeshua. Second of all, okay, let's just look at a marriage. If your wife or your husband was like, I don't like you going into those strip bars and then coming home. I know you like to go out. You can go out, but I don't like you going there. You can go anywhere else with your friends, but that doesn't, I don't feel good about that. You're like, but when I'm there and I see things, I think about you, and I come home and me and you get together, and they're like, I understand that, but I don't want you doing that. So you go into the strip bar anyway, and you say, well, I'm just going to do this for the love of my wife or for the love of my husband. I'm just going to do it. Does that make any sense? That's what you're doing with these holidays. He's saying don't do that in Jeremiah and telling you not to do that in Isaiah, that these things are for the other side. They promoting the other side. Santa, elves, all that. But you want to do it in his name. That's madness. If the Most High say you not to do something, you can't then go do it in his name. That's total foolishness. Do we provoke the Lord to jealousy? Are we stronger than he? So do you know more than the Lord? Are you going to provoke him? Reindeers were domestic animals that existed in ancient times. Rock paintings as well as carpentries made from parts of this animal that are now associated with Christmas have been found. In Norse mythology, the false god Thor, who Thursday is named after Thor. Thor riding a chariot drawn by two goats, Toothcracker and Gnasher. I'm going to show you something about that. The goat is also the symbol for Satanism, often shown by Anton LaVey. That's the devil horn symbol, where they put the middle finger and the ring finger to the thumb and put up the horns, the index and the pinky. Additionally, the names of the goats are Toothcracker and Gnasher. The words of Christ describe hell almost twice as much as he talked about heaven. Okay? Because he's trying to warn you, like I'm trying to warn you. I'm not just talking about this bad stuff to scare you or prove a point or stick my chest out. This is not about me. Okay? Keep telling y'all that. Luke 13:28. There shall be weeping and gnashing of teeth, and ye shall see Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, and all the prophets in the kingdom of God, and yourselves thrust out. So there's Toothcracker and there's Gnasher, were the two original reindeer, headed by the god Thor, which the god Thor is the god of lightning. Let's read what it says about lightning. I don't believe that it's coincidence Thor's goats had these names, which are phrased almost exactly as read in scripture. Also, while Thor was riding his chariot, it was said he created thunder. His color was red. He resided in the area called the Northland, North Pole, and lived amongst the icebergs, and the fireplace was a sacred area to him. He would come down through the chimney into his element, fire. See the Handbook of Christian Feasts and Customs, 1958. Thor, thunder, is associated with lightning, which is another descriptive term Christ used to describe Satan. Luke 10:18. Yeshua said unto them, Yeshua said unto them, I beheld Satan as lightning fall from heaven, to describe the fall of Lucifer in Genesis. Other sources show that Thor was called the Yule god. In the World Encyclopedia says the custom of the burning of the Yule log began with the ancient Scandinavians, who once a year burned a huge log in honor of their god Thor. After the Scandinavians became Christians, which we know they intermingled their paganism, they made the Yule log an important part of their Christmas ceremonies. Everything about Christmas goes directly against the holy word of God. So I implore you, do some research on everything you are unsure of and take it to the Lord in prayer. It isn't wise to continue in these pagan activities now that you know the truth, for it is written, James 4:4, ye adulterers and adulteresses, know ye not that the friendship of the world is enmity with God? Whosoever shall enmity with God, whosoever therefore will be a friend of the world is an enemy of God. Read 1 John 2:15. Okay, he don't love this world. Okay, so understand that. Okay, that these worldly customs and stuff are not the Most High. So with that being said, we're gonna go to the next holiday, which is Easter. Shalom.
And what better way to teach our children about the depth of this long-awaited victory over sin and death than by telling them that a pink rabbit snuck in through the air vent of their house in the middle of the night and left baskets full of chocolate eggs and a bunch of pink Walmart crap hidden under the cushions. And then after that, after they've nearly had a diabetic seizure, you take them down to the local cathedral and observe the ancient mass of Ishtar, the Assyrian and Babylonian goddess of war and sex. Now, does something about this seem a little strange to anyone else out there? I mean, is that a little weird? So what is this Easter deal anyways? I remember being a bit confused as a kid. I mean, what's up with the Easter bunny? What does that have to do with the resurrection, you know? Although we convince our kids that rabbits lay colorful eggs in the bushes, we know that this is not reality. This story is not as innocent and cute as many think.
Right. Keep me covered. What with? Well, just keep me covered. Too late. What? There he is. Where? There. What, behind the rabbit? It is the rabbit. You silly sod. What? You got us all worked up. Well, that's no ordinary rabbit. That's the most foul, cruel, and bad-tempered rodent you ever set eyes on.
You tit! I saw my arm and I was so scared.
Look, that rabbit's got a vicious streak a mile wide. It's a killer.
Get stuck.
He'll do you a treat, mate.
Oh, yeah? Manky Scots git.
I'm warning you.
What's he do? Nibble your bum?
He's got huge, sharp... he can leap about... Look at the bones! Go on, boys, chop his head off. Right, silly little bleeder. One rabbit suit coming right up. Look! Jesus Christ!
So, what's going on here? Where does this all come from anyways? Yeah, I don't want to make up any more fictional stories than there already are floating around out there. So let us just consult the mother of all churches and see what she has to say about all this. Easter. The English term relates to Estre, a Teutonic goddess of the rising light of day and spring. That's interesting. Okay. So what does that have to do with the resurrection, the goddess here? You know, some of the other names for this ancient Teutonic mother goddess, they include Ishtar, Istre, Astarte, Ostarte, Ostera, Astereth. These are all names that originated from the original mother goddess Semiramis, the mother of Tammuz. In short, Ishtar was the wife of Baal, also called the Queen of Heaven. Wait a second here. Ishtar was the wife of Baal? Baal-Sabab? Satan's wife? That's just great. I mean, I'm really glad for Ishtar. You know, she made a good choice. Scholars of comparative mythology draw a parallel between the Egyptian goddess Isis and the Babylonian goddess Ishtar. Ishtar was called Astereth, or the Queen of Heaven, by the Israelites. You can read that in Judges chapter 2, or Jeremiah, I think, is chapter 44, maybe. This mother goddess, well known in the Eastern world, is frequently worshipped as the goddess of sex. Orgies and temple prostitutes were often used in her worship. Now, what in the world does the goddess of sex have to do with the resurrection of Christ? And if you read what the churches have to say, they'll actually admit that the Easter egg might come from ancient paganism. Oh, what a light way of saying it. Let's look at this a little bit farther. So, what is an Easter egg? What's the deal with the Easter bunny? Where does this stuff come from anyways? And they just make it up out of thin air, or what? Well, the answers to this question, they aren't hard to pin down. The origins of these things are very well documented. All you have to do is take a couple of hours, do some unbiased research in any decent library, and you'll find all these things out for yourself very easily. Here's the original Easter story in a nutshell, real fast, okay? All right. According to the ancient historian Josephus, Nimrod, you know, the king of Babylon, was punished for his rebellion at the Tower of Babel by Noah's son Shem. His body was cut into many pieces and sent to the surrounding communities as a warning against idolatry. Nimrod's wife, Semiramis, the queen of Babylon, she claimed that he did not actually die, but rather ascended into heaven and had become the sun god. She, of course, being the wife of the sun, had to make herself into a goddess. I mean, that's just automatic, you know. Now, Semiramis taught that the moon was a goddess that went through a 28-day cycle and ovulated when it was a full moon. She then claimed that she came down from the moon in a giant moon egg that fell into the Euphrates River and hatched open, and she came out the bare-breasted, you know, Ishtar. This incident, according to her story, supposedly happened at the time of the first full moon after the spring equinox. Does that ring any bells out there? Just checking. Semiramis then became known as Ishtar, and her moon egg became known as Ishtar's egg. Ishtar, aka Semiramis, she claimed that she had become pregnant then by the rays of the sun, and then later she had this little baby. They named him Tammuz. Now here's where we meet the little Ishtar bunny. Tammuz was noted to be especially fond of rabbits. He really liked the little bunny rabbits, and they became sacred in the ancient religion. I mean, after all, Tammuz was considered to be the kid of the new sun god, now named Baal. You know, Tammuz, like his supposed daddy Nimrod, became a really good hunter. Later one day, when Tammuz grew up and was 40 years old, he was actually killed by a wild boar while out hunting. And Ishtar, being the eternal sex goddess of the sun, used the rabbit that Tammuz likes so much in her religion as a sign of sexual desire and fertility. Now, rabbits are still a sign of sexual desire and fertility to this day. That's pretty much common knowledge. We all know about that. Now, Easter, by the time her son Tammuz was killed, was worshipped as the mother of God and the queen of heaven. She continued to build her mystery religion and proclaimed this 40-day period of time of sorrow each year prior to the anniversary of the death of her son Tammuz. During this time of 40 days, no meat was to be eaten. If you want more on this weeping for Tammuz, you can read about it and what God has to say about it. In Ezekiel chapter 8, he kind of condemns it a little bit. Ever since Semiramis instituted her Babylonian mystery religion all across the world, every year on the first Sunday after the first full moon after the spring equinox, a sunrise mass or sacrifice was made to Ishtar, in which the priest of Easter would impregnate virgins on the altar at sunrise. Those virgins then became pregnant, and a year later, that next coming spring around the time of Easter, those infants were usually about 3 months old, and they would be sacrificed on the altar of Easter, and the priests would then dye Ishtar's eggs in their blood. You'd think that this practice would be dead, but it's not dead. We all know that that practice is not dead. Still very much alive and well today. The March 21st sacrifice itself to the goddess Ostara, which is another name for Easter, is still on the Luciferian and Satanic calendar of occult holidays, even to this day. Now, these sick practices are strongly condemned by the God of the Hebrew Scriptures anyways. As even the children of Israel, they got deceived into doing it for a time. But now we would never fall for something like that. I mean, after all, we've got it all figured out, don't we?
I warned you. I've done it again. I warned you.
Shalom, shalom to you, family. Okay? The real history of Easter. Sunday and the Ishtar goddess of fertility. Easter Sunday, Easter bunny, and fertility worship. Many Christians today do not know that Easter has nothing to do with Christ or his resurrection. Again, we start with the word Easter. It actually is a translation from the Babylonian, East Semitic, Akkadian, Assyrian goddess Ishtar. Ishtar was the goddess of love, war, fertility, and sexuality. Before that, she was known as Inanna, queen of heaven, or worship in the city, our empire of Ur in 4000 BC. This subject is touched in scripture. In Ezekiel 23, the Lord speaks of two sisters who were whores and prostitutes, okay? The older sister being Ohola, which is North Israel, or Samaria, what they call Samaria, which many scholars refer to that as North Israel, the northern kingdom. Strong's Hebrew Strong number 170. And the younger sister, Oholiva, South Israel, Jerusalem or Judah, Hebrew Strong 172. Okay, so these sisters represent the kingdoms of Israel. Ezekiel 23:5. Even when she belonged to me, Oholah prostituted herself. She lusted after her lovers from Ashur, which is Assyria, warriors. She gave herself as a whore to them. All of them, of the elite of Ashur, she defiled herself with all the idols of everyone she lusted after. Because you see, when the Most High speaks of many of the time, he speaks of going after other gods, it's spiritual fornication, because you're breaking the covenant, as he is the husbandman and Israel is the woman, because we're the weaker is the woman, and you're breaking that connection, going to these other deities that are not going to save you. They're idols, they're vanity. She did not give up the whoring she had begun in Egypt. You see what I'm saying? So it's not, because people take this as a literal. The reason I'm saying that is people take this as a literal. A woman named Oholah going around sleeping with men in Assyria. That's not what this is saying. Okay. She did not give up the whoring she had begun in Egypt, where men had sex with her, fondled her virgin nipples, and flooded her with their fornication. So I handed her over to her lovers, the men of Ashur she lusted after. And this is historical. Okay, he handed Israel over to Assyria, lusting after their deities. These discovered her nakedness. They took her sons and her daughters and slew her with the sword. She became famous among women. For they had executed judgment upon her. And when her sister Aholibah, this is the southern kingdom, saw this, she was more corrupt in her ordinate love than she. So that's in the southern kingdom with Judah, which I deal with Judah every day, man. And I understand this verse, understand this chapter. And in her whoredoms, more than her sister in her whoredoms. So she went more overboard. She doted upon the Assyrians, neighbors, captains, and rulers, clothed most gorgeously, horsemen riding upon horses, all of them desirable young men. Then I saw that she was defiled, that they took both one away, and that she increased her whoredoms. For when she saw men portrayed upon the wall, the images of the Chaldeans portrayed with vermilion, girded with girdles upon their loins, exceedingly in dyed attire upon their heads, all of them princes, and to look to after the matter of the Babylonians of Chaldea in the land of their nativity. So the Chaldeans were idol worshippers over and over. Chaldeans were idol worshippers in the scriptures. Babylonians, we already know what they was about. This is modern day Babylon we live in. You see all the idols. There's idols everywhere. And people, like I said, they want to think that he's talking about women here, which he's referring to Israel as that chasing after these other deities. Because the Assyrian, this was written approximately 591 BC. The Assyrian captivity happened approximately 593 BC. This is when we went into captivity in Assyria. So you see, he's talking about Israel here, y'all. The Lord speaks to us in his word on many levels. The Lord uses words that can take different meanings and categories, like places and people. But all are pointing toward the same message. The sisters represent the land of Israel. The Israel was taken as prophesied by Christ until Christ will restore the land to God's children. When the Khazars, which are whites who converted to Judaism in 740 AD, for 3 centuries, from 650 to 965, because they happened officially in 740, but they've been doing it since 650, dominated the vast area extended from the Volga-Don steppes to the eastern Crimea and the northern Caucasus, which this land is Khazaria, okay? The traditions that were included started in the 8th century in the church officially, and Khazar royalty and notable segments of the aristocracy converted to Judaism. The populace was multi-confessional, a mosaic of pagan, Tigris, Jewish, Christian, and Muslim worshippers, and polyethnic. So They basically, just like the Christian church today, bring it all in. Just bring it all in. Yeah, whatever God you worship, bring it all. It's all the same to, you know, as they say. We know that's not true. These people are greatly responsible for incorporating many of the holidays that are Babylonian in origin. Because the Khazars, they use the Babylonian Talmud. They don't read from the Torah. That's why I'm bringing it. Guys, why you bring? They use the Babylonian Talmud and the Kabbalah. As is written, the Father created only 12 tribes, leaving the 13th tribe is a false entity who introduced these pagan holidays into the Word of God. BibleBelievers.org.au/13th TRIBO2.htm. Okay, so who is Ishtar? She is the mother, she's the sister of another Babylonian goddess, Inanna, aka Lady of Heaven. In the days of the original Babylon, during the days of Nimrod and after, it's believed that sex would cure ailments and bring about good luck and prosperity, which some say she is Nana. The priest would disrobe and climb upon the head mistress, who was a prophetess, on the altar. This was done around late Feb, March, April. The babies were born in late December. Then 3 months later, the new 3-month-old baby that came from the mother's egg, Ishtar, the mother has the egg, was sacrificed on the altar that was used as a bed just a year earlier. And the cycle repeats. This is why Americans today have the Easter egg hunts and rabbit decorations. Look at Lady Gaga when everybody thought she was so deep, but she came out in the egg. That's nothing but old religion. Okay, that's all that is. I got this from www.goddess.org. The most famous of the ancient rituals in the Heroes Gamos, our sacred marriage ritual. Records of this ceremony have been dated as far back as early Sumerian, about 5,500 years ago. In this ritual, the high priestess, acting as an avatar of the goddess, had sex with the ruler of the country to show the goddess's acceptance of him as caretaker of her people. Here is part of the ceremony as translated from an ancient Sumerian poem. The high priestess, acting for Inanna, is speaking to Dumuzi, the new king. Who is Dumuzi? Tammuz. It's another translation for Tammuz, okay? This is the poem. I quote, "My vulva, the horn, the boat of heaven, is full of eagerness like the young moon. My untitled land lies fallow. As for me, Inanna, who will plow my vulva? Who will plow my high field? Who will plow my wet ground?" And yes, it's nasty. Who will, as for me, the young woman, who will plow my vulva? Who will station the ox there? Who will plow my vulva? Dumuzi the king replies, "Great lady, the king will plow your vulva. I, Dumuzi the king, will plow your vulva." Inanna accepts him saying, "Then plow my vulva, man of my heart, plow my vulva." And y'all might be like, "Oh, that's nasty. Listen to a rap song today." I'm not saying go listen to it, but that's what she's saying. Plow her woman part, his ox, with his ox. I mean, you see all these ancient cultures from the what's that thing that got in the obelisk. The obelisk is the man's penis. The obelisk that stands in Washington and in Egypt and in Rome, that's a man's penis. The dome is a woman's stomach that's pregnant. It's all over the world. Okay, so all these pagan entities deal with that. The Holy Bible speaks of these iniquities. And as soon as she saw Ezekiel 23:16, as soon as she saw them with her eyes, she doted upon them and sent messengers unto them in Chaldea. And the Babylonians came to her in the bed of love, and they defiled her with their whoredom. She was polluted with them, and her mind was alienated from them. So she discovered her whoredoms and discovered her nakedness. Then my mind was alienated from her, like as my mind was alienated from her sister. Yet she multiplied her whoredoms, and calling to remembrance the days of her youth, wherein she had played the harlot in the land of Egypt. You see, Israel going after these holidays. Why are y'all doing Easter egg hunts? What egg was in the Bible? They also sacrificed children. Ezekiel 23:36, because they're not going to tell you. I looked a lot of sources. You got to really read, because they're not going to put any videos like I am showing you this stuff. Okay? They sacrifice kids. Ezekiel 23:36. The Lord said moreover unto me, Son of man, wilt thou judge Aholah and Aholibah? Yea, declare unto them their abominations, that they have committed adultery, and their blood is in their hands, and with their idols they have committed adultery, and have also caused their sons, whom they bear unto me, to pass them through the fire. Abortion, #1 killer of blacks, okay? They used to sacrifice, only difference is back then they used to sacrifice them at 3 months old on the altar for the goddess Inanna, okay? Or her sister, or her sister Ishtar, the only difference, okay? Moreover, moreover this they have done unto me, they have defiled my sanctuary in the same day, and have profaned my Sabbaths. For when they had slain their children to their idols, and then they came the same day into my sanctuary to profane it, and lo, thus they have done in the midst of my house. So you're going into the house of the Lord. Even today, Christians, you're going into the house of the Lord celebrating Easter. You're profaning it. You're profaning it. Okay? That's what he's saying here. As mentioned before, these things went on in the church of the tabernacle of the land in those days, and still continue to happen in underground chambers until this day. This is the child sacrifice thing. It is not a mere coincidence that many televangelist pastors, Roman Catholic priests have become entangled with adultery, fornication, and rape of minors in growing numbers in the past few decades. Look that up. It's very, very true. It's not necessarily due to the pleasure only of themselves, but that these people have orgies and molestations in the name of their false god deities. The fact is true with pre-Constantine Christianity of the Bible. We know Christ was the one and only human man sacrifice that was needed. Philippians 4:19. But my God shall supply all your need according to his riches in glory by Christ Yeshua. So these people are still sacrificing. Not only they're sacrificing children, and doing this on the ends that they're doing it as a sacrifice. And when Christ was, if they're really following Christ, he is the ultimate sacrifice. What more can you sacrifice more than Christ? There isn't any. Okay. But according to the unbiblical Jewish Talmud, human sacrifices can still occur under certain conditions. Even in the Muslim community, it is believed that if a son that jihads sacrifices himself by suicide for the Islamic State, Allah, whatever, that 25 of his family members are granted admission into heaven. So if a son goes and blows himself up into a cafe, 25 of his family members get like a VIP pass to heaven. Madness, man. Many ancient cultures practice a sacrificial human child form worship to honor their gods. The Canaanites, the Egyptians, the Aztecs, the Celts, and the Romans, just to name a few. I know that in today's age, it's really hard to imagine that people were evil could have the heart to commit such atrocities, but the Bible's history and research will prove the truth. Friday in the 40 days of Lent. History and tradition shows that almost all observances from other cultures and peoples throughout ancient times were mere couples or were mere copies and modifications of the original story of Nimrod, his wife Semiramis, their son Tammuz. Nimrod was the king, the plow. Semiramis was the goddess of heaven, and Tammuz is described as the Messiah or the virgin birth child. These are the parent gods of the Egyptian and Catholic Church. This explains why the Talmudic Pharisees, the rabbis, and the Celtics who have the KKK, that cross symbol they have, it's a Celtic cross symbol, okay? The Egyptian priests and the cardinals and the Pope all have the same wardrobe. They got that tall fish-like hat, right? That tall hat, okay? And the long robes. Okay, the long lynched church robes. That they everybody just mentioned that, from the Pharisees, the Celtic, the Egyptian priests, the cardinals, the Pope, same wardrobe. The stories that the wife Semiramis of Nimrod, the king of Babylon, after the death of her husband, claimed she had seen supernaturally impregnated by the sun god and gave birth to Tammuz, which we know she was on them altars. Yes, okay. Of course, we know this is untrue, as the woman named Semiramis was no virgin, as the cultures practiced sex rituals early as preteen ages, if not earlier. When Tammuz was 40 years old, he went hunting and was killed by a boar. His mother and her family mourned for 40 days, at the end of which Tammuz was said to be brought back from the dead. The Babylonians placed Lent as the time when Tammuz is remembered and mourned during the feast of Tammuz. Okay, so you see again, when he's killed, the blood, the Christmas tree, all that stuff's connected. Easter, all that stuff's connected to Babylonian traditions. And Wycliffe Bible commentary states, mourning for the god was followed by a celebration of the resurrection. Tammuz is called Osiris or Horns in the religion of the Egyptians. The Babylonians believed that if we were to put away our pleasures, lust, drinking, and stuff like that for 40 days, that the pleasure would transfer to their false sun god until his resurrection. The name Tammuz only appears in the Bible once, but it's very interesting because Christians will give up something for 40 days. You see, that's not biblical. That's what they were doing to Tammuz. Ezekiel 8:30, he said also unto me, turn thee yet again, and thou shalt see great abominations that they do. Then he brought me to the door of the gate of the Lord's house, which was toward the north, and behold, there sat women weeping for Tammuz. This is the only place in Scripture, okay, where you see women crying for Tammuz, the virgin birth. Go to Christian Sunday churches today. They're in there crying for Jesus. And what's crazy is many, now I'm not saying, you know, some of them don't, but it's time to wake up out of that and understand that Sunday wasn't the Lord's day and Jesus isn't his name, okay? I'm using that term now to, you know, make that connection, because nowhere in the Bible was they crying for Yeshua, or who you call Jesus, anywhere in the Second Testament. Anywhere. So that is of Tammuz. And then many of them weep and continue doing the same sin, continue doing the same thing. So are you really changing? Are you just crying just to, you know, we got to get real. We got to get real, y'all. Again, I'm trying to lead, you know, for if you understand somebody that does that, lead them to this. Lead them to these scriptures. Tell them that, hey, why are you crying? Why are you crying for a virgin birth? You understand he's of the seed of David. He died for our sins. Why are you crying for somebody on a Sunday that he never said Sunday was the day? Because the tradition you're following is something that the Most High didn't approve of. Not to say that the Son of the Most High isn't real, but we got to get back to what the scriptures say he was, not what man taught us. That's the whole point. Also, Friday was not the day Christ was crucified. They say, oh, Good Friday, he died, he rose Sunday. Research shown that Christ likely died on a Wednesday, raising on the Sabbath, Saturday, the third day after his death, which would explain why the tomb was empty on Sunday morning. He rose the night before. Good Friday is the day the Catholics call the day Christ was crucified through their false canon literature. Why would you call the day that he died a good day when you know how he was killed? Like, that it's a good day that he was a sacrifice for us, but you wouldn't if you were there and you seen how he got whipped with those cat o' nine tails and they were punching him and spitting on him, would you call that a good day? That's a day of sacrifice that the Most High gave to his people, that the rest of the world can be saved through. In Matthew 27:51, and behold, the veil of the temple was rent in twain from the top to the bottom, and the earth did quake. And there is Roman historians and other historians that wrote that there was an earthquake. And the rocks rent, and the graves were open, and many bodies of the saints which slept arose and came out of the graves after his resurrection, and went to the holy city and appeared unto many. Now with the centurion and they that were with him watching Yeshua saw the earthquake and those things that were done, and they feared greatly, saying, truly this was the Son of God. So they were scared. You know, it was an earthquake, it was darkness. This is all, I've researched this in the secular. They said, yes, it was. But they're not going to tell you that. They're not going to put that. You got to read and look at this stuff. This isn't something I would call a Good Friday, but it is good that he laid down his life so that we may have eternal life. However, the spirit that it is not the spirit that is celebrated in the pagan Good Friday, because they move the days to cause confusion. Because some Christians will be like, Good Friday, then he rose Sunday. That's 2 days. It's not a 3-day weekend. You don't get off on Friday and go to work on Sunday night and say, I got a 3-day weekend. That's silly. But it's put there to remove you from it. Especially by the very Romans that killed him. They the one that call it Good Friday, because they wanted him gone. On Good Friday at Rome and Madrid and other chief seats of the Roman idolatry, multitudes flocked together to witness the performances of the saintly whippers who lash themselves until the blood gushes in streams from every part of their body. They pretend to do this in honor of Christ, the festival set apart professedly to commemorate his death, as the worshippers of Osiris did the same on the festival when they lamented for his loss. Whether this is done in the love of Christ or for Osiris is not biblical at all. As stated earlier, it's known that Christ did not die on Friday. Leviticus 19:28. You shall not make any cuttings in your flesh for the dead, nor print any marks upon you. I am the Lord Ahia. Because what they would do was, in the pagan communities, they would beat themselves for their God. They would, get knives and cut themselves, literally cut themselves. This is in history. I knew a couple girls back in school, and dudes too, that used to listen to that. They were in that goth music, that death rap, that, where they just got their head down, hair going everywhere, and they would listen to that music and cut themselves, man. And I was asking, like, why? Like, you can kill yourself? But it's something like they felt like they had to do. So this is what they used to do, and it still portrays in today's society. Matthew 27:62. Now the next day that followed, the day of the preparation, the chief priests and Pharisees came together unto Pilate, saying, Sir, we remember that deceiver said while he was yet alive, after 3 days I will rise again. Command therefore that the sepulchre be made until the 3rd day, lest his disciples come by night and steal him away, and say unto the people, he is risen from the dead, so that the last error shall be worse than the first. And Pilate said unto them, Ye have a watch, go your way and make it sure as ye can. So they went and made the sepulchre sure, sealing the stone and setting a watch. Now the sepulchre, I might be saying that wrong, that's the grave. So they sealed it, and there were Roman soldiers that set a watch. They said, the disciples going to steal his body, and say, he rose. And they call him a deceiver. So they think he lying. You see what I'm saying? So that's why Christ talked about them the way he did. He could say that they were of the son of Satan. So in Matthew 28, we can see that Christ has already risen on the Shabbat. Matthew 28:1. And the end of the Sabbath, as it began to dawn toward the first day of the week. So in the end of the Sabbath, it began to dawn toward the first day of the week, came Mary Magdalene and the other Mary to see the sepulchre, the grave. Matthew 12:8. For the Son of Man is Lord even of the Sabbath day. Because he told him, I'm the Lord even of the Sabbath. In Mark 2:28 and Luke 6:5, he said that. So he rose on the Sabbath. So that's why when they came on Sunday, that's what we say, the first day of the week. The first day isn't Monday. The first day is Sunday. Y'all got that part right, but he was already risen. And nowhere in Scripture does it say the Sabbath is changed to Sunday. That's a whole nother story, but the occult spring equinox solstice, and the spring solstice, just like the winter solstice, is 13 weeks long. The number 13 in the Bible represents rebellion and iniquity. In the occult, however, the number 13 is exalted to mean a rebirth or new beginning. During the equinox, they have two main pagan events, the Ostara and the Beltane Fire Festival. Ostara was named the daughter of heaven and was celebrated hundreds of years before the coming of Christ, 2nd century BC. Researchers and linguists have traced her name back to a goddess named Eostre. E-O-S-T-R-E. Sound very familiar, right? The second festival is one of fire called Beltane. Beltane marked the beginning of the pastoral summer season when livestock were driven out to the summer pastures. In Beltane, the festival was held on the 30th of April, but sometimes on May 1st, about halfway between the occult spring equinox and the summer solstice. Beltane is a festival where rituals were performed to protect the cattle, crops, and people, and to encourage growth. May 1 is also nicknamed May Day. That's the day the quote-unquote Illuminati was formed. So, you see why that May 1st it marks the festival, right? Okay, let's keep it going. Special bonfires were kindled and their flames, smoke, and ashes were deemed to have protective powers. This is very similar to what the Israelites did in the wilderness when they rebelled against Moshe, which is Moses, and the holy word of God. When Moses went unto the mountain to receive the commandments of God, the Israelites became impatient with him and decided to worship the Lord as they worshiped false gods in Egypt when under slavery. God smote many of them as they broke his commandments. You shall have no other gods before me, and you shall not have any false idols. Exodus 23 and 4. Exodus chapter 20, verses 3 and 4. And see Numbers 2 and 4 about Nadab and Abihu. They offered strange fires to the Lord, and he consumed them with that iniquity that they was doing. So you see, he wants to be worshipped his way. When they did it another way, you see what happened to them in Egypt? The only difference now is that we have the grace to understand that we're doing wrong, repent, and then not do it again. That's the difference now. Through Yeshua. Exodus 32 and 1. And when the people saw Moses delayed to come down out of the mount, the people gathered themselves together unto Aaron and said unto him, Up, make us gods which shall go before us, for this, as far as this Moses, the man that brought us out of the land of Egypt, we would not what is become of him. And Aaron said unto them, Break off the golden earrings which are in the ears of your wives, of your sons, and of your daughters, and bring them unto me. And all the people brake off the golden earrings which were in their ears, and brought them unto Aaron. And he received them at their hand, and fashioned it with the graving tool, after he made it a molten calf. And they said, These be thy gods, O Israel, which brought thee out of the land of Egypt. And when Aaron saw it, he built an altar before it. And Aaron made the proclamation and said, Tomorrow is a feast day to the Lord. And they rose up on the morrow and offered burnt offerings and brought peace offerings. The people sat down to eat, drink, and rose up to play. So you see, he made the molten calf. Did the Most High tell him to do it? Did he tell you to do Easter? Did he tell you to do Christmas? Secondly, the Bible never encourages us to celebrate in such a way. We are not called to cut ourselves or anguish ourselves on behalf of the dead. This is a pagan practice. You are the sons of Ahai your God. You shall not cut yourself or make baldness between your eyes on behalf of the dead. Deuteronomy 14 and 1. It shall be plain to us that these practices along with these holidays has no place in the house of God or in the hearts of believers. Christ called for us to be innocent, harmless as doves, and wise as serpents. If we are wise to Satan, the serpent's tricks of the trade, we will not be fooled by him. When we are not aware of the trap set before us, such as a cat burglar, a hacker, a con artist, we run the risk of running into a snare. Like, if you let somebody in your house, you don't know that they're a cat burglar or they're a con artist. Once you let them into your house, stop letting Easter into your house. Stop letting Christmas into your house. Unless you can back it up with scripture, you don't need a Walkman into your house. That's also something that they told us to do. The prophets and Yeshua. But when we put on the full armor of God, Ephesians 6 and 13, we can resist the wiles of the devil. We are called to be apart from this world, not a part of this world. For it is written, James 4 and 4, Ye adulterers and adulteresses, know ye not that the friendship of this world is enmity with God? Wheresoever therefore will be a friend of the world is the enemy of God. Okay, so understand that they were celebrating Easter way before Christ, Christmas way before Christ. The same customs. Why would the Most High then adopt these same things into his word when he says he's separate from all these other gods? Because all these are connected to other gods. The God of the Bible, if you read it as it's written, he's not connected to any of them. So we're going to keep this moving, okay? I need y'all to look at this objectively. We're going to talk about Halloween next, which I just call it their Eve, because there's nothing hollow, which means sacred, about it. Okay, so shalom to you.
How can you describe Halloween without sounding insane? Masked children come to our doors and threaten us. In return, we give them candy. But why? Why do we carve faces into fruit, then light candles inside them? And why do we adorn our homes with coffins and tombstones? The truth is, we take great pleasure in scaring ourselves to death.
Halloween is about being someone else. It's about getting outside your own skin. And I think we tolerate it because we know it's one night.
This impulse to confront our fears of life and of death and make sport of them, it's ancient, and so are our treasured Halloween traditions. When did Halloween begin?
And its ancient origins go back to the old Celtic calendar. And the old Celtic tribes divided the year between a light half and a dark half. And Samhain, their ancient holiday, was the precursor to our Halloween. It was the beginning of the dark half.
Thousands of years ago, the Celts, one of Europe's early tribes, celebrated their Samhain harvest festival with bonfires on the night of October 31st to welcome their new year. For ancient peoples, harvest was a matter of life and death. If crops failed, people starved. Death was always close.
The harvest time could be a scary time. The days are getting shorter, the nights are getting longer. There may or may not be enough food to last through the winter. So I think this is where this nightmarish quality possibly comes from.
It's a bit of a warning. You know, it's going to get cold and dark. Gather together, come home, and don't send anybody out alone in the dark.
But the Celts believed there was even more to Samhain.
What marked Samhain and this transition from light to dark was that time and space became permeable, flexible. And so that spirits not only of the dead, but of the past or of other realities could sort of wander into our reality, and humans could wander out and get lost in the other world as well.
The veil between life and death was at its thinnest, and the living and the dead could commingle. And that's at the root of all the Halloween celebrations.
Stories persist of people on Samhain night getting trapped in the other world, and of the dead.
Halloween celebrations.
Stories persist of people on Samhain night getting trapped in the other world, and of the dead appearing among the living. But the truth is, we know precious little about Samhain. We can only guess that their bonfires likely drew one familiar Halloween icon, a thing familiar, yet frightening to many, the bat.
Before there was electricity, the only way you would have seen a bat would have been by the firelight. And in fact, you probably would have seen it around the fire because bats eat insects, and insects are attracted to the light.
Bats come out at night, and nighttime was scary time. So if bats are the best and baddest part of your Halloween, you might just credit ancient people like the Celts. And they weren't the only ancient culture with creepy traditions. Others also looked to their dead.
Many, many cultures sort of set aside a day or a couple of days to ritually celebrate and recognize the dead. An interesting thing is that you find a lot of them about the same time period, especially in agricultural societies, because if you think about it, spring things come up out of the ground, they're very green, you harvest in the middle of the summer, and towards the fall, and when it gets towards winter, things die.
But how did these ancient traditions survive into our modern era? In Western culture, they were preserved by, of all people, Christians. In a bizarre twist of history, as Christianity spread, it adopted and reimagined pagan folkways rather than try to stamp them out. This made it easier to convert pagans. A key pagan festival destined to get a Christian makeover was Lemuria, when celebrants placated the dead, culminating on May 13th.
Of all the different days that they have in the Roman calendar to celebrate the dead, it was the spookiest. So on the Lemuria, what are called the larvae, the ghosts of the departed, would come up and haunt people.
To quell the dead, pagan Romans poured milk onto their graves or offered them little cakes. But the Church co-opted Lemuria in 609 AD, turning May 13th into All Saints' Day, a day to honor the most holy of dead Christians.
Setting aside this day was an attempt to Christianize this very pagan festival, and yet at the same time what it did was it kept a lot of the same themes going.
The Christianized version of Lemuria was such a success that church leaders made a decision that eventually gave rise to Halloween. They moved All Saints, or Hallows Day, to November 1st to drain the life out of pagan Samhain. Because Samhain fell on the night of October 31st, before All Hallows Day on November 1st, people started calling Samhain All Hallows Evening, the evening before All Hallows Day. This shortened into All Hallows Even, and finally into Halloween. And then, to be safe, the Church went one step further, adding a holiday to honor not just saints, but everyday Christians. November 2nd became All Souls Day, a church-sanctioned holiday to honor the departed.
This is real important for Halloween because this is where Halloween gets its association with dead souls, death, and the supernatural again.
So thank the Church for inspiring the creepy essentials of Halloween. But wait, there's more. The Church also helped establish the tradition of trick-or-treating, sort of. It all started during the Middle Ages on All Souls Day, when priests told Christians to pray for souls trapped between heaven and hell in a netherworld they called purgatory.
Purgatory was not a pleasant place. It's not hell. It's not as bad as hell is, but it's still probably pretty fiery. Souls are kind of suffering there. Luckily, there is something that you could do. You could offer up prayers for them.
How did souls get out of purgatory? According to the Church, if enough prayers were offered, a soul would fly up into heaven. This led to a medieval custom that bears more than a striking resemblance to our modern trick-or-treat. Children would go souling, begging for soul cakes, spiced cakes filled with raisins. In return for these treats, the beggars would offer up prayers for souls trapped in purgatory. While this forerunner to trick-or-treat became a preoccupation for medieval Christians, so did another future essential of Halloween: witches.
It made perfect sense for people in medieval times to believe that there were demons and witches. And if there were demons and witches and they were responsible for bad things in the world, it made sense that you hunt them down and you kill them. That was their worldview.
A witch panic in the 16th century helped establish the look of the character that, for many, epitomizes Halloween. Almost always women, witches were seen as in league with Satan.
They were probably the healers who had cures and folklore and passed down orally through generations. And at some point, that becomes very suspicious for whatever reason to the religious people around them. And a lot of the symbols that were associated with these women, who probably often lived alone, may have been somewhat eccentric, of course, ended up becoming associated with witches.
Over time, as more and more women were accused of witchcraft, their practical kitchen tools acquired sinister dimensions and became model Halloween icons. Even something as mundane as a broom became an instrument of evil, as well as handy transportation. A Another accessory in every witch's lair was perfect for brewing devilish potions: the cauldron.
Cauldrons become very popular. Again, it was something that every household had in medieval ages. It was your basic cooking implement.
The pointed witch's hat was a variation on a medieval countrywoman's hat. And, of course, the mysterious lurking killer with the glowing eyes, the cat.
It's not surprising that cats are associated with witches and Halloween. Cats can be a little enigmatic. You don't really know what's going on in their head. Also, they used to hang out near the hearth and by the brooms, so they became associated with witchcraft and with Halloween.
Black cats and witches, graveyards and ghosts. The spooky elements of America's great Gothic holiday were taking shape. These ghoulish icons would soon make their way to the New World, where they'd help create the
her video camera, runs outside, and films this. Whatever it is, they know it's breaking the law of gravity.
The figure in the film actually seems to move in a very straight trajectory down from the mountain.
The area where these videos are filmed, I mean, they're over mountain ranges, which should be very windy. The motion should be very erratic.
A closer look reveals even more mind-blowing details of the creature itself.
It almost appeared like it was wearing a black cloak, a hooded cloak.
Still more unnerving, these details match up with a centuries-old local legend that the Monterey Mountains are home to La Bruja, the witch.
Extravaganza we know today. Bonfires, worshiping the dead, begging for treats. The elements of our modern Halloween were haunting Europe at the dawn of the 17th century, but they hadn't yet collected into a spooky, secular holiday. History would now start consolidating them and give life to an odd celebration of death.
It's death that makes this holiday. Whether it's the threat of death if there is a bad harvest, the end of one order or the beginning of a new, this idea of the endless cycle of life and death and renewal is part of a lot of holidays, not just Halloween.
This period saw the continued influence of one of Halloween's most colorful icons, the mask. It often appeared in tandem with another Halloween tradition, destructiveness. Rowdy beggars at All Hallows' Eve also guzzled their share of alcohol, and demands for food and drink became more threatening. Masks helped hide their identities. These boundaries between the living and the dead, and between society's rules and anarchy, were tested as day turned to night on All Hallows' Eve.
In Britain, they got into some very particular forms that involved dressing in costumes and going house to house to present these little plays. And at the end of the performance, they would be rewarded with food and sometimes money.
Was this trick or treat? Not quite, but the resemblance was there. In 17th century England, many of these customs survived only in rural areas, but they would soon turn up in the city streets, thanks to a pro-Catholic terrorist named Guy Fawkes. On November 5th, 1605, Fawkes tried to blow up London's House of Lords with 36 kegs of gunpowder.
Guy Fawkes was tried, found guilty, and hanged. And according to legend, his body was then drawn and quartered, and the pieces were thrown into a fire.
The next year, on the anniversary of the failed plot, and every year that followed, the children of London mocked the memory of Guy Fawkes by causing chaos in the streets. parading, begging, and building bonfires. Today, all over England, this is called Guy Fawkes Day, or Bonfire Night.
Now, Guy Fawkes Day fell on November 5th, which is very close to Halloween, so a lot of the energy that was focused on Halloween sort of shifted toward Guy Fawkes Day.
While it wasn't our Halloween yet, it had all the signs, taking advantage of the darkness and letting loose. But would this pagan form of celebration make its way across the Atlantic to disrupt the sanctuary of the New World? Not if colonial Puritans had their way.
The Puritan worldview was very much informed by the Bible. And in the Bible, you do find not only God, but the devil, demons, angels, the whole sort of spread of supernatural beings. This is really what they're focused on: pernicious, evil forces.
For the Puritans of New England, the supernatural was a dark, menacing force, not a harmless superstition worthy of inspiring a holiday. Despite their efforts to kill the Halloween tradition before it took hold, there were a few Guy Fawkes celebrations that made their way to the shores of America. Other settlers tolerated or even embraced the traditions that threatened the Puritans. And seeds were planted for the holiday that would morph into our American Halloween.
You find snippets here and there, people celebrating or having a costume party or something, but it's very difficult to actually pin that to something we would call capital H Halloween.
For example, there's an 1833 description of a Halloween, not even so much a party, but just a small gathering where they told ghost stories around a fire.
But now, one more spooky standby. The image of a spirit or ghost would join witches and skeletons in a macabre Halloween dance. By the mid-19th century, America was primed for a much darker holiday. Having endured 4 long years of civil war that ended in 1865 with over 500,000 dead.
There were so many unclaimed, unknown dead bodies that the Civil War left behind that this country was obsessed with death. And mostly it was that so many of these soldiers died unknown. We don't know what happened to them. So there was a huge sense of they could come back. Maybe they're not dead. It makes perfect sense that people would tell more ghost stories. And the very first Halloween ghost stories were about people coming back home.
It's at this time that America's Halloween story really begins. After the Civil War, when Scots and Irish immigrants brought their rural, old-world Halloween customs with them, they helped to establish even more American Halloween traditions.
For the Scots, it was a little bit of a scarier night. Until fairly late, we're still talking about the appearance of bogies on Halloween.
Bogies, or boogeymen, were sort of amorphous, pestering ghosts that plagued children, hiding under beds or tapping on windows, or lurking by a gate or turnstile.
There was a belief that there was a bogey on every stile, which meant on Halloween night you could cross any gate and there might be something sitting there waiting to get you.
Halloween's signature symbol, the jack-o'-lantern, also began as a European tradition. But the prototype wasn't carved from a pumpkin.
There's a great legend about a character named Jack-o'-lantern.
And Jack was a troublemaker, but he was so bad he even managed to get himself thrown out of hell, which is not an easy thing to do.
But the devil did decide to have pity on him and scooped up an ember from the fires of hell and gave it to him.
So Jack takes the ember and he puts it inside a hollowed out turnip. And he walks around, and that becomes the legend of Jack-o'-lantern.
In one age-old European practice, children would carve their own jack-o'-lanterns out of turnips and light them with candles.
The first reference we have in the United States to Jack-o'-lantern, it comes from Nathaniel Hawthorne, and he's writing in Twice Told Tales, and he's describing someone's very tattered coat full of holes, and when you hold it up to the light, it shines like a jack-o'-lantern would.
Americans improved on the jack-o'-lantern tradition. They substituted big, round pumpkins for the old world's hard little turnips, and Halloween finally had its trademark.
Certainly by the time of the Civil War, the expressive possibilities of pumpkin carving were very well known. That ghostly, shrunken skull was the turnip in the old country, had really blossomed into something else.
Pumpkins are generally harvested around Halloween, and kids realized jack-o'-lanterns could be a prankster's best weapon on Halloween night.
Kids figured out this great thing they could do. They could take a pumpkin and you could hollow it out and you put a candle on it. And then you take that pumpkin and you put it on a stick and you put a sheet over it. And you parade around, you can put it in front of a window or something, and it's really a pretty scary picture.
Jack-o'-lanterns soon became the face of...
Shalom, welcome back, family. Halloween, Samhain, Hallowmas, because it's about death. They call it sacred death. The origin of Halloween can be traced to this ancient pagan festival celebrated by Celtic people over 2,000 years ago. It's from the World Book Encyclopedia. The Celts believed that the dead could walk among the living at this time. During Samhain, the living could visit with the dead. The Catholic Church adopted these practices as part of their customs. The day after October 31st is considered to be All Hallows Day or All Saints Day on November 1st. The meaning of these festivals is to honor the dead, summon spirits, and perform pagan rituals. These same customs and rituals were presented as folklore and mythology to appease the public and avoid persecution. So they wanted to do these same customs and rituals, just like I see these Christians today. They want to celebrate this. I'm kind of floored how much of all the holidays, this one made to the church, this one, because at least they try to connect, say Christ is born on December 25th, which we went over that, lies. Easter was to celebrate his resurrection, again, lies. He did have, he was the first fruits, but he did not, okay, he did not have anything to do with Easter eggs and all that mess that neither did he say celebrate church on Sunday. But they get them young. This is how this Halloween works. They get them young. Disney became richly famous for making evil cute in such films as Beauty and the Beast, which involved bestiality, spells, and witchcraft, to Donald Duck, who was depicted in the 1940s as a Nazi cadet. The film company has a large part in turning real-life demonic energy into entertainment. Even skeptics were silenced when Hasbro picked this pink Ouija board for girls, which is still sold out on Amazon. Apparently, the heads at Hasbro, the makers of children's games and toys, feels it's satisfactory for the youth to begin learning to conjure spirits from beyond the grave. This didn't happen overnight, as they are professional at hiding subliminal messages and occultist themes in such movies. As we're going to go through a couple of these movies. Maleficent, 2014. Sleeping Beauty, 1959. The Lion King, 1994. Now, The Lion King also is where I want to talk to y'all quick about that. It has a, what's the word I want to use? It's kind of about us in a way. Even though they do, I'm talking about the symbolism. But when Simba was taken, left his original land, he didn't know who he was in a foreign land, he was eating all types of stuff, bugs and whatnot, which we were taken from our land, eating pig and all that and whatnot, didn't know who we were. Then he came back and realized who he was awakened. Somebody came and awakened him. The woman, the lady, I forget her name, but you know the movie, and figured out he was supposed to be heir, supposed to be king. We're supposed to be king. So you see, Hollywood pokes fun at that kind of stuff. So just want to put that out there. Tarzan in 1999. Kind of touched on evolution in that movie. The Friendly Ghost actually came out in 1939 and 1963, and again in 1996. The Little Mermaid, 1989. How to Train Your Dragon, 2010. The Iron Giant, 1999, which touches on transhumanism. Aladdin, 1992. Scooby-Doo Meets the Boo Brothers, 1987. That's a TV movie. Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs, 1937. There's a dark story behind that it was a myth that a queen would sleep and she was under some spell that a witch cast on her, And it wasn't a kiss. The prince they said the prince went in there and had relations with her, and she had babies and everything, never woke up. Which, you know, that's madness. But, because I'm just thinking like, okay, she's pregnant, you know, pregnant women like to eat, you know, stuff like that. But, like I said, it's mythology, but that's where they get that from. And basically, he raped her in her sleep, you know. Hercules, 1997, and Atlantis, The Lost Empire, 2001. These are just a few. But throughout the decades, evil has become something cute. Like I said, you see how they took even the Snow White story, like I just mentioned, and they made it something. Oh, he just gave her a kiss and she woke up and then lived. Madness, man. Madness. There's a few, but through the decades, we see evil becoming something cute, seeing something harmless to our youth. As a young boy watches a movie like The Iron Giant and I, Robot, when he gets 21, the thought of transhumanism won't seem so strange or foreign to accept. The same goes for girls. As they watch Sabrina the Teenage Witch and see child stars such as Miley Cyrus and Britney Spears who went from Disney to soft porn, it will be hard to turn their ways back to scripture when they are posed on the fame, money, and attention that these stars receive. I see people give more respect and honor to these celebrities than the Most High and Yeshua. Or anything of the word, the prophets, anything. I'm like, these people don't even know you, for one. For two, their agenda is against the Most High you say you believe in. A pastor once said this, it made so much sense to me. I'm going to ask y'all this. How can you sit there and watch a movie where they blaspheming Christ, where they blaspheming God? For you Christians, the ones that's making fun of Christians, like The Big Bang Theory is one of them. You can sit there and watch that. But you won't sit in a room with somebody who talks bad about your children, who talks bad about your wife. You won't even deal with that person, or a movie or a film where somebody they're making fun of you and your wife. You wouldn't deal with that, or your children, or your family. But you're gonna sit up there and sit in a movie theater or watch a show where they're blaspheming the Lord, throwing him under the bus, making a complete mockery out of him. Tyler Perry is one of them. And sit there and watch it. And then when something goes wrong, you pray to that God that you just laughed at somebody making fun of. You got to start checking this stuff, man. Oh, man. I had to touch that. But, without a strong foundation in the Word of God and a loving family, it's not hard to tell why today's youth have a very different outlook from the previous generations, and more deviation from the older generations. For example, when Elvis was premiered on TV, he was only shot from the waist up because his hip movements caused outrage not only in the Christian church but in America as a whole. Now compare that to what is allowed on prime TV today. So when Elvis was looking through and he actually learned from black people how to dance. He looked through the windows of black clubs. He seen brothers getting down. He like, man, took the sound, took everything, and created his own thing. Okay, so just peep that. But look at it how it is now. Look at how it is now on TV. It's madness, man. Have you ever really sat down and just watched the Disney Channel?
Allows to distribute, reproduce, and show clips for criticism, commenting, reporting, teaching, and research of copyrighted material without authorization of the copyright.
I'll tell you what's the worst part about television is the programming, the philosophy, okay? I mean, the manipulating of your mind, the philosophy, the mentality, the system of thinking, the ideology. That's what's wrong with television. That's what's wrong with movies. That's where they're really getting in your head. Take, for example, Walt Disney. Right? And many people that will preach against the TV, they'll preach against the movies, they'll preach against Hollywood because it's obvious that stuff is bad, but then they'll say, well, we watch Disney movies. And I've been to the home of preachers and Christians who would never watch TV or the movies, but yet they have the whole library of the Walt Disney movies. You know those white plastic cases? And they have them all lined up, and I mean, they have tons of them lined up. Of course, I don't know how many there are, but there's hundreds of them. They have them lined up and lined up, and they have their kids watching those movies all day long. I'm going to tell you, I'm going to prove to you right now that those movies are wicked. Say, what? Disney movies? Come on, you're crazy. They're rated G. Well, let's see. First of all, did you know this? Did you know that Disney movies are filled with subliminal messages. Subliminal messages. Now, what are we talking about tonight? Sorcery. What are we talking about tonight? Getting inside your mind and messing with you, controlling your thought process by supernatural means or demonic means. Or hey, I'm going to tell you something. Disney movies are filled with subliminal messages. And you say, oh, that's a hoax. I've seen it with my own eyes. When I was a teenager, I had a friend of mine sit me down at his house and show me the subliminal messages in the Disney movies. They're filled with subliminal messages. Let me give you some examples. The Lion King, filled with subliminal messages. Okay, all throughout the movie, there are pornographic pictures hidden in the movie. Like you'll be watching the movie and just for a few seconds, but you didn't know that it was there, you wouldn't hear it. And The Little Mermaid has a filthy picture drawn in the cover on the front of The Little Mermaid. And nobody would realize it until somebody shows you and says, look at this. And you look at it, whoa! And all throughout the movie there are scenes, I'm not even going to describe some of the scenes in The Little Mermaid where subliminal messages are coming on the screen. The other movie, Beauty and the Beast. There, a nude woman pops up a few times in the background of Beauty and the Beast, filled with subliminal messages. Your kids are watching it and their mind is maybe not even. What movies did we bring up? The Little Mermaid. A half animal, half human being. That's perverted in and of itself. All throughout the Bible, every false god is a half animal, half human being. They're constantly merging of animals and human beings. It's paganism. It's wicked. And yet every Disney movie is pretty much based on the merging of a human being with an animal. It's described in the Bible. And the movie The Little Mermaid, she's topless the whole time, right? She's just wearing like a bikini top. How is that? Is that how you want your daughter to dress? Is that, oh, but there's no cussing, there's no nudity. Do you want your daughter going around in a bikini top? Is that modest apparel? Is that what Jesus Christ would have you to wear, ladies? No. The movie's filled with Satanism, witchcraft. There's some, Ursula, some witch that's casting spells and using sorcery and demonism. Oh, pretty innocent, right? All of them are filled with it. In the movie Beauty and the Beast, the whole first half of the movie is these prostitutes in the town that are dressed just half naked, dancing around, admiring this guy, the big, strong, handsome guy. But all these girls are dressed indecently. They're obscene in their gestures, subliminal messages, and then the whole movie is basically just exalting a certain physical standard of appearance. Beauty and the Beast is a movie about a woman who falls in love with an animal. And in the movie they keep acting like, well, he's just ugly. He's not ugly, he's an animal. But there's a difference between being ugly and being a beast, being an animal. And if you've seen the cartoon, it's an animal. It's like a dog. It's like a big dog man or something. I mean, it's clearly an animal, and yet she falls in love with him while he's an animal. Only when she kisses an animal does he become a human being. Oh, wow. And you say, well, what's wrong with that? Read the Bible sometime. Hey, guys.
I'm pretty sure most of you haven't if you don't have kids, but just sit down and just watch a new cartoon that came out. I understand the cartoons we grew up on was wild, but now it's like they completely off the radar with it. The elite replayed the occult to the public using another musical icon that came years later, Michael Jackson. In his video Thriller, Michael can be seen rising from death along with many army zombies dancing from the graveyard in the night streets. Even though there were movies as The Blob 1958 and The Exorcist 1973, the numbers that Michael Jackson could pull down as a solo artist made him prime candidate to capture the new generation, which is subliminally referred to in many of his Pepsi commercials he did. Kept talking about the new generation, the new generation. So what is a cult? In times of old, witchcraft and sorcery was a secret practice. The word occult is defined, noun, supernatural, mystical, magical beliefs, practices, or phenomena. You know what the Bible says about magic, right? And mysticism. It's an abomination. Occult actually means hidden, from the Latin word occultus, clandestine, hidden, secret. It is the knowledge of the hidden. It is only in the recent 100 to 150 years that it has made its debut on the public stage through the avenues of books, via the printing press, radio, television, media, and the movie industry. In those times, in ancient times, men has worship are given way to evil spirits. There are countless interviews and testimonies of many actors and musicians who pray to or channel a spirit guide to them to write timeless music or award-winning roles. These spirits are real. The origin comes from the seeds of fallen angels who mated with women in Genesis 4. There were giants in the earth in those days, yea, and after that the sons of God came down to the daughters of men. And they have borne them children. These were mighty men, which in old time were men of renown. These giants, called Nephilim in Hebrew, are the offspring of the fallen angels and the humans. And the Nephilim were destroyed in the flood, yet their spirits remained on earth. These are the spirits used to help magicians, sorcerers, channelers, diviners, and many other occultist sects. So that's why a lot of people, like, they see the magician. I have no idea how. There's no way he could do that. The scientists. I've shown you. If you look in that video I did, the third one, the origin of evil spirits. I showed you scientists sitting in the room with these guys, doctors sitting in the room watching these guys totally defy physics. For all you science buffs, explain that. Everything isn't a card trick. They doing some wild stuff. They're using demons, man. Halloween is made up of two words. Hallow, verb, which means to honor as holy. Noun hallow, hallows a saint or a holy person. And Eve, it really means Eve, even, and they just took it out and put the een. And Samhain is the ancient or Celtic pagan festival. The name itself is blasphemy. Like that, how can you say holy evil? That's straight. You see what I'm saying? That's what they're saying. It's crazy. Hallows Eve, a day dedicated to breaking the highest law and commit abominations. Exodus 22 and 18, Deuteronomy 18, 10 through 14, and 2 Chronicles 33 and 6. Okay, you can see all about the abominations that they commit there. The origin of pagan belief is that during this time was at its thinnest, the natural meaning they call the spiritual realm. And that made this time of year vast and prime for divination. Most scientists and researchers even concluded that there is more stress and anxiety during the winter months than at any other time of the year. Holiday blues are a pretty common problem, despite the fact that as a society we see holidays at a joyous time, unquote, says Rakesh Jain, MD, Director of Psychiatric Drug Research at the RD Clinical Research Center in Lake Jansen, Texas. And I got this from www.smithsonianmag, all one word, smithsonianmag.com. Okay, the unholy traditions. Okay, it was known by the European settlers to be an occultist day and was outlawed upon their first arrival. Halloween was not celebrated in this country till 1845. At that time, multiplied thousands of Irish immigrants flooded into New York because of the Irish potato famine of 1845 and 46. They brought with them the old Druid holiday of Halloween. Gradually celebrating this day spread throughout the rest of the country. Let's just go through a couple of their traditions, right? Bobbing for apples, trick-or-treating, costumes, and the jack-o'-lanterns. Because none of this is in the Bible, but I'm going to show you where it is. That's the whole point of this. The game is played by filling a tube or large basin with water and putting apples into the water. Because the apples are less dense than water, they will float at the surface. Players, who are usually children, then try to catch one in their teeth. Use of the arms is not allowed and often tied behind the back to prevent cheating. But the true origin of this is no children's game. It is the practice of sacrifice. It began when the Romans took over Britain in 43 to 410 AD. They brought the apple tree with them. They worshipped the apple tree. It was a representative of the goddess Pomona, which Pomona apples. The goddess of fruit trees. She was known for her great beauty and fertility. The two were blended together and the apple became part of the harvest celebration that would become the Halloween. Now you may recount At many hipster concerts as Woodstock, there was an effigy of a large man made of wicker that was set on fire at the apex of the celebration. However, in ancient times, as the night progressed, the many people that were rounding up for sacrifice were put into a large wicker reed figure that had a head, arms, legs, and called a wicker man. You can look that up. This figure was built up to 35 feet tall and was made from reeds that the Celtic warriors had gathered the week in advance. Inside the wicker man cages were animals, humans, and food offerings were placed. At the evening ceremony, the Druids set the wicker man on fire as an offering to the god of fire, Konenos, the Celtic lord of the dead, Samhain. For these could not fit into the structure, a deadly game was played by the victim for his or her freedom. Cauldron containing boiling liquids, okay? The Druids would drop the apples inside and petition the victim to bow for an apple to save their life. For those who refused, they were immediately beheaded. Unfortunately, those that chose to bow for apples were so physically burnt to the point where the liquid melted their flesh, blinded their eyes, and caused respiratory and ear canal damage, hair loss, etc. So they will put it, you know, the witch's cauldron, they will put apples in it, boiling water, have people bob for them. So you're bobbing and boil. If you ever boiled a pot on the stove, man, just sticking your face in there trying to get something out. That's what they did. So just peep that. And I'm gonna get more into this because this is gonna wake somebody up. That's the only reason I'm doing it. It's gonna wake somebody gonna look at this and say, oh well, it's all in the spirit of Christ. Okay, costumes. The Druids wore masks and hooded robes with the cult symbols they had painted on them. During these nights, they believed the boundary or veil between the physical or spiritual. The Druids wore masks with hooded robes with the cult symbols that they had painted on them. During these nights, they believed that the boundary or veil between the physical and spiritual was at its thinnest. Therefore, the symbols and masks were used as magical protection to control the demonic, malevolent spirits that crossed over from the other side. These quote-unquote spirits are condemned by the Lord in the First Testament, and they're the same spirits that Yeshua casted out in the New Testament. As this is the prime night and the highest quote-unquote holy day in the pagan community. These practices and rituals brought out spirits from their realms and visited people's homes. To scare or ward off such spirits, the sorcerers, priests, and other pagans would wear lavish robes and masks along with other disguises to ward off any attack or trick that would be played by these spirits. Everything from the items moving around the house, lights flickering, candles being blown out, to rape or unexplained death. Another way pagans avoided the trick was to place a pumpkin, or back then it was a turnip. They used turnips. Beet or tomato, or even a skull with a candle lit in it. Later on, this object became known as the jack-o'-lantern. The word jack-o'-lantern is a abbreviation of Jack of the Lantern. Jack is another name for Joker or Satan. In the Irish tale, a man named Jack was fond of playing tricks on the devil. Annoyed, the devil tossed Jack a burning coal from hell. With the coal in his lantern, Jack was condemned to walk the earth forever, searching for rest. In the book of Enoch, when it talks about these spirits never was condemned to walk the earth forever, searching for rest. In the book of Enoch, it says that these spirits will never find rest. That's why when Christ cast them out, he was like, the legion, when they asked the spirit what his name was, he said legion. Legion was like, you know, cast me to the pigs. They don't have no rest. It's even written in the Old Testament that there's no peace for the wicked. If you know anybody that's living a wicked life, that's out there selling, stealing, something they ain't got no business doing, they don't have no rest. And that's the truth. So it carries on. The World Book, I got that from the World Book Encyclopedia 1977 edition, volume 9, pages 24 through 26. This is what it reads. It says, the apparently harmless lighted pumpkin face of jack-o'-lantern is an ancient symbol of a damned soul. So you have a coal from hell sitting outside your house. Another purpose for jack-o'-lanterns, according to the author Owen Ratcliffe was a beacon for safety. The candlelit pumpkin or skull served as a beacon for the Sabbath, as a signal to mark those farms and homes which were sympathetic to the Satanists and thus deserving of mercy when the terror of night began, which is Halloween. This is from the Occult Conceit, page 190. The tree part was usually pre-festival, when the Druid priests and other pagan people would go from house to house asking for fatted calves, black sheep, and human beings for the future ceremony. Those who would give the promised prosperity are the treat, and those who refused to give were then threatened. Trick. The worst part in all this were that there are churches who celebrate this yearly. We cannot serve two masters. Christ is the only way, the truth, and the light. 2 Corinthians 6:14. Do not be unequally yoked with unbelievers. For what partnership has righteousness with lawlessness? Or what fellowship has light with darkness? If Christ says, I'm the light, the truth, and the life, why are you celebrating death? No excuse, man. Goat symbol, goat of Mendez and the 6-pointed star. The symbols that were placed on the floor in ritual areas were the 5-pointed star of Mendez and the 6-pointed star, which is not the Star of David. The 6-pointed star, as on Israel's flag, had been long used by the occult to summon spirits at the highest level. As mentioned before, these symbols were accompanied by sex rituals. It is believed that through sex, power of the spirit world could be channeled to the participants. The symbol of the 6-pointed star with the triangle at the point at the top the symbol of the 6-pointed star is a triangle with the point at the top representing the male part, the obelisk, and the upside down triangle representing the woman, 2 legs up like a V. Also represents 5 in Romans, the 5th wave, as they coined themselves. The occultists believe that by doing these rituals and increasing their power, they would remain in power and have power. Notice how many big name companies, movies, death metal rock stars, and witches, Wiccans, and warlocks use these symbols. It also makes appearances in the Kabbalah and other books of sorcery. The Most High said not to make any images for a reason. When we succumb to images and worship them, we give our power over to them. In return, those things control us. Many witches and the Kabbalists wear certain charms and jewels with the same engraved symbols and will admit they do not take them off to retain their quote-unquote power. As followers of Christ, we know that he and his disciples cast demons and spirits down and had no fellowship with any divination or sorcery. 1 Corinthians 10:21, you cannot drink of the cup of the Lord and the cup of devils. Okay, so that star, all that symbolism is wicked. It's just wicked. There's nothing righteous about it. If they're conjuring demons with it thousands of years before David and Solomon used it, and we know he went off, it's a seal. They called it the seal of Solomon. Okay, a lot of these Moors I see that are using that and saying that, you know, Freemasonry is just, you know, they took that from the Moors. That's not a good thing, man. Paganism isn't better if you just put a black face on it. It's still paganism. Period. The rituals of child human sacrifice, and I'm gonna tell you, I told my wife about this, and we never celebrated with our kids, but our phones went off that whole night of Halloween missing kids. This never even touched the news. And it's not just me. I had other partners and friends, and they're like, man, my phone buzzing, man. My phone been going off. Because it is ritual. This ritualistic day. They snatching kids on that day to make sacrifices for the winter solstice. Praying for the dead is not a biblical concept. Our prayers have no bearing on someone once he or she has died. The reality is that at the point of death, one's eternal destiny is confirmed. Either he is saved through faith in Christ, or he is in the bosom of Abraham, where she is experiencing rest and joy in God's presence, or he is in torment in hell in our Hades. The story of the rich man and Lazarus the beggar provides us with a vivid illustration of this truth. Yeshua plainly used this story to teach that after death, the unrighteous are eternally separated from God, and they remember their rejection of the gospel, that they are in torment and their condition cannot be remedied. That's Luke 16:19-31. The Truth Behind Ghost Mediums and Psychic Phenomena by Ron Rhodes. I got a lot of this information from, okay? Just to let you guys know. Ahaya never meant for any of his creation to look to the dead for answers. That's what they do. The pagans do that. These societies of religion that dealt with the dead are in stark contrast to the Holy Bible. The Egyptians reverenced the Book of the Dead. There was an ancient survival guidebook which contained magical spells and instructions to ensure safe passage through the dangers of the underworld. Funeral prayers were chanted to Egyptian gods and protective spells were cast. They also practiced necromancy and cannibalism of the dead. The coffin texts are also a collection of ancient Egyptian funerary spells written on coffins in the beginning of the first intermediate period. These texts are derived in part from earlier pyramid texts. Horror movies, killer flicks have also been known to take a page or two from these sources. The Buddhist monk Hu Xin, who traded with the early Indians, was also a worshiper of dead ancestors. And in an earlier account that claims in 219 BC, Emperor Shi Huang sent an expedition of some 3,000 convicts to a place lying far off the east across the ocean called Fusheng to be a sacrifice to a volcano god who holds the elixir of life. So you see, this is from ancient culture, this human sacrifice thing, okay? Firstborn sacrifices are mentioned in a poem in the Din Shichas, which records that children were sacrificed each Samhain. Rogers Nicholas, Halloween from pagan ritual to party night, page 17. Halloween, that was the eve of Samhain. Firstborn children were sacrificed. Samhain Eve was a night of dread and danger. National Geographic, May 1977, pages 625 through 626. The god whom the Druids worshipped was Baal. As the blazing Baal fires show, children were offered and sacrificed to Baal. Hislop, Alexander, the two Babylons, page 232. Even voodoo derived some customs from the Hebrews. This is from the tribe of Levi that went left, okay? But they have beliefs of dealing with gods or forces of nature permeated through their culture. Voodoo adherents attribute illnesses and deaths to the wrath of angry ancestors. See the ancestor worship again. Hence, the considerable importance given to the ritual and appeasement ceremony. They believe the dead still have power. They use the Radha and Petro rituals as both defensive and offensive magic to help obtain justice for someone who has been wronged. Many, if not all, of these practices were used in sync with sexual rituals. It is no coincidence that Catholic priests and church priests constantly get busted for sexual relations with nuns and choir boys. More than a random occurrence, it is a part of a Babylonian tradition of sex, the ritual coupled with sacrifice. It is widely known the Catholic Church adorns the same style of dress as the Egyptian priests, the Muslim priests, and the Babylonian priests, who all practice this. Just look into it. It's not going to be on the mainstream. You're going to have to do some research to see this stuff, okay? The hat wearer is representative of Dagon worship. Dagon was the chief deity of the Philistines, and the worship of this pagan god dates back to the 3rd millennium BC. Okay, Dagon was the first chief deity of the Philistines, and the worship of the Dagon god dates back to the 3rd millennium BC. According to ancient mythology, Dagon was the father of Baal. He was the fish god, Dag in Hebrew, which means fish. And he was represented as a half-man, half-fish creature. In ancient Rome, for example, prostitution was legal, public, and widespread, just as it was in ancient Egypt, a society that created the first condoms made from silk. Egyptian papyrus named the Turin Exotic Papyrus number 55001, among other ancient writing in the tomb, show orgies were a part of society, especially in royalty. Not to mention the cave writings also show cannibalism and necrophilia, which was a common practice with the dead. Any old historic rendering of Baal is usually pictured with people placing children to the heated hands or stomach cavity of the statue while a fire burned inside the belly. Okay? The Bible also refers to this deity as Molech, Leviticus 18:21, and thou shalt not make any of your children pass through the fire to Molech, neither shalt thou profane the name of Ahaya. These pagans would pass their children through the fire to give homage to their lesser gods, and to summon spirits and forces of darkness to give them their carnal desires. It is written also in Ezekiel 20:31, for when ye offer your gifts, when ye make your sons pass through the fire, ye pollute yourselves with all your idols, that's the costumes, even until this day. And I shall be inquired of you, O house of Israel. He's asking, shall I be inquired of you? The same spirits were used during the Haitian Revolution 1791 through 1804 and are used to do fortune tellings and channeling through an oracle or soothsayer. Since the veil of the spiritual world is believed to be lifted at this time, occult and paganism, you'll notice the advertising of fortune tellers and witchcrafts and accessories around the fall, especially around the holidays Samhain or Halloween. Ephesians 5:11, have no fellowship with the unfruitful works of darkness, but rather reprove or expose them. Furthermore, keep these holidays as a celebration, further distance us from the Most High. If you notice, a lot of those celebrities that lose family members or have miscarriages, their career shoots off right afterwards. It's still a Greek tradition of sacrifice. James 4:4, ye adulterers and adulteresses, know ye not that the friendship of the world is enmity with God? Whosoever therefore will be a friend of the world is an enemy of God. So just keep this in mind going forward about the origins of this stuff. It's all sex rituals and death, all of it. You know, so we're going to move on to the next one, which is going to be July 4th, the False Dependence Day. Stay tuned. Shalom.
After the fall of ancient Rome, before the rebirth of the Renaissance, centuries of history have been swept under the rug. These are the Dark Ages.
This would have been a pretty rough time to be living in.
When the Roman Empire crumbled, Europe was besieged by famine, plague, persecutions, and a state of war so persistent it was only rarely interrupted by peace.
Half of the people that you know today were dead tomorrow. You couldn't even bury them all.
But beneath this cloak of darkness were scattered rays of light, men and women who boldly tended the flame of progress while the world around them descended into hell. Ultimately, these stars would illuminate the long, dark night and propel Europe toward a new dawn, brighter than any it had seen in 1,000 years. August 24th, 410 AD, the empire falls. Rome, a city so long in control of its own destiny and the world's, is invaded by a band of dirty, sweaty, smelly thugs. They are the Visigoths, a terrifying assortment of heathens from Europe's northeastern frontier, and they've come to declare the death of Roman domination. For the first time in 800 years, the Eternal City is under siege.
Rome had not ever been conquered by a foreign enemy in the imperial period. The psychological effect of the greatest city of the ancient world being conquered was absolutely crushing.
For 3 days, the great capital of Caesar and Augustus is ravaged by its unwelcome guests. Stunning architectural marvels that have stood for centuries are burned to the ground. Germanic slaves rise up to enslave their Roman masters. And the city's streets run red with the blood of its own people.
The Roman citizens really are helpless. All they know is that they've had to surrender, that there's no one there to protect them, that these Gothic warriors would have been terrifying.
At the head of the charge is Alaric, a Visigothic warrior who had once fought on the empire's behalf along its northern frontier.
When he was passed over for a promotion within the ranks of the Roman legions, Alaric turned from friend to foe and used what he had learned about Roman warfare to launch his own campaign of aggression.
He eventually decided that the only way he was going to advance was to really put the screws to Rome. So the siege of Rome was, to tell you the truth, a profit-making career move for Alaric.
2 years earlier, in 408 AD, Alaric and his rebel army had arrived on the doorstep of Rome itself, looking for power, plunder, and most of all, food.
Anybody wants to look at why the Visigoths win, it's because of desperation. They need to win. If they don't, they starve to death. And that's the bottom line.
In order to conquer the city, Alaric would first have to strangle it from the outside.
You can't undermine the walls. They're far too large, they're far too secure, and they're far too well built. So he relies on starvation.
Alaric's men surrounded Rome, took full control of its supply lines, and blocked all shipments of grain coming into the city. Gradually, the city died from within, and the pall of impending death began to permeate even its most hallowed traditions.
Even in times of utter distress, it was really important for Roman society to continue to have chariot races and killing of wild beasts, gladiatorial combats, execution of criminals. The population was at the show, but they were literally starving. And when some condemned men or gladiators, it's not clear, were killed and are lying there bleeding out on the sands of the arena, the crowd started shouting, "Let us buy that meat. How much per pound do you want for that?" That's how hungry they were.
In Rome, power and glory were rapidly being replaced by corpses and cannibalism. After 2 years of suffering inside the sealed-off city, Roman pride had eroded enough to accept subjugation over starvation. On the orders of a Roman aristocrat, the city gates were opened and the Visigoths stormed in. Their shopping spree turned up tons of treasure, but hardly any food. So after 3 days, Alaric and his men moved on in search of greener pastures and left the heart of the Roman Empire on life support.
A contemporary puts it very well when he says the mother of the world has been killed. That's what people thought, that the mother of the world had been brutally killed in a Gothic sack.
While Alaric's sacking of Rome certainly hastened its demise, the mother of the world had been terminally ill for quite some time. As early as the 3rd century AD, the empire had fallen into the hands of a series of inept emperors, whose obsession with personal gain threatened the public welfare and fostered civil war. During a 50-year period in the 3rd century, nearly all of the 24 emperors who seized power were brutally slain by rivals, rebels, and subjects. While Rome gradually imploded from within, external threats, both natural and man-made, only aided its self-destruction.
Diseases such as smallpox and measles entered the European population pool for the first time during the 2nd and 3rd centuries. In this sense, the Roman Empire paid the price for its success. It had become so wealthy and had established contacts with other parts of the world to such an extent that now it was not only importing the very valuable wares of those regions, it was also importing the diseases that came from those regions.
As Rome's population began to dwindle, so did its border guard, leaving its emperors no choice but to hire barbarian fighters like Alaric as mercenaries. But as the Romans became more and more dependent on foreign defenders, they also became more openly hostile toward them.
When the Goths first entered the empire, they came really as refugees, and they were forced into rebellion by the treatment that they received at the hands of Roman officials. Famously, the Roman officials allowed slave traders to profit by selling dog meat to the Goths in exchange for Gothic children as slaves. And so both the incompetence and the cruelty of Roman officialdom drove the Goths into rebellion.
Alaric, the leader and living symbol of that rebellion, died of fever in 410, shortly after his historic sacking of Rome. While he wouldn't live to enjoy much of his success, future generations of barbarians would. Throughout the 5th century, wave after wave of invading tribes, Goths, Vandals, Franks, Britons, and Saxons, flooded in and fought to stake their claim on the waning empire. Rome's once invincible domain shattered into 1,000 pieces, each one held by a military strongman who wanted to collect them all. The glory of Rome was gone forever, and the Dark Ages had begun.
The empire wasn't there. There was no longer an emperor, and as a result, the world was a smaller place.
The next 7 centuries, spanning from the fall of Rome to the First Crusade, would be an age of widespread violence, illiteracy, disease, and superstition. A time when urban populations throughout the continent declined, and city life withered.
The amenities and the technology of life, and indeed the scale of life, just got smaller and worse. The sewage systems stop working so that people can't get rid of their garbage the way they used to before. Aqueducts break down and you have wells instead of running water. And as a consequence, the houses get less and less impressive and people start living in, I suppose, what we'd call shacks.
Even the great monuments of Rome, engineering miracles that had defined an unprecedented age of innovation, were quarried for quick building materials.
The people who came in afterwards settled next to the Roman ruins, not on top of the Roman ruins, but next to the Roman ruins. They could not sustain the structures that had been there at one time. They took all the stones to make their houses and their own buildings from the Roman ruins.
Over time, even the Colosseum, once Rome's grandest showcase of power and prestige, succumbed to the decay of civilization. It became at various intervals a landfill, a shelter for the destitute, and a haven for packs of animals. All the while, its facade was gradually being picked apart by pilfering settlers, who unwittingly left behind a hollow symbol of society's downward spiral.
In the early Middle Ages, people would have been confronted with the fact that there was this once glorious civilization that had preceded them, and that they could, in fact, still see around them. They could see in the road system that the Romans had built. They could see in the aqueducts that were still standing. They could see in the bridges that were still standing in many parts of Europe. And when they looked at those things and they looked at the level of engineering that it took to build them, it must have led them to believe that they had regressed, that life had been better in the past than it was in the present.
The flames that had illuminated life in ancient Rome, cutting-edge technology, open trade, ready access to education, employment, and medicine, were extinguished amidst the chaos of the succeeding centuries. But despite the undeniable downshift in society's progress, debate still rages about whether it's fair to call this era the Dark Ages.
The term Dark Ages has been used by lots of people. The famous Italian scholar Petrarch, in a sense, invented it because he was comparing this period to the earlier classical period, which he saw as literally brilliant, full of light. And he said, hey, by comparison, the people of this period, they were in darkness, in gloom. You got up in the morning in this period, and if you were poor and if you were hungry, things probably did look pretty dark, but that wasn't the case across the board. So there's a lot more to this period than just in gloom and were gloomy.
In fact, in spite of its widespread chaos, anarchy, and upheaval, or perhaps because of it, this remote period of history would dramatically alter the course of Europe's future. For while the continent was fragmenting politically, a new form of unity was gradually emerging that couldn't be measured on a map. It was not the work of warriors and weapons, but of monks and missionaries. To the people of Dark Ages Europe, the new emperor was Jesus Christ.
Proposed by Mr. Lee. That these colonies are, and of a right ought to be, free and independent states, and that all political connection between them and the country of Great Britain is, and of a right ought to be, totally dissolved.
New Hampshire?
New Hampshire votes yes.
Rhode Island?
Rhode Island votes yes.
Massachusetts?
Massachusetts votes yes.
New York?
New York has yet to receive new instructions from its constituent assembly. We therefore respectfully abstain.
Connecticut?
Connecticut votes yes.
New Jersey?
New Jersey votes yes.
Pennsylvania?
Pennsylvania votes yes.
Delaware?
Delaware votes yes.
Virginia?
Virginia votes yes.
Maryland?
Maryland votes yes.
North Carolina?
North Carolina votes yes.
South Carolina?
South Carolina votes yes.
Georgia?
Georgia votes yes.
Vote stands.
Is that word there?
12 for independence.
Unalienable.
With certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness.
That whenever any form of government becomes destructive of these ends, it is in the right of the people to alter or abolish it, and to institute new government. The history of the present King of Great Britain is a history of repeated injuries, all having in direct object the establishment of an absolute tyranny over these states.
In every stage of these oppressions.
All right, 4th of July, False Dependence Day. To explain the history behind this day, we must first examine the history of the United States and the Masonic connection of the elite. We must start with the Statue of Liberty. The statue, designed by Frederic Auguste Bartholdi, a French Mason, dedicated on October 28, 1886, was a gift to the United States by the people of France. The statue is of a robed female figure with a broken chain lies at her feet, representing Libertas, the Roman goddess of freedom. She bears a torch and a tabula ansata, or tablet invoking the law, upon which is inscribed the date of the American Declaration of Independence, July 4th, 1776. Libertas is just another name for Isis, the Egyptian goddess, which is another name for the pagan goddess of the sun, which is depicted in a robe wearing a sun crown of thorns, also known as the Antichrist, or Apollo, in the Greek Apollyon. Many Americans think this day represents freedom and the welcoming of immigrants. However, with all the recent fighting over illegal citizens coming in from Mexico on the southern border, along with other countries that have traveled to our borders, the sense is that most Americans are not in favor of immigrants. In fact, the polls are split almost right down the center when it comes to the polls on immigration. This is from December 2014. It's from last year, okay? This is from pollingreport.com/immigration. Also, a country labeled as a melting pot. We have been the home of many race riots, early 1900s and 1960s, slavery, massacre of Gad, theft, Mexico, which Issachar, segregation, internment camps, the imprisonment of the Chinese and Japanese, 1944, and the constant killing of unarmed black men presently until this day, whose ancestors were forced here by fear of death. The idol that is supposed to represent freedom has stood in a country that has a decade after century of turmoil and injustice against those immigrants. The reason for this is the Masonic principle of turning things upside down and around in order to suit advanced ideas, quote unquote. December 10th, 1887, page 371, the Freemasons Chronicle. So instead of representing independence, the day is actually a representation of dependence or servitude, not to mention the signers of the Declaration of Independence owned slaves as well as President Lincoln. This by itself is pure hypocrisy, but the rabbit hole gets deeper. Habakkuk 2, 6, and 12. Shall not all these take up a parable against him, a taunting proverb against him, and say, woe to him that increases that which is not his? How long? And to him that ladeth himself with thick clay, woe to him that builds a city with bloodshed and founds a town with injustice. The Most High is going to bring it down. People get mad at that. Pray for America. The America that accepts gay marriage, America that continues killing blacks. Like, people want to say, oh, racism is gone. Maybe if y'all stop killing us and start hiring us and start actually treating us as citizens instead of those Negroes, maybe then, which I know it's not going to happen. I'm being facetious here, but maybe then we can start discuss all that. All man is one. I seen a post of the day, made me mad. What race are you? He says human, and everybody was like, "Oh, going crazy! Oh, that's so deep. That's so true." I only see one human getting killed every 28 hours. I only see one human race of human that gets charged more for buying a car. One race of human gets charged more for buying a house. One race of human is more likely to get pulled over. Again, this isn't mine. This isn't my interpretation. This is studies that have been done by independent organizations of both black and white people. So this isn't me just trying to bring that back. I'm trying to wake you up. There's no independence on July 4th. Your ancestors were picking cotton, okay? And even after that, it hasn't got much better. It's still a mental slavery. The battle, okay, this is where the July 4th come from. I had looked on there's not too many sources that speak on this, but I'm gonna speak on it. The Battle of Horns at Hattin took place July 4th, The Battle of Horns at Hittin took place on July 4th, 1187 AD. Muslim armies under Saladin captured or killed the vast majority of the Crusader forces, the Knights of Templar, removing their capability to wage war. As a direct result of the battle, Islamic forces once again became the eminent military power in the Holy Land, reconquering Jerusalem and several other Crusader-held cities. These Catholic Christian, quote-unquote, defeats prompted the Third Crusade, which began 2 years after the Battle of Hattin. So the Battle of Hattin, the Crusaders, the Catholics that kicked us out in 70 AD, they were fighting back and forth with the Muslims because they were trying to take everything by force. Okay, what happened was the Muslims defeated them July 4th, 1187 AD. Okay, once they were defeated, once they were defeated, they waited 2 years until that day and waged war again. Okay, that was the start of the first wave of the Crusades. Okay, Maiden Thomas, 2000, A Concise History of the Crusades. I looked online, man. They're trying to really block this, man. They're really trying to not let this information get out, because like only a few sources had this. I kept looking into, I'm like, they didn't just say July 4th for no reason. Those were Masonic men signing the Declaration of Independence. These guys are really particular when it comes to numerology and dating. They're not just gonna pick any date. Okay. They practiced Celtic pagan rituals and were Freemasons, the ancestors of those who conquered America and set up colonies. History shows the British Empire has always financed war and taken countries from their native indigenous peoples and replaced it with their own. This is from Britain, France, and Spain. They financed the Euro slavery. So all you people with the France flag on your picture, those people enslaved you. They paid for your enslavement. So did Britain and so did Spain. Then you see what they're going through now. They did that to your people, though. I'm not saying I'm encouraging death, but I'm saying, just like the word says, he that does that, killeth with the sword, shall be killed with the sword. So the fact they're going through that, it isn't by chance. That's all I'm saying. It isn't by chance. They're over there scared now, of ISIS or whatever it is that they got going on over there, which I have my doubts about that, which I brought up on the previous video. Why don't ISIS ever attack Israel? Let's just bring it out, man. But the Dominican Republic, now the Crown Colony, Africa, Crown Colonies, Liberia, former U.S. colony, diamond mines, natural resources, coltan, and it's using cell phone chips and computers. So your computer right now, your cell phone, you're watching this, is from a substance called coltan found in Africa, and they just, of course, the Africans ain't getting nothing from that, which a lot of those are Hebrew Israelites as well. British India, Middle Easterners and Indians, they had their foot over there in India. Australia, they took out the Aborigines, which we know is the tribe of Reuben, the original indigenous people of Australia. America, the Native Americans, the Indians, the 13 colonies, slavery. I mean, you see it's just a pattern. It's a pattern. So these are just a few of the power of the British Empire that financed America and sent slaves by the millions can be traced back to the 1300s. And to add insult to injury, when these unjust laws of slavery were lifted in the U.S., there was an additional 2.5 years of slavery until the surrender of General Lee in April 1865. Therefore, in the South, many blacks celebrated a day called Juneteenth, which I used to celebrate. Because at least I could give them this. At least they know a little history, because July 4th wasn't the day. It was 2.5 years later. Let me see. The day that they were actually free from physical bondage. Again, just physical, not the mental. We see we're still under mental bondage. These elite have killed and tortured, enslaved, raped, and stolen more lives and land than our history class teachers are willing to admit, yet they tell us to celebrate a day of independence. The Constitution today still says blacks are 3/5 of a person. Article 1, Section 2, Article 1, Section 9, Clause 1, and Article 5. Government has no power to ban slavery until 1808, and up to a $10 charge per slave for slave migration. Also, Article 4, Section 2 states free states cannot protect slaves. See Dred Scott versus Samper, 1857. The Holy Bible says, "Say thou, thus saith the Lord Ahiah, shall it prosper? Shall he not pull up the roots thereof and cut off the fruit thereof, that it wither? It shall wither all the leaves of her spring, even without great power of many people to pluck it up by the roots thereof." The Lord will only allow this to continue for so long before his judgment is issued. Now you see what's going on. He only allowed that to continue for so long. Now you see people waking up to these religions. Man, we've been taught wrong. This is crazy. All this is pagan. This is crazy. All this is madness. They basically try to remove our eyes from the Most High, and gave us philosophy, all types of paganism and sex rituals and magic that ain't helping us. Has no prophecy for us. Isn't going to stop us from living these curses. Is going to actually make them worse. Some may argue that those are old laws and it was a different time back then. But questions have been raised about new laws which destroy our constitutional rights even past the year 2000. Not to mention a black man is killed every 28 hours to this day. You can read the book of Enoch, sheep of the Lord being pursued and devoured. Chapters 88 through 91. It's a good read. I don't have time to read it to you now, but you can read that on your own time. It's a very good read. Enoch 90. Verses 2 and 3. And after this, I saw in the vision all the birds of the sky coming, the eagles, the vultures, and the kites, and the ravens. But the eagles led all the birds, and they began to devour those sheep, to peck out their eyes, and to devour their flesh. And the sheep cried out because the birds devoured their flesh. So you see it's led by the eagles. And if you read Obadiah, it said, "Thou exalt thyself as the eagle." All these empires that took us over, Rome, in America, the Nazis, all these different entities that are against the children of Israel, they reverence the eagle. They reverence the eagle, okay? It's our national bird. I mean, come on. Revelations 18 and 2. And he cried mightily with a strong verse, saying, Babylon the great is fallen, and is become the habitation of devils, and the hold of every foul spirit, and cage of every unclean and hateful bird. The eagle is an unclean bird. Like I said, that's one law y'all will follow. Y'all eat whatever y'all want to eat, but y'all fight. If the oppressors tell you not to do it, you're not gonna do it. But the Most High said not to do it. It's old. It's an old book, right? But you're not gonna eat an eagle. Eagle's an unclean bird. And I have a precept, Leviticus 11:13 through 19. And these are they which ye shall have in abomination among the fowls. They shall not be eaten. They are an abomination. The eagle, the ossifrage, and the osprey, and the vulture, and the kite after his kind, even raven after his kind, the owl, the nighthawk, the cuck owl, the hawk after his kind, the little owl, the cormorant, the great owl, and the swan, and the pelican, and the gier eagle, and the stork, the heron after her kind, and the lapwing, and the bat. So that also, just let y'all know, that includes duck as well. You know, because duck is just like the swan, the webbed feet. Okay, all those are unclean birds. But you notice the vultures and the kites are the ones that are pecking out the eyes of the sheep. The sheep of the Lord, the followers of Christ, the disciples of Christ. They use a term called manifest destiny. It's defined as the 19th century doctrine or belief that the expansion of the U.S. throughout the American continents was both justified and inevitable. So they saying the killing of the Indians, the killing and theft of the land of the Issachar tribe, which are the Mexicans, and the tribe of Gad being the Indians, the enslavement of blacks to the tune of over 100 million, 90 million of us thrown over the bow, as I showed y'all in the reprobate society. All that they term manifest destiny. The only people say, oh, they came over here to, and I'm going to touch that in the next section as well, saying that the Europeans came over here because they were religiously persecuted in their land. And I ask people this, like, think about it. So they were religiously persecuted. They weren't allowed to be free in their land. So what they do is take 100 million Negro Hebrew Israelites. They kill over 100 million, up to 200 million of the tribe of Gad, which is the Taino Indians. They kill them off, and they rob the land from the Issachar tribe, the Mexicans that were already here, just so they can be free. Does that make sense? That's like saying, because I don't have nice things, I'm going to come and rob you. Because I need nice things. They already had a land. Why didn't they fight for lands for their rights in their own land? But they decided to enslave the world. Think about it for a second. And let's just go bring it up to now. Okay, because y'all say, oh, that was old. NDAA, section 1022, military custody for suspected terrorists. So they can, if they suspect you a terrorist, You can be held in not just custody, military custody. Section 1031, affirmation of authority of the armed forces of the United States to detain covered persons pursuant to the authorization for the use of military force. So they can detain you and use military force upon you if they suspect you. Just suspect you, not prove that you've done anything, but just suspect you. These are your rights. Patriot Act. Section 215 of the Patriot Act authorizes the government to obtain any tangible thing relevant to a terrorism investigation, even if there was no showing that the thing pertains to the suspected terrorist or terrorist activities. So let's say you posting a lot of truth and you got like a laptop or a tablet. You post a lot of truth. Somebody blows the whistle. Somebody snitches on you. I'm telling y'all, watch who y'all wake up. You know, I know we're supposed to wake up the world, but I'm talking about as far as arguing with these people on the post and back and forth. Tell them, you know, hey, if you see it's not going anywhere, just look at the fruits. If they really not trying to learn, they trying to debate and argue, watch them people. They might report you, man. It's gonna be a day coming up soon where the DHS and all of them is gonna start offering to get rewards for people that speaking the truth. Don't think that people ain't gonna, just like slavery. When there was runaway slaves, you know that slaves were given rewards for snitching on other slaves that was running away. Man, be mindful who you talk about certain things to. Yes, we're supposed to spread this gospel, but don't be putting out your business about what you're gonna do and all that. You know, about how you're gonna flee or whatever. Watch who you speak about that to, or watch how even who you argue about that type of stuff with, okay? You don't need to argue. They don't want to read the scripture? Cool. May the Most High's will be done, man. Where am I? Section 205 of the Patriot Act, also known as the roving John Doe wiretap provision, permits the government to obtain intelligence surveillance orders that identify neither the person nor the facility to be tapped. So they can tap you and not tell you about it, which they've been doing that for years, but now we see it's written. They've been doing that since the 80s. Okay? Section 6001 of the Intelligence Reform and the Terrorism Prevention Act of 2004, the so-called lone wolf provision, permits secret intelligent surveillance of non-U.S. persons who are not affiliated with the foreign organization. So that means you can be straight Jim Bob, apple pie, American, Susie, whatever. They can say, hey, you might be a lone wolf. You spoke against a policy that Obama put forward. It's like they said the dude shot up a clinic because of the abortion thing. He didn't like that. Like, that is silly. That's silly. You want life to be here. You're mad because they're saying you can abort life. So you go out and you kill life. Think about it for a sec. All these things are government actions. I told my bro, I say, you know, this 40, 35 years ago, you didn't hear about, it wasn't shootings in offices and malls like that every other week. If it happened, it would be like once in a like year span. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't no every week. Every time you turn on like every week is something getting shot up every week. It wasn't like this 25 years ago one like this. 20 years ago it wasn't like this. Why is it like that now? You don't think somebody's behind this? You think people just getting that impatient? It's not people, man. It's this establishment. It's easy for them to do this type of stuff. They already busted COINTELPRO and other agencies for paying people on the streets that were down. They look the hard times. Hey, man, I'll pay you X amount of money for you to go shoot something up. Don't worry about it. We're going to have everything. Just think about every time somebody goes to investigate these shootings to see what happens. Even the Sandy Hook thing. There was a dude, he was the director of school safety. He just wanted to investigate so that it wouldn't happen again. He was like, you know what, I need to look into this so that I can see what went wrong, how did it happen, and how to prevent it from ever happening again. He was asking questions. He wanted to see the autopsy. He couldn't see nothing. Matter of fact, they fired him because there was nothing there. They were going to get outed. So just understand that. All right, family? I'm trying to let y'all know you're not free, man. You're not free by man's standards. You only free through your Shia, man. You waiting on the oppressor to say you free and he enslaved you? That's like somebody punch you in the face and you wait for them to tell you peace, man. Just to be peace between them. Come on, man. They doing us dirty for 400 years plus. Brothers is waking up, man. Stop celebrating these holidays because they look for y'all. I hate, and this one thing about this holiday, I hate when I see brothers and sisters, especially my brother, I'm talking about Judah, seeing y'all run out there with red, white, and blue hats, and some of you females got red, white, and blue dresses on, you posing for pictures. Oh, man, I mean, you celebrating a day when they used to kill and rape our forefathers and foremothers. Look at the movie Roots. I'm not trying to hash about them old feelings. No, it's not an emotional thing. It's understanding these things, man. You got to understand where these things came from. You weren't free then, you're not free now. The arguments against this, that it's supposed to be a targeted terrorist of those plotting large-scale attacks against the U.S., but you must look at how they unlawfully entered homes during the alleged Boston bombing incident, claiming they were looking for such news. The officers reportedly told those in the community, if we feel any threat or that the citizen is lying, we will enter that residence to search for a supposed threat. So you bust your behind all year, every month, every week to pay your mortgage, to pay your bills, so you can have a home, you could raise your children, right? You know, have the roof over their head, clothes on their back. If they feel you lying to them about somebody being in your house, they can come in. Your rights gone. Where your rights at now? Understand this, family. This just happened. And it just wasn't black people. It was white people. That's what I'm trying to say. To the Jew first, or the Hebrew Israelite first, then to the Gentile. So you see, like I keep telling you, Gentiles in these videos, it's coming for you. We've been telling y'all the system is wrong, messed up, bad. Nobody heard us. They thought we were just complaining. Now you're starting to see when they treat everybody like a second-class citizen. Because it's coming to y'all. And it's already there, really. This is a problem and even quoting the NDAA and Patriot Act as their lawful right to enter a citizen's private property. This is a problem because if a terrorist attack or a plot suspected attack is discovered in or near your neighborhood, believe they will use the exact same force that they used in Boston. In conclusion, NDAA and Patriot Act are violations of the 4th Amendment. Yet every July 4th, they want us to light off fireworks and sing a national anthem that's about war. The Holy Bible tells us about these styles of government. Proverbs 28:2, for the transgression of a land, many are the princes thereof. So the princes that are the ruling people, their transgression. So you see how they're taking bribes and kickbacks and all these types of pass all these unrighteous laws. You see how it falls back on the people and the taxpayers, always on the back of the taxpayer. We would, speaking of that, look at the national debt. And I want you to calculate if we paid $10 billion a day, how long it would take us, because it will be millenniums before we pay that off. Proverbs 29:2, when the righteous are in authority, the people rejoice, but when the wicked beareth rule, the people mourn. Man, you see our people mourning out here. You see on the last video, I show all the nations getting shot, not just Judah, even though it hits Judah first. I'm not pushing Judah to the side. No, Judah, you already know. That's why I'm just saying it hit us first. Now it's hitting the other nations, hitting Issachar. You know, it's hitting the white folks, hitting Esau, hitting the Chinese man. It's hitting the Indian man. Everybody's getting it, man. My people and many Americans are in mourning the death of our brothers and sisters and of our inalienable rights. And after all that, the question is, whose independence are we celebrating on July 4th? If someone murdered you and your whole entire household, enslaved you, then came 10 years later on that same day and saying, hey, we're going to make this a freedom celebration day, would you put on your dancing shoes? Imagine somebody kill your whole family, enslave you, beat you, whip you, torture you, rape you, come 10 years later or 20 years later, whatever, on that same day and say, you know, we're going to make this a day of celebration of freedom. That's how your ancestors would feel. That's how they would feel. How you think the Most High feels? Even on top of that, how you think he feels? We sitting here celebrating our oppression. The slave they want is a slave that don't know he or she is a slave, man. So I'm done with that. Like, for all you people that served in the army and in the navy and in all these for all you that served in the navy, army, and all these different the SEALs and all these different other things, I'm not mad at you. You people are really brave because you are willing to fight. It's not you I have a problem. It's your leaders I have a problem with. And I would even encourage you, because I know a lot of people that got in it and left. Look at the numbers of the veterans that are homeless out there on the street that nobody cares about. Look at the number of veterans that die waiting to get medical attention. Look how they're treated when they come back over here. Look how their benefits are cut. Look how their medical insurance and coverage is cut. Okay, so please just look at these things. Like I said, it's not you at all. I don't have no problem with the people. It's the establishment. Remember, I'm going to keep saying that. All right, so with that being said, we're going to go to the next one, speaking on this freedom tip, Thanksgiving. Okay, which no Thanksgiving for me. All right, Shalom.
The Holocaust, I think, is really ironic because so much literature has been expended in the pursuit of exposing Hitler and the Holocaust and the terrible tragedy that occurred with the Jews, where 6 million people perished. What most people in this country fail to realize is that the model for that was here, was the treatment of our Indian people, was the model for Hitler, and he said so. He wrote it down, and he said that the prison camps here were the model for the prison camps. Also, the whole notion of turning the people against themselves within the prison camps and keeping them busy with each other so that they couldn't escape or didn't have other ideas was also born here, and he copied it. He thought it was a very good plan, and he really admired Andrew Jackson. So it's a little known part of history, but it is a reality, and nobody's ever really addressed it. Nobody's ever really talked about the Holocaust here. I mean, there were conservative figures, 19 million Indian people living in North America, 19 million. And by 1970, there were 260,000. They didn't move to Hawaii, or they didn't go to Sweden. Where did they go? They are gone. They were gone. Killed. Murdered. But 19 million people. That's not a Holocaust.
I feel that this country doesn't understand historically what happened to its indigenous people. They see it on television and they read it in the books, but they really don't see it in the practical sense.
It points directly toward the racism of this country, of the white person, of the dominant society, of manipulation of the environment, of its people. To us, to the white man, we're just kind of like a cactus on the trail. You chop it away and get it out of the way so you can keep walking down the trail and seeing what the beauty you want to see. I think that one of my goals is to have our people look at themselves and stop dancing for white people and saying we're so pretty. I want us to say, look what you've done to us. Look what you've taken. Look at the beauty we had and still have to offer you. And stop treating us like subhuman human beings, because we don't deserve it and we don't need it.
For more than 500 years, American Indian people have been subjected to the ever-changing whims of the white man, who with sword in one hand and Bible in the other, swept across this land like a plague of locusts. What the people of the United States did not know was that their so-called enlightened nation was setting an example that would be followed in the 20th century by some of the worst butchers known to man, including Adolf Hitler. The original inhabitants of this land, the European and then the American governments, tried many different approaches. First they tried subjugation. Then, when that failed, extermination. And when that wasn't totally successful, then came the reservations. And the land set aside for reservations in the 1800s was generally the most worthless land that could be found. Indians were relocated to these lands for as long as the grass grows and the rivers flow, unless, like in the Black Hills of South Dakota, valuable mineral resources are discovered on that land, and then the Indians are uprooted and relocated again.
The enrollment issue originated with when the government set up reservations. They signed up the Indians who were assigned to that particular reservation. They took a role, as it were, at that time. Everybody was given a number so that they could identify the people who were reservation-bound Indians, because reservations and the inception were no more than glorified concentration camps. Indians were forbidden to leave them. And so you were given your tribal identity right then and there by the United States government.
It's another labeling system. There probably was an importance for it at the time, to find out numbers of indigenous people. And now it's almost being used against us.
And for a lot of the Native American, Indian, whatever you want to call them, don't have a number to rely on. And for assistance, for even being considered a part of us, of the rest of us, they're put out, or put aside, pushed away, and saying, you don't qualify, even though they may have a higher blood quantum than myself. And so I don't see it where it's being used in a way to be beneficial to us. It's just a way of being controlled again.
In the 17th century, a group of people called the Pilgrims wanted to reform and purify England's churches. As a result of their efforts, they were persecuted. So they sailed to the Netherlands, also known as Holland, seeking religious freedom. After 12 years in Holland, where they struggled to make a living and felt threatened by the permissive Dutch society, the Pilgrims decided to seek refuge in a place where they could create a society that matched their religious ideals. In exchange for 7 years of work, the Puritans persuaded a London stock company to finance their journey to the New World. In September 1620, 102 passengers set sail from Plymouth, England, on a ship called the Mayflower. The journey took 65 days and was filled with much difficulty. Bad storms weakened the ship and caused many leaks. Many passengers were cold and damp for much of the journey, and others were concerned that they wouldn't even survive. Though many were sick and one person died, they did make it. On December 11, 1620, the Pilgrims landed at Plymouth Rock and began to explore the surrounding area for a suitable place to build their colony. They chose Plymouth because it had an excellent harbor and a large brook in which to catch fish to eat. While living on the Mayflower and ferrying back and forth to land, the Pilgrims built their houses and barns. Construction was hindered by exceptionally heavy snow and intense cold, but the settlement was completed in late March 1621. Their success was dampened by great sorrow. Nearly half of their original group died that first winter. Besides survival, the Pilgrims were concerned that the Native American Indians would attack them. To their surprise, an Indian named Samoset walked right into the colony and welcomed them in broken English. Samoset was from an Indian tribe in Maine and had picked up a few English words from the fishermen who came into the harbors there. He told them also of another Indian named Squanto, a native of that place who had been in England and could speak better English than he. The Pilgrims used the opportunity to negotiate a peace treaty and to establish trading relations. Squanto's importance to the Pilgrims was enormous, and it can be said that they would not have survived without his help. It was Squanto who taught the Pilgrims how to tap the maple trees for sap, how to plant Indian corn and other crops, and how to tell which plants were poisonous and which could be used as medicine. As a result, they had a bountiful harvest that provided food for the coming winter. The Pilgrims had much to celebrate. Although nearly half of their people died, they had successfully built homes in the wilderness, raised enough crops to keep them alive during the long coming winter, and they were at peace with their Indian neighbors. It was time to give thanks. The Pilgrim governor, William Bradford, proclaimed a day of thanksgiving to God for helping them survive the brutal winter. They invited Squanto and the other Indians to join them in their celebration. Their chief, Massasoit, and 90 braves came to the celebration, which lasted for 3 days.
And primarily lived alone in the woods until the colonists arrive on his childhood land. And he helped, at least for a time, to keep the peace between the natives and the colonists by working out a treaty with the local tribal leader, Massasoit. So there was a feast in the fall of 1621 to celebrate the harvest. According to the diary of Governor Bradford, 90 Wamapogue just showed up. And once invited to join the colonists to celebrate the harvest, the Wamapogue realized there wouldn't be enough for everyone. So they sent hunters out and came back with a deer, the actual signature dish of the first Thanksgiving. But that incident is not where the first recording of Thanksgiving as a holiday shows up. 15 years later, in 1636, the death of a white settler blamed on the natives of the area prompted the colonists of the Plymouth colony to retaliate, killing hundreds of men, women, and children of the Pequot tribe. In his journals, the governor of Plymouth, William Bradford, wrote of the incident, "Those that escaped the fire were slain with the sword, some hewed to pieces, others run through with their rapiers, so that they were quickly dispatched, and very few escaped. It was conceived they thus destroyed about 400 at this time." The next day, he declared that they should always celebrate that day to give thanks for subduing the Pequots. He wrote, "For the next 100 years, every Thanksgiving day ordained by a governor was in honor of the bloody victory, thanking God that the battle had been won." But that story doesn't help a cottage industry of fabricated historical events meant to cover up the true horrors of colonization in the Americas, nor does it help push Americans to spend some $2.8 billion on Thanksgiving dinners every year. It doesn't make it easier to explain to children how our ancestors were responsible for so much death, disease, and cultural destruction. But it sure sells pies. This Thanksgiving, let's try and put aside the manufactured fear and the fabricated myths. Let's gather together, reaching out to neighbors, strangers, and those who aren't as lucky. Let us try and be what the myth suggests, the ideal. Good, decent people who help fellow humans, no matter their race, religion, or country of origin. In order to end terror, violence, and fear, we have to proclaim and believe in our hearts it has no power over us.
That it most definitely does not.
Shalom and shalom, family. We back. Thanksgiving, the American Massacre of Gad. Most people know that the Thanksgiving holiday is actually a representation of a dark part of American history, yet the details of those times have been covered or ignored almost completely by media and our education system. As more and more information slips out of our children's history books and more useless information replaces it, it is paramount we look deeper into the occult history behind the United States. Before we look into the day of Thanksgiving, we must first look at early America and how the Pilgrims and Native Indian tribes came into contact with each other. It is written, Genesis 49:19, Gad, a troop shall overcome him, but he shall overcome at the last. That's Hebrew Strong 14:16. Gedud, okay, Strong's Concordance, a band or a troop, which we know what a band or a troop is, like an army. We must first understand that the so-called Native American Indians were not an unknown people who came out of nowhere. When the children of Israel began to flee in 700 to 1200 AD to escape persecution, and even before that, okay, the 10 lost tribes spread throughout Africa and the West Coast, to the West Coast, and also a remnant in South Africa, and others by way of ships. The Dean and Nadine Indian Migrations, 1233 AD by Ethel G. Stewart. The tribe of Gad, also known as the North American Indians, have been overcome by Europeans on 2 different continents and still remain today, along with the rich culture and history shows that the Lord still intends to bring them to overcome in the end. Louis de Torres, he died 1493, born Yosef Halabai Ha-Ivri, Joseph, son of Levi, the Hebrew, was Christopher Columbus' interpreter on his voyage to settle in America. This means the people living in North America, the Indians, spoke Hebrew, which is supported by archaeological finds and ancient writings. The sources, the history books, tell us that Christopher Columbus, also known as Cristobal Colon, discovered America in 1492, quote unquote, discovered, right? When it is known the land was already inhabited at that time. One remnant is an Indian tribe called the Yukis, which had migrated to the areas of Oklahoma, Georgia, and Florida. Scholars documented Azareth, the name of the land beyond the great river, the Pacific Ocean, far away from the habitation of man, in which the 10 tribes of Israel would dwell, observing the law of Moses until the time of the restoration, according to Ezra 8:45. See Kesselring's Christopher Columbus, translated by Dr. C. Gross, page 15 of the Jewish Encyclopedia. The Jewish Encyclopedia says this. He brought one translator that spoke Hebrew. One translator that spoke Hebrew. No other translators. There's been artifacts. Now I've done study. You can look up on this. I didn't have time to put it in here, but you can look this up on your own, where there have been artifacts of the Indians and their Hebrew artifacts, Hebrew writings. And they basically threw them out, or they said it was just scribble scratch. They altered it. I mean, but there's still some that they couldn't cover up. This is known. I mean, they written in the Jewish Encyclopedia. Why would he bring one Hebrew translator if he doesn't know that they're what they spoke and they were savages? Where am I at? Columbus identified America with the land. The name, it has been suggested, Shili Nissi, is taken from Deuteronomy 29, 24 through 27. Because they forsook the covenant of the Lord and went and served other gods, the Lord rooted them out of their land and cast them into another land at this day, which is Azareth. The passage is made to refer, it's in the Mishnah Sanhedrin, to the 10 tribes, and it's all through their books. It's all through their books. Also, it's written to note the name of the Columbus fleet was the conquistadors, which translates to conquerors. Had a relative ask me, why don't I celebrate Columbus Day? I'm like, are you serious? I mean, I don't even know how to answer that, because are you serious? You know, because I constantly talk about this stuff, and then they come and ask me that. It's like, have you not been listening to nothing I've been saying? You know what? Like, I don't know, man. I don't know. But that just showed me that people, our people especially, have Stockholm Syndrome, where we want to be like the oppressor. To the 1st century geographer Diodorus Culos, Iberians in the Spanish Peninsula, and the Phoenicians of North America had learned about a large paradise in far western Atlantic about 3000 to 1000 BC. As this information was available in North Africa as well as the Spanish Peninsula, many scholars have concluded that this information was prevalent in the ancient world discovered by Columbus before he made his voyage. He didn't just find America by accident. He knew where he was going. By some accounts, the Western Isles were part of an Asian continent known as India Occident or India Superior, which would explain the myth that Columbus was searching for spices and herbs from India. Also in 455 AD, 1037 years before Columbus, a Buddhist monk, Hui Shin, sailed to a land he called Fusang, a land we call America. He reported the people in the lands and the lands were similar to the habitation of Mexico, which are the Issachar tribes. He noted his travels in a book called the Book of Liang by Yao Silian. So they were trading, again, they were trading with cultures. Again, he says similar to the Aztec Indians, because they're of the same bloodline, children of Jacob. But they never tell you that. Like, I tell people that, I mean, there's one thing they don't believe, Judah, and that's cool. You know, it ain't for them to believe. It ain't for some people to see. When I tell them about Gad, though, because they just think the Indians just grew out the ground. But historians connect the tribe of Gad to some South African areas, as has been documented by many Greek and Roman scholars, that there were small islands across the Atlantic known in folklore as the Fortunate Isles, the Gorgades, and the Hesperides. A 5th century Roman map by Macrobius shows the Gulf of Mexico and the peninsula of Florida, but as part of the Asian inland mainland. They are shown the same way on several 15th century maps published by the Portuguese. Throughout ancient cultures and according to ship and archaeological findings in both the South Central and North America, the native tribes traded and made contact with other cultures and nations over 1,000 years before the 1492 transport of the conquistadors. Mountains have been known to separate cultures, but water has never separated nations. Rather, the oceans and rivers were used as interstate highways, connecting the nations for trade and commerce. So just do a little research on Fu Swain, okay? And the name I gave you earlier, the Hugh Schwinn, okay? The massacre, okay? The Indians, for the most part, were peaceful people who lived in harmony with the land. When they killed a buffalo, they used every part from the bones to the hide. They knew nothing of pollution or weapons outside of bows and arrows, slingshots, and spears. This made them an easy target. Even through archaeological findings, they had thatched roof houses and central plazas, which shown they were sophisticated in their ways of life and selling lands. They had vast plazas they made. However, the European settlers had guns, cannons, swords, knives, and biological warfare and smallpox to inflict upon the unsuspecting tribes. This is part of the curses that was given to the children of Israel if they do not follow the laws of the Most High. Leviticus 26 and 25. And I will bring a sword upon you that shall avenge the quarrel of my covenant. And when ye are gathered together within your cities, I will send a pestilence among you, and ye shall be delivered to the hand of your enemy. At first, the Indians and foreigners were peaceful, which is the part that Hollywood cartoons and American history books like to capitalize on. The Indians taught the settlers how to live off the land and helped create some of their early maps, as the Europeans used the information to promote and enforce manifest destiny. So they taught them how to live on the land. They took that and used it against them. Okay. Before this time, Europeans were dying due to cold and hunger, and some even resorted to eating each other during the fall and winter season. As the ideal was being pushed, historians made the estimate that about 50 to 100 million were killed from South Central America, with approximately 18 million estimated in North America. And really that number is closer to 80 million. This is from Alan Taylor, 2002, American Colonies, Volume 1 of the Penguin History of the United States, History of the United States, page 40. At the siege of Fort Pitt on 1763 in present-day Pennsylvania, part of Pontiac's rebellion was an effort by the Indians to drive out British of the Ohio County. The British Army at Fort Pitt then fooled and passively attacked the Native Americans with smallpox using blankets that had been given to expose the virus. The attack contributed to widespread smallpox epidemics that killed much of the indigenous population during and after the war. Old Indian tales were stories of horror, with mothers and sisters professing how the dead would look so mutilated and unnatural from the effects of the disease that the wolves and beasts of the forest wouldn't even bother their bodies, as they couldn't perform a burial without exposing themselves to the virus. So bodies were just lying around. I'm going to give you some numbers, right? The plague wiped out about 96% of the Indians in Massachusetts, 96%, and 90% of the Indians as a whole. Just as the settlers did and have done in Africa, they destroyed many artifacts and monuments that dwarfed their accomplishments in Europe. The Monk's Mounds, the largest pre-Columbian earthwork in the Americas, the largest pyramid north of Mesoamerica, is located at the Cahokia Mounds and UNESCO World Heritage Site near Collinsville, Illinois. So they built pyramids, just like you see the Aztecs did, all types of stuff. So this is just more to show how they covered up they wanted to make them look like savages, though they taught them how to live here. That's like you calling your teacher stupid or dumb, but you learn from them. Are you calling, it just doesn't make sense. The law of the land, the U.S. Department of the Interior, Indian Affairs, our Bureau of Indian Affairs, www.bia.gov, was set up in 1824 as an organization called Indian Affairs. Most patriotically and philosophical Americans constantly speak of the Constitution and paperwork involving land ownership, our private property, and forget about the newly freed slaves in 1865 who were never given 40 acres and a mule, the fact that the Indians were killed or forced from their lands and corralled on small reservations. The Constitution, unalienable rights we have are just a paperweight on the desk of Washington, D.C., and easily erased with the implementation of the NDAA and Patriot Act. See home race after the Boston bombing. Another way to institute a totalitarian government form of punishment is to institute martial law. Martial law is defined on Google as military government involving the suspension of ordinary law, which essentially means the military law is supreme. The Bill of Rights will be suspended when this is enacted. Merriam-Webster defines it as the law administered by military forces to maintain safety and public order. That's that order out of chaos. Once they create the chaos, then oh boom, here's the order. And just see the Boston Tea Party where they dressed up as Indians and threw stuff over the ledge to try to, even mock the Indians. And I'm like, you killed them, then you mock. They're doing it to us. Look at the blackface comedy I showed you on the last video. I mean, it's the same thing over and over. The story of Pocahontas of the tribe of Gad, okay? I want y'all to really listen to this, okay? The early European colonists' initial meet and greet with the tribe of Gad was to deceive and conquer. Once they learned the land, making maps, farming the land, as the Indians had taught them, they then attacked and pushed them farther and farther away from their land. Governments in those times and today were infamous in using God or religion to push their own fleshly agendas and desires. They called the massacre of approximately 100 million Indians a right to the land and named it Manifest Destiny, a term for the attitude prevalent through the 19th century period of American expansion that the United States not only could but was destined to stretch from coast to coast. This attitude helped fuel a Western settlement, Native American removal, war with Mexico, and aka the tribe of Issachar. Even the true story of Pocahontas is a strong contrast to what was shown in the infamous Disney movie back in 1990. Matoka's tribe was part of a group of about 30 Algonquian-speaking tribes located in Tidewater, Virginia. One day, while exploring the Chickahominy River, John Smith was captured by one of Powhatan's hunting parties. He was brought to Powhatan's house at Wirikomoco. The accounts of what happened next vary from source to source. In John Smith's original writing, he told of a large feast after which he sat and spoke with Chief Powhatan. In a letter written to Queen Anne, John Smith told the story of Matoka, which is Pocahontas, across his body to protect him from execution at the hands of the Powhatan. It is believed that John Smith was a pretentious man who told this lie to gain notoriety. In the Disney version, Matoka Pocahontas is depicted as a young woman when she saved John Smith, but by his account, she was only a 10-year-old child when these events occurred, and therefore highly unlikely that there was any romance between them. Matoka often visited the settlement at Jamestown to help the settlers during time when food was short in supply. On 13th April 1613 AD, during one of these visits, Samuel Argyle captured Matoka to ransom her for some English prisoners held by her father. She was held hostage at Jamestown for over a year. During her captivity, tobacco planter John Rolfe took a special interest in the attractive young prisoner, and he eventually conditioned her release upon agreeing to marry him. Matoka was baptized Rebecca in 1614. She was married to John Rolfe, the first recorded marriage between a European and a Native American. While in England, Matoka ran into John Smith. She refused to speak with him, turning her head and fleeing from his presence, a far cry from the undying love as the two portrayed in the Disney movie. In 1617, the Rolfe family boarded a ship to Virginia. However, Matuka would not complete this journey home. She became gravely ill. Theories range from smallpox, pneumonia, or tuberculosis to her having been poisoned, and she was taken off the ship at Gravesend, where she died on March 21, 1617. It's believed she was 21 years old when she died. There are no fairy tales about that. You see what they did to her. It wasn't the love story, man. It was more oppression, more of the spreading. She couldn't handle. It took her to England. She couldn't handle them plagues of them people. Them diseases they had, the same ones they brought over to the Americas. More often than that, those who reveal or bring out the truth about this holiday are subject to backlash and rebuke from the public. In Amos 5:10, they hate him that rebuketh in the gate, and they abhor him that speak uprightly. The prophets of the Bible and many other righteous followers of Yeshua Christ, right, who are enthusiastically preach the gospel and truth, they were martyred or imprisoned wrongfully. We read further in Amos 5:21, I despise your feast days. I will not smell in your solemn assemblies. The Lord foreseen the horrid feast days and gatherings that the future generations would uphold. Ahaya goes on to say in verse 22 and 23, though ye offer me burnt offerings and your meat offerings, I will not accept them. Neither will I regard the peace offerings of your fat beasts. Take thou away from me the noise of thy songs, for I will not hear the melody of thy bowels. So all these people, these pagan holidays, they making all these songs about them. Most High ain't hearing you. He ain't hearing none of it, okay? As Samuel spoken to Saul, the first king of Israel, after he sinned, Saul proposed that they could make a sacrifice for it. 1 Samuel 5:22. And Samuel said, hath the Lord as great delight in burnt offerings and sacrifices as in obeying the voice of the Lord? Behold, to obey is better than sacrifice, and to hearken than the fat of the rams. So to obey the Most High is better than sacrifice. I say, like, imagine a husband that beats a wife. Is the wife really going to be happy that she's living in a mansion? Like I say, you see some of these mansions and you feel like, oh, I need to be in that. You know, some people get covetous about that. What if the husband is in there beating his wife and his kids? They come home bringing everybody gifts, but he's drunken every night and doing all types of stuff he ain't got no business doing, and come home and want to buy a gift to make up for it. That's love and obedience. And to abide in the Most High's love is to be obedient to his law. It's no different. He works in order, okay? This rings true today when you have Joe Osteen making as much as professional athletes to the tune of $78 million in 2014. These word of praise prosperity teachers teach that you can donate money for a blessing, though you can carelessly sin all week without repentance. So sin all week, and they say give Jesus $20 on Sunday, you good. That's the most heretic doctrine I've ever seen, and it's all in the Christian church. Drop a seed. I get so heated when I used to hear that stuff. Now it's kind of numb to it, but I still get angry because it's like a seed. Drop a seed for a blessing, man. That's not what Christ. The seed was the gospel. You're supposed to grow in this gospel, not grow with some money. You can't take it with you anyway. This is crazy, man. The Lord even goes into more detail. Isaiah 1:11. To what purpose is the multitude of your sacrifices unto me, saith the Lord? I am full of the burnt offerings of rams and the fat of fed beasts. I delight not in the blood of bullocks or in lambs or of he-goats. You can contrast it to the relationship, like I said, between a husband and a jealous wife. A jealous husband and a good wife, or vice versa. A good husband and a jealous wife. You come home, you've been working all day, she just beating you up and doing what she want to do, then want to come home, oh baby, I'm sorry, let me take you out, make it up. It don't work on either ends. I almost seem like I'm just all getting on the fellas and getting on the women too. It don't work on either end. So the Most High is the same way. The covenant is like the marriage covenant. It comes with, you're not gonna get married and tell your husband he can just go stay somewhere for 2 years, go run after other women. Same thing with men. You're not gonna say your wife can go stay somewhere for a few years, go run after other men, do her thing, and somehow y'all come back together. Like, that's madness. This covenant we have with the Most High is supposed to serve him only. Not go after these feast days where they were killing his children, the children of Gad, the children of Israel. The gifts don't take away the pain and the hurt. You know what I'm saying? The Most High, our Father tells us in Psalms what he refers to as a ram's fat. What he prefers to a ram's fat. The Most High, our Father tells us in Psalm what he prefers to a ram's fat, as we read in Psalms 51, 16 through 17. For thou desirest not sacrifice, else I would give it. This is David writing here. Thou delightest not in burnt offering. These sacrifices of God are a broken spirit, a broken and a contrite heart. Oh God, thou will not despise. He despises in the feast days, but a broken spirit, a broken contrite heart, when your heart breaks, when you see what our people are going through, and you hearkening to the Most High's laws and his word and obeying him, he will not despise that. After this, it goes on to say, after this he will rebuild the walls of Jerusalem, then he will accept the sacrifices. So until we stop, we can't serve other gods and then come back to a higher like, hey, what's happening? We can't do that. It's like you can't be out there, and like I was bringing back to the marriage thing, you can't be out there running the streets doing your thing, being adulterous and lustful and even worse, and then come home to your wife and or her husband expect him to or her to accept you. The Most High works the same way. It's not difficult to understand it. Okay? So with that being said, we got a couple more to go. You know what I'm saying? Y'all hanging there with me. We're going to go to St. Patrick's Day. Okay, so-called St. Patrick's Day. I don't know if you're going to find this very saintly, because I didn't. But we're going to get into it nonetheless. Shalom.
After the dead of winter, St. Patrick's Day is a welcome sign of spring, a day for wearing of the green, for the Irish and non-Irish alike. It's a celebration of the Emerald Isle's patron saint. But now it's time to separate St. Patrick fact from the blarney. The story of St. Patrick's Day goes back to 5th century Britain, where a 16-year-old boy, Mawin Sagut, was kidnapped by Irish marauders. He remained a shepherd slave in Ireland for 6 years until a vision directed him to escape. Back home in Britain, Sagut had another vision beckoning him to help the people of Ireland. So he took his vows as a priest, adopted the Christian name Patrick, and in 432 AD returned to Ireland on a mission. In his autobiography, The Confesso, Patrick wrote about converting the Irish to Christianity while building schools and monasteries along Ireland's north and west coast. One popular myth has Patrick driving the snakes out of Ireland. The truth is, there were never snakes on the island. This is probably a metaphor for Patrick cleansing the island of paganism. Another myth has Patrick using the shamrock to teach the Holy Trinity. This legend is possible, but Patrick never wrote about it. So why does the holiday fall on March 17th? Supposedly, it's the day Patrick died in 461 AD. Since then, Irish Christians have marked the anniversary as a holy day. Beginning in the Middle Ages, Irish Catholics would close shop and attend church to honor the feast of St. Patrick. And it was time to celebrate. St. Patrick's Day falls within Lent. the season before Easter when Catholics give up their vices as penance. The Feast of St. Patrick was a one-day reprieve when Irishmen could down a pint or two of ale. This custom really took off. The first St. Patrick's Day in colonial America occurred in Boston, 1737, with a parade organized by the Charitable Irish Society. New York City followed in 1762. Today, New York's Fifth Avenue Parade is America's most famous, largest, and rowdiest St. Paddy's Day tradition. During the 1840s, when Ireland was starving from the potato famine, millions were forced to leave. The mass migration sent Irish to Canada, Australia, and America. As the Irish settled in their new countries, they brought along old customs and invented a few more. In the United States, it became customary to wear green on St. Patrick's Day. Toward the end of the 19th century, the smell of corned beef wafted from Irish-American neighborhoods. The traditional Irish meal was boiled bacon and potatoes, but in the States, immigrants could find a cheap piece of beef, tenderize it with brine, and slow cook it with cabbage. The dish remains a delicious Paddy's Day tradition. As the Irish in America gained influence in politics and culture, their exclusive holiday became a nationally recognized celebration. And it all began over 1,500 years ago, when a boy was torn from his family. Little could he know that his life would inspire parades, fashion, and yes, the hoisting of a few pints to toast his special day.
Yeah, and there's fit off them, right? It's dead fucking off them, right? He's only too cool for this shit, like. We ain't got him out here. They're fucking everywhere, like. It's like one of these things here, or what, like? They're getting bottles. Yeah! Fucking! Yeah! Maybe just put that guy completely in this house, like, that's shocking. Like fucking garlics or something, man.
Operations started early as the Holy Land began to get back to normal. There were signs of the damage caused and plenty of evidence that this disturbance had been fueled by all-day drinking. Early last night, Carmel Street and the surrounding area saw the police under attack with bricks and bottles as they tried to reassert order. The police had promised a tough line, a stance backed by residents.
If you live here, I mean, what would you like? What would it be like what happened in front of your house? You'd want something done about it. And this is the bottom line. Something has to be done about it pretty shortly. University has to do something. University let them down.
Say what?
Say what?
Say what?
Say what?
Say.
Say. What? University has to do something. University let them down.
While some of the troublemakers may not have been students, both Queen's and the University of Ulster condemned the mayhem, which left many people here feeling under siege.
Shalom, family. What's going on with you? Back to the St. Patrick's Day, so-called St. Patrick's Day. Celebrates the Roman Catholic Church feast day of the patron of Ireland, St. Patrick, who died on March 17, 461 AD. Patrick's his birth name was Amos I. He was born in Roman Britain. He wasn't even Irish. I don't know what else he was, but I know he wasn't Irish. He was kidnapped into slavery and brought to Ireland. He escaped to a monastery in Gaul, France, and then converted to Christianity. He then ventured to Ireland. He became the founder and the first bishop of the Catholic Church in Ireland. So you see, he's already going to lead with the Catholic. That's why I say, and nothing saintly about the Catholic Church. The saints, when spoken of in Scripture, refer to the Israelites. Okay? Legend has it that St. Patrick drove all the snakes out of Ireland. Evidently, they went into the sea and drowned. That's a mythical story, but that's what they say. And they say some of that is it's a metaphor for he drove out the evil. But how is the Catholic Church driving out evil? I don't know. Like I said, I don't know. But just as with Constantine and the cross, they took the holy things of God and used them for perversion. The Irish, just like the Catholics, practice Druidism rituals. These practices originated in the very same regions among Celtic people of Gaul, France, Britain, Ireland, and elsewhere during the Iron Age. The Druid class included law speakers, poets, doctors, among other learned professions, although the best known among the Druids were religious leaders. So you see, it's kind of like what people like to refer to as the Illuminati. They had the top officials dealing with this Druidism. Okay, these Catholics dealing with Druidism. They merged the two. Okay. Where am I here? These practices originated in the very same regions. Oh, I said that. Sadly, St. Patrick, aka Mawin Sukkot, combined his beliefs with paganism with Christianity, a tradition throughout the Roman Church, and devised the Celtic cross, which is directly related to sun worship. It's called the cross patie. It's from biography.com/people/st-patrick-9434729. Okay, I'm gonna put that up there for you. Druidism is also promoted in famous games such as Dungeons and Dragons and the $1 Billion series of Harry Potter. So all that witchcraft, Sabrina the Teenage Witch, Constantine, all them shows based on this. The European versions, you know what I'm saying? They're dealing with this. They're dealing with Druidism. The pagans even polluted and perverted that the rainbow that God created to show that he would not flood the earth the first time with dreams of filthy lucre or mammon. So it wasn't about homosexuality the first time, it was about money. The myth is that the rainbow would lead to treasures and gold, which were protected by a demon called a leprechaun. According to ancient tales, he would give the person 3 wishes, like a genie, which is a jinn, a demonic spirit. 3 wishes and a large quantity of gold or treasure. In her encyclopedia, spirits, fairies, leprechauns, and goblins, folklores Carol Rose offers a typical tale of a leprechaun trickery concerning a man who managed to get a leprechaun to show him the bush in the field where his treasure was hid. Some legends say that the leprechauns would become vicious and kill their capturer the following day. Their power was held in their shillelagh, their rod or staff, which is a perversion of Aaron's rod that received powers from God. The shillelagh is also believed to be a symbol for Moloch, the horned god. The Hanging Gardens of Babylon had a temple of Nimrod with the single or double horns represented as Moloch, where the sacrifices were given reference to in 2 Kings 23:10 and Leviticus 18:21. And thou shalt not let any of thy seed pass through the fire to Molech, neither shalt thou profane the name of thy God. I am the Lord Ahiah. These various recurring themes emerge in a number of the Greco-Roman accounts of the Druids, including that they performed animal and even human sacrifice, believed in the form of reincarnation, and held a high position in Gaulish society. This is France, okay, they're talking about, okay? I say, you see what France is going through now. It's not by coincidence that this is happening. This is not, oh, by chance, so that France is going through this terrorism and all this type of stuff. You give over to that evil side, evil is going to become of you. This works for everybody. It's written to the Jew first, then the Gentile. It's written. This is from Hudson Ronald, 2009, Blood and Mistletoe, The History of the Druids in Britain. In Britain, those guys are revered and respected, just like they were in the old times of old. Nothing's really changed with that. The legends of pixies, fairies, and leprechauns all come from the pagan beliefs in witchcraft. We find traces of them in old tales. The leprechaun first appears in the text of the 17th centuries as Lubricant in the Decker's New Whore. The Decker's New Whore, yeah, that's a poem. As for your Irish lubricant, that spirit whom by preposterous charms thy lust has raised. So you see, they call it a spirit by whom preposterous charms thy lust has raised. That's the spirit of lust. You see what I'm saying? Just like the Lucky Charms, magically delicious. You see, the kids always chase them trying to find his Lucky Charms. They put it right in your face. You know, I praise the Most High for his information though, because I was able to lead a truth seeker. I'm not sure what he was dealing with, but he was asking me, why do I do this stuff? Why do I get into this stuff, these videos? And I told him, I'm like, if you look at something as small as a leprechaun and just trace the origins, and I gave him this. And I mean, I let a couple of people from, me and him talking, just, see what I was talking about. Because everything has an origin. Let's just be real. Everything got an origin. Know what it is at its origin. Now, as vigilant followers of Christ, we know that anything that stirs up lust is not of the Father. 1 John 2:16. For all that is in the world, the lust of the flesh, the lust of the eyes, and the pride of life is not of the Father, but it is of the world. So see, it's a difference between what the Father wants and what the world does. Why doesn't the world keep its feast days? Why doesn't the world understand thou shalt not murder? Why doesn't the world understand thou shalt not steal? That alone would end war. Stealing lands through war and murdering. That alone would end war, a multi-hundred-billion-dollar industry from those two commandments. Why doesn't the world keep that? Because this world is not of the Most High. We already went over the origins of elves, leprechauns, fairies, pixies, trolls, gremlins, etc. A collection of demons and unclean spirits. That's all they are. After a strong look at the information, it's no wonder why this day is promoted as a day of drunkenness and debauchery all across the world via the Roman Catholic Church. After a strong look at this information, it's no wonder why this day is promoted as a day of drunkenness and debauchery all across the world via the Roman Catholic Church. While drunk driving deaths in the United States dramatically increase on St. Patrick's Day in the same way they do on other alcohol-driven days such as New Year's or Super Bowl, deaths in the United States dramatically increase on St. Patrick's Day in the same way they do on other alcohol-driven holidays such as New Year's Eve, Super Bowl. There's a slew of morbid statistics out there surrounding the Irish celebration. 80% of all drunk driving deaths on St. Patty's involve drivers who are nearly twice the legal limit. The day immediately after the bro-infested event is one of the primary American business days in which the employees are on the lookout for absenteeism and hungover employees or people coming to work drunk are not coming at all after St. Patrick's Day. A side effect that cost the U.S. economy an annual $160 billion in worker productivity. So you getting ready to lose the way you pay your bills because you want to go out and get drunk till you get hungover, till you black out. For 248 years, the New York has ran a St. Patrick's Day parade, and in 2014, 97% of the U.S. plan to celebrate the holiday in some shape or form. 97%. And this is another thing. Growing up, I never wore that green. I don't feel right in green. Okay, green is just not my color. It's not my thing. You like green? Nothing against you. This is opinion here. Not my color. I don't deal with green. I feel like Gumby when I wear green, man. I don't know. Look, you know what I'm saying? Just being real with you. But I had a dream once. This is one of the visions I was speaking of. I was laying again, sleep, and this is dealing with the name Yeshaya. Okay, this is a little bit of my testimony. I used to watch that show Cheaters a lot, and I remember they used to always catch these dudes in these apartments. They kind of they were like green and beige, right? And I had a dream one time. It was like nighttime, like the dead of night, and I was just lost. And I was in Dallas, and I was in those apartments. And I'm looking around. I'm like, man, I need to go somewhere, but it's dark. There was no cars on the streets, no nothing. So I said it's probably best that I find a vacant apartment, just sleep there until the morning. I'll be on my way. So I'm kind of walking through the apartment. The apartment is dead. Nothing's going on there. There's no people. There's no cars, no dogs, not even no birds. It was just like quiet, right? So I find this apartment, and it's the door's kind of cracked. So I knock, I ain't just, hey, boom, here I am. You know what I'm saying? I ain't trying to get shot. You feel me? But I knock, hey, I'm stranded. I just need a place to stay for the night. Can I talk? Is anybody here? I'm in need of help. Nobody answered. So I kind of knocked again, said the same thing. Nobody answered. I knocked one more time, said hello, just to see if somebody would answer. Nobody answered. So I just kind of nicely pushed the door in, saying hello, announcing myself the whole time. I'm thinking somebody would come out with that burner, and So I'm just announcing. And there's an autistic kid. He was at the table, and he was drawing a picture. And I was like, hey, little man, what's going on? Are your parents home? And he looked up at me, and he kind of stood out saying, kind of got happy, and he ran into the back room. And I'm like, okay, good, he about to get his parents. He goes in the back room, I'm thinking he's about to get him, so I'm just getting myself ready, like, okay. Gotta let him know, hey, ain't no funny business, like I'm stranded. I was like, even if they could point me somewhere where I can go, shelves or anything, I just didn't want to stay on them streets, you know what I'm saying? Because it felt like something bad was about to happen out there. So he comes out of the room, and he sits back down, starts drawing, and this like little goblin looking thing came out, but behind him. And I'm like, man, what, it's an ugly looking man, look like Popeye on crack. So I'm like, man, what is that? So it's like a demon, and I was like, nah, that ain't, I ain't even speak to it. I'm like, man, I don't look right, you know what I'm saying? So I'm like, okay, I'm kind of by the door, so I'm like, I'm about to inch my way out of here, and chop up out of here. And the demon came closer, and and it looked at me, with the same anger. One night, this is a quick sidebar. One night I woke up, and I used to have sleep with a fan right in front of me. This is like one of the first things where I started seeing things and having these visions. And it was a red light on my fan. I didn't have anything on my computer or nothing. Didn't have no red light, nothing. My blinds was closed, everything. And it was like I woke up one night, it was a red light. And I looked at it, and it was like it was pulsating. It was on my fan, like on the blade. The blade's going around. It's like a red light. And I looked behind me, maybe something shining in, nothing. I'm just looking like, what is that? And as I leaned forward, it just went away. But why the red light? And it wasn't my eyes. I know people say your eyes see spots. It wasn't that. That happens too, but this was different. The thing about that was I could feel the hatred coming off of it. It's kind of like, have you ever been in a fight, like back in school? And let's say you beat the person, you whooped them, or you've been in an altercation, and that person was just so mad that they just looking at you like, if I look could kill, they'll give you that kind of look like, ooh, if these people weren't around, if it was just me and you, like that's the vibe I got. You know what I'm saying? It was like it felt like the enemy was one to do something to me. It was like kind of like a warning. You know what I'm saying? Because that's the same look I'm getting from this thing. And eventually in the sidebar part, the thing was I leaned up, I looked at it, and it eventually went away, and the room felt calm again. But like it felt angry, like something was angry at me, like something. And I know what it is, something evil that was trying to, that knew that I was working with the Most High and I was about to embark on my journey. And same thing with this, it was looking at me funny, so I'm just like, man, and it knew that I knew the name of the Most High and the Son. So basically what happened was, it was a fairy, and it's crazy, it looked just like that fairy in that Geico commercial I showed y'all. It was just a bright light, and it looked so pretty, and it was just flying around. I'm like, man, this is why I shouldn't have been there. Because the whole time I'm in the apartments, I felt like, you ever been doing something, like when you were a kid, you knew it was wrong, your parents told you not to do it, you did it anyway, but while you're doing it, you're like, man, I know this is wrong. I know. That's how I felt being in those apartments. Like, I knew I shouldn't have been there, like from the beginning of the dream, or the vision. And anyway, the thing shot out a beam, the little demon thing, while I'm staring at the fairy, while I'm distracted, shot out a beam that lifted my body up. Now, this is when I try to wake up. Now I'm like, okay, I just need to wake up, and that's when that sleep paralysis thing hit. I'm stuck, and I'm looking at him while I'm stuck, and I'm just trying to break out of the hole. And he knew I knew the name. Like it's like his eyes were saying everything. And I finally, as soon as I was able to speak, Yeshaya, and boom, I could wake up, I could move, I could do, and it's like that was the Most High showing. That was his son's name. As soon as I said it, I was out. Soon as I said it, I was out. And anybody say, oh, yeah, that's just crazy. That's just for you. Since I've shared the name with brothers and sisters, they've gotten sleep paralysis and different things on them in the night that may have happened. And they would hit me and be like, hey, I called on Yeshua. I said a prayer in Yeshua's name, and I felt peaceful. I was done. The Spirit telling me to let y'all know that, bringing that up, just to let you guys know, okay? Okay. So 97% of the U.S. plans to celebrate this holiday in the shape or form, because that's the thing, it looked like an ugly leprechaun and a fairy. I'll never forget that, because I'm not one of them cats that believe in it on the surface, like, per se, like that, but the Most High was showing me this stuff is real. This stuff is real. These people that, like I said, watch first for you. People that tell me I got demons. I keep saying that to y'all. People that's murdering people, writing 666 in their blood on the wall. I'm keep telling y'all this. This stuff is real. Of course, people that don't have discernment ain't gonna believe it. It's not for them to believe. But just look at what I'm giving you, man. Just look at it and pray on it, man. Call on Yeshua. 97% of U.S. are going to participate in this holiday. So you see it says, wide is the gate, Matthew 7 and 13. Wide is the gate. You got to be on that narrow path, man. You're not going to make it following the crowd. The crowd ain't going to make it, man. My mom used to always tell me, don't follow the crowd, don't follow the crowd. And I ain't follow the crowd, but I was friends with the crowd. I was cool with the crowd. That didn't give me nothing but a record. That's it, because when I was chilling by myself, I ain't say I was perfect. I did wrong, but that crowd got me in trouble quick that I wouldn't get myself in. So, again, just letting you guys know, this holiday turned from an alleged kidnappee, because it said he was kidnapped, converting to Christianity and becoming a priest, a Catholic priest, to a day full of drunkard and some of the worst riots on record, including 1867 and 1874. They made the New York Times headlines. The riots were so bad. The answer is the Catholic Church control has taken the world by storm yet again with another pagan tradition designed to be quote-unquote saintly. Again, the Catholic Church is the whore, man. It deceiveth the whole world. Satan's working behind that, man. Psalm 107:27. They reel to and fro and stagger like a drunken man and are at their wits' end. 1 Thessalonians 5:7. For they that sleep, sleep in the night, and they that be drunken are drunken in the night. So you see, being drunk, like that's why I never understood. That's one thing I never really got into that much. I did, have a little period when I was drinking kind of heavily, but I had to snap out. I was like praying. I was like, I don't do this. I'm like, I hate you. Feel heavy. You sloppy. You know what I'm saying? I'm laughing, but on the real though, you sloppy. I mean, Is that attractive? Is that attractive? Imagine being your husband, he all throwing up on himself. Women the same way, that's so unattractive. And I'll be seeing women on Facebook and taking pictures with them drinking and they drunk. I'm not saying you can't have a sip. I'm not saying, but I'm talking about being a drunkard. Not hot, man. Isaiah 24:20. The earth shall reel to and fro like a drunkard, and shall be removed like a cottage, and the transgression thereof shall be heavy upon it, and it shall fall and not rise again. That's judgment. I got a precept for that, you know what I'm saying? Because these people drunk. The Catholic, that's why I say the wine of the Catholic Church, he made the whole world drunk. Revelation 14:10. It's talking about them and all who follow them. The same shall drink of the wine of the wrath of God, which is poured out without mixture into the cup of his indignation. And he shall be tormented with fire and brimstones in the presence of the holy angels and in the presence of the Lamb. So that goes to show you right there. You want to get drunk? The Most High will give you the desire of your heart. That's why I say give you over to a reprobate mind. You want to do that? Do it. You want to get drunk and act that crazy and kill and murder? Do it. He gonna give you something to drink. His drink is gonna be straight. Ain't gonna be no mixer. Ain't gonna be no chaser. It ain't gonna be no shot. He gonna give you the whole bottle. Okay, the whole cup. The whole wine of his wrath. I don't want to experience that. So I'm not gonna follow nothing the Catholic Church is doing. Like when my family members, just to let you know, my family members, they ask me about these certain days. I am not going to follow anything that was given to us during slavery. Nothing that was given to us during slavery. Now, I tell my conscious brothers that too. They be conscious, then they can't wait to eat at Thanksgiving. I'm like, brother, you could eat any day. Why are you still waiting for the oppressor's day? So, and I give my salute to a lot of black people that's in the truth and not the truth, waking up to that. Man, he gave us these in slavery. They gave us these holidays in slavery. So just peep game, y'all. We're about to get to the last one, and then we're going to go ahead and close out, okay? So we're going to get into Valentine's Day, because I'm going to show you about what real love is according to these scriptures in the Most High. So shalom.
iKangaroo's history short about the possible origin of Valentine's Day, while we make a short visit to Santa Maria in Cosmedin, a church in Rome that claims to have the head of St. Valentine himself. First, let's go to the most ancient part of Rome. Okay, here's how Rome looks now. But, to get us more in the mood, let's travel back 1700 years or so to see how Rome looked when Valentine was living and when the Romans were celebrating the Lupercalia, which is a fertility festival that may have been absorbed into the Christian feast day. You should now recognize the Circus Maximus, which was Rome's largest sports stadium, where they held the chariot races. I'll cover the circus more in depth at another time in one of our iPhone applications. Moving to the north end of the circus, you will see that there is an open area right in front of the Tiber River. In ancient times, this was a cattle market, and it was called the Forum Bararium. Today, you can still find Rome's oldest intact temples, dating from 200 BC. The circular temple is the temple of Hercules the Victor, and the other is the temple to Portunus, who is a Roman river god. From here, you'll easily be able to see the belfry. That is Santa Maria in Cosmedin. When you enter into the porch area of Santa Maria in Cosmedin, you'll immediately look left, and you'll probably recognize the Bocca della Verità. The legend about the Bocca della Verità is that if you tell a lie with your hand in the Bocca's mouth, that you'll get your hand bitten off. You might remember that from Roman Holiday, when Gregory Peck and Audrey Hepburn were on their moped trip around Rome, and he pretended to get his hand bitten off. Now let's go into the church. Santa Maria in Cosmedin is a classic Roman basilica. For the Romans, a basilica was a public building where administrative functions were carried out, exactly like a modern city hall. A basilica is a building style that consists of a main hall called a nave, at the end of which is an arch called an apse. In Santa Maria, you can see the 2 rows of colonnades that separate the nave from the 2 side aisles. Along the side aisles, there are niches cut out. Whereas this church was never a Roman basilica, it is an excellent example of Christian builders adapting the basilica building style. Santa Maria in Cosmedin has been built and rebuilt a few times since about 1100 AD. So no, it was not around during the Roman Empire. Besides being an example of a recycled building style, the basilica, it is also an excellent example of actual material recycling, in that it was easier for builders to use marble, bricks, wood, etc. from existing buildings than to go out and get new materials. During the Middle Ages, which were approximately 800 to 1500 AD, buildings dedicated to pagan gods had zero value. So, it was common for these buildings to be stripped of their materials. Just looking around, here in the church, you can see that none of the columns match. This is the reason why. Another example of this is the impressive floor, which was pieced together from a multitude of sources. The floor is arguably one of the most beautiful floors in all of Rome, which doesn't get too much credit because people in Rome are usually looking up at ceilings and such. And this is most likely how the church gets its name Cosmedin, which is derived from a Greek word meaning beautiful. Moving over into the left hall, you will find the macabre relic, which is derived from a Greek word meaning beautiful. Moving over into the left hall, you will find the macabre relic of Valentine's Day, which is said to be the head of a 3rd century priest named Valentine, who was bludgeoned to death for continuing to perform the Christian rite of marriage for Roman soldiers at a time when it was illegal for them to marry, because the Roman army was in a personnel crunch of sorts, and marriage had complicated recruitment. Stories vary, but that's the gist. How the relic ended up here is anyone's guess. Ended up here is anyone's guess. But Valentine's Day is another great example of Christian recycling of old, non-Christian pagan holidays. Besides being very close to the circus and the Forum Bararium, Santa Maria in Cosmedin is just meters away from the base of the Palatine Hill, which was the address of the Roman emperors. But before Augustus lived on the Palatine Hill, the legend goes that there was a small cave at the base of this hill between the Tiber and the Palatine. The cave was called the Lupercal and was very important to the Romans. Each mid-February, the Romans celebrated a fertility festival called the Lupercalia, dedicated to Faunus, the Roman version of the Greek god Pan. On the 15th of February, the priest of Leprechus performed a sacrifice of a dog and 2 goats, apparently they're very fertile creatures, in a cave, the very same cave, at the base of the Palatine Hill, where the she-wolf suckled Romulus and Remus. The goats were Men skinned, with their pelts being made into tunics and whips. Young men would then strip themselves, put on the goat tunics, and run through the streets whipping young women with the goat skins. Believe it or not, the women actually wanted to be whipped because this was supposed to be a prevention against sterility and painful childbirths. In one form or another, this fertility festival was celebrated until close to 500 AD when it was finally outlawed. Modern Valentine's Day seems to have absorbed a lot of the fertility sentiment, even though, yes, it has lost the dog blood-soaked goat skin whips. This is just one theory of the origin of our Sweetheart Day. But since the cave, which was the focal point of a fertility festival that existed for centuries, is only meters from Santa Maria and Cosmedin, it seems plausible as to maybe this is the reason why the church has Valentine's skull. If for no other reason than the spirit of the area wants to keep its fertility festival mojo, no matter what the religion. Even though the exact location of the wolf's den is still debated, we do know that it is very close to this church, and that this area was a center point of an important Roman fertility festival for centuries, even after Christianity became the status quo. But beyond that, the next time you're in Rome, I highly recommend you visit that little basilica called Santa Maria in Cosmedin. It has so many examples of how Rome has adapted itself over the course of the last 2,000 years. You can see an example of a Roman town hall, learn what happened to all that marble of ancient Rome, and get a glimpse of St. Valentine's head. All while only being meters away from where Romulus and Remus were suckled by the she-wolf. But if you get there at 10 o'clock on Sunday, you'll have to be quiet, because yes, it is still a functioning church. Thanks for listening. And if you're going to Europe, don't forget to visit ikangaroo.com.
Shalom, we back, family. The true origins of Valentine's Day has its roots in the occult. The celebration also included worship of the goddess of fertility, Venus. Notice the commercial for the feminine product Venus the Razor has the theme song, "I'm your Venus, I'm your fire, your desire." These lyrics are speaking of the goddess Venus, thus the company name. In Roman mythology, this goddess of fertility and sexual immortality had a son called Cupid. Cupid was a magical being who had the power to cause love to blossom or cease altogether. This celebration was held from the 14th through the 15th of February. Some of the events of this pagan holiday included the choosing of partners by chance, in which teenage girls would place their names into a box and the names were drawn out by young men. You know, the swingers do this too. The swinger parties, they'll put their car keys in the hat, and whoever picks out their car keys, there's your partner. The girl whose name was drawn then became the sexual partner with the man for the upcoming year. Beginning in March during the fertility rites of the spring equinox during the Ishtar celebration. Today's modern version of these games are spin the bottle and kissing booths, where you can't choose who you're dealing with, where the partner is chosen at random. It's also written that the men would literally hit on women as the ritual was thought to make the women fertile. They used to literally beat women, whip them with whips and different things, punch them, slap them. They said it would be good luck for fertility and childbirth. What they said anyway. There would be human sacrifices and animal sacrifices to please the gods. Again, not the Most High, because we know he don't deal with that. Roman men would end up with even stripped naked. The women would wear fur of the sacrificed animals and would bring the sweet offerings of sugar cakes and roses to appease the goddess Venus, that she may not stir up her wrath against the people. At the end of the 5th century, Pope Gelasius I replaced Lupercalia with St. Valentine's Day. Again, it was called Lupercalia. Okay, that was the feast name. And the cakes and the roses were sacrifices to the goddess Venus. So you wonder where the cakes and flowers come from. Ancient paganism. At the end of the 5th century, Pope Gelasius I replaced Lupercalia with St. Valentine's Day, because it was Lupercalia before it was Valentine's Day. It was already a celebration in the works, but I'm going to explain to you where Valentine's came from. On February 14th, around the year 278 AD, Valentine, a holy priest in Rome in the days of the Emperor Claudius II, was executed. Under the rule of Claudius the Cruel, Rome was involved in many unpopular and bloody campaigns. The emperor had to maintain a strong army, but was having a difficult time getting soldiers to join his military leagues. Claudius believed that the Roman men were unwilling to join the army because of their strong attachment to their wives and families. So they don't want to fight because they spend time with their wives and families. Go figure, right? To get rid of the problem, Claudius banned all marriages and engagements in Rome. Valentine, realizing the injustice of the decree, defied Claudius and continued to perform marriages for young lovers in secret. When Valentine's actions were discovered, Claudius ordered that he be put to death. Valentine was arrested and dragged before the prefect of Rome, who condemned him to be beaten to death with clubs and then have his head cut off. Yeah, that's why they have the head there, just like John the Baptist, man, same thing. And I don't know what nationality that he was, but you see, he was doing something righteous. How are you going to ban marriage? The Most High gave us wives so that we won't want anything, so that we won't be wanting. If you have a wife at home, you shouldn't be out here lusting, because you know what? You can come home and lust after her. You know, you shouldn't be, thinking, I need to have kids. You should talk to your wife about that so that y'all can come together and conceive. You see, even in the scriptures, when women were barren and they still conceived, old age and all. So that's, so we have families. That's a blessing from the Most High. Even Christ said that children are the kingdom of heaven. Let me see, where am I? Okay. So he was destined, they beat him with clubs and then cut his head off. But they called the whole world savages, though. The sentence was carried out on February 14th, on or about the year 270, or they say 278. Okay, the Roman Catholics took this story and blended it with the pagan rituals of ancient times, Lupercalia, and now they are prominent in the lives of many unknowing Christians. Okay. The Roman Catholics took his history and blended it with the pagan rituals of Lupercalia, which they are now prominent and unknown to many Christians. Okay, Deuteronomy 12:30 and 31. Take heed to yourself that thou be not snared by following them. After that they be destroyed from before thee, and that thou inquire not after their gods, saying, how did these nations serve their gods? That's what I'm saying. These holidays are how the other nations serve their gods. So you can't put the Most High on these holidays. Okay? He has nothing to do with them. They were celebrating Lupercalia before. Okay? With the goddess Venus. Okay? They were selling that way before. Way before. So we got to look at this. The Most High don't have no Valentine's. There wasn't no day when Christ and his disciples was like, love your wives, go buy them some cakes and flowers. They were doing that to the goddess of Venus. Okay? Even so will I do likewise. Okay, so how did these nations serve their gods? Even so will I do likewise. Thou shalt not do so unto the Lord thy God Ahia. For every abomination to Ahia which he hated have they done to their gods, for even their sons and daughters they have burnt in fire to their gods. So he's telling you, they burnt their kids as sacrifices to these guys that y'all are trying to run after. He's like, don't deal with them. That's why he says that he says, I am, and there is no God, there are other gods beside me. He's talking about these deities, these Venuses and these Ishtars and Enanas and Queen of Heavens and Baals, all these different forms. They're different forms of a false god, period. Not supposed to be mixing them with Christianity. Well, Christianity, as we've seen, is already done. What I mean is, not supposed to be mixing it with the Word of God, the Holy Bible. Not supposed to be mixing it. Modern times, the first commercial Valentines in the United States were printed in the mid-1800s because animals begin their mating season mid-February. Birds also became a symbol to the present holiday. This is from 247wallstreet.com. Wall Street is WALLST.com. The Hershey Company is one of the biggest chocolate and sugar confectionery products manufacturers. More than half of all consumers will buy candy for Valentine's Day, spending a total of $1.66 billion. Other companies that mark February 14 on their calendar sell high-priced items to fewer customers. Only 19.7% of consumers plan on buying jewelry from companies such as Tiffany, but the total amount spent is estimated $4.4 billion, more than any other good or service for the holiday. That's a grand total of at least $5.66 billion. Now, if we truly love our wives, and wives, you truly love your husband, why do you need an ancient pagan holiday to cue that love? Wait till Valentine's Day, cue that love, and then if you don't do nothing, you're mad. If you do something, you get another year. Like, it's silly. You got the whole year to plan something. You could plan something next weekend. You plan something next month. Why you have to wait till 14th when everybody's trying to do something? All the restaurants are booked up. Everybody's going out buying. Treat your wife good on a regular day. When she has a bad day, treat her, man, buy her some flowers. Trust me, it'll make your relationship better. I know it seems small, fellas. Wives, same thing. Date your husband. Take him out to eat sometime. It works. It works. My wife takes me out. The first ever took me out. And that, it speaks volumes. You know what I'm saying? She got me, okay? Because I was smitten, okay? Real talk. I ain't never had a woman take it. We do it on regular days. I'll be at work. She call me, hey, baby, let's do lunch. It works, man. Where am I? It's because, like I said, we've been trained to mentally program and accept the holidays given to us by the Roman Catholic Church. All these holidays are connected to the Roman Catholic Church. There's more I can go over, but I have to go. I'm going over these top 7 ones. These top 7 ones. Just look at society on these days I'm speaking of before you say, oh, you bomb. Look at society and then look at the ancient, okay? Because they all did this stuff, okay? And the masses flock to the stores and retail outlets, spending not millions but billions to feed the same beast that will cause our downfall. Wives will be angry if they can't spend this one day out of the year with their men. They can spend every day of the year with their man. Won't spend Valentine's Day. Oh, she's mad. Oh, I gotta work. Who cares? Do it on the 15th. Do it on the 13th. Who cares? But again, there's nothing wrong with showing love, but when couples place so much importance on one day because a false church claimed it was the day of love, they lead themselves into a snare. Okay, like I said, we as men should be able to pick any day to spoil our wives, period, and vice versa. You know what I'm saying? Women should pick any day. That man's been going all out for you, get a little bonus. Hey, take him out, buy him, you know, a nice sweatshirt of a team he like or something, you know, some of that nature. It's cool. It's cool, you know what I'm saying? And it'll keep, like, I've seen the little things go a far way. My mom and, stepdad, when they go out and they get their anniversary, you know what they do every year? They go get hamburgers and drink lemonade. They go to some burger joint, a nice burger joint, like a steakhouse. They get burgers and lemonade and they sit there and they just talk. That's beautiful to me, man. You know, they're not flying to Paris or flying to Spain. They're just doing their thing. Regular steakhouse, man. Let me see. Like I said, especially if you believe that God sent you that person through love. If you wish somebody believe that the Most High sent them to you, why are you then celebrating pagan holidays with that person? It don't make sense. So if you put God first and prayer in your relationship, that's all you need. Okay. His love is described in Romans 5:8. But Ahia shows his love for us in that while we were still sinners, Yeshua died for us. Okay? So there's no need to turn in a cult holiday into the celebration to determine how you feel about your mate. Ephesians 5:25 and 28. Husbands, love your wives, even as Christ also loved the church and gave himself for it. In this same way, husbands ought to love their wives as their own bodies. He who loves his wife loves himself. That's why I look at brothers, man. I look at brothers that beat their woman, and I look at them like you worse off than her. You look worse. Cause how are you? We supposed, like I said, men are scientifically, genetically stronger. We supposed to be the protector. You beating your wife. You don't respect you are not a man. You do not respect yourself. Let alone do you respect her. Okay, so Christ, it said love our wives as Christ loved the church. Christ died for the church. The church, meaning the 12 tribes of Israel, he died for his people. So you need to be, I'll take a bullet for mine. Wouldn't think twice, wouldn't blink twice. Her and my kids, I'll take a bullet for them. I want to make sure that they're happy and got everything that they need, period, okay? Colossians 3:19. Again, husbands, love your wives and be not bitter against them. No sense of being in a marriage and y'all bitter every other day. I need to get to the root of the problem, and communication is key. Talk that stuff out. Come to an agreement. You got to respect each other's feelings. Women, you got to respect the man's feelings. Man, you got to respect your woman's feelings. Genesis 29:20. And Jacob served 7 years for Rachel, and they seemed to him but a few days for the love he had to her. So you see, guys, somehow, especially you do some of this multiple wives stuff. He didn't want he just wanted Rachel. You see, he worked 7 years. Would you work 7 years? I ain't talking about no dating and you get to go out. I'm talking about just work 7 years for somebody so that you can have your wife. 7 years, you got to be celibate, nothing. Could you do that? That's what he did. That's what I'm trying to bring home. That's the love he had. He wasn't, oh, I want you, then I want your sister. No, he got tricked into that because the Lebanon didn't say they give the older daughter first, then the younger daughter. It was their custom. But it still worked out because the 12 tribes came through him. So you can't compare yourself to who our forefathers came through. But it was ordained by the Most High. Did the Most High ordain you to have all that? I already gave you the Studio Graphica and the priest of Sadak. Okay, I already told you about that. Okay, as you can see, he was tricked into getting the older daughter. So what happened was, even through that, the Most High still worked it out to where the 12 tribes came through. So again, look at my link in my last one where I showed you about how that came about how David had the book of the law shut up. It wasn't revealed to the priest of Zadok came, and I gave scripture on that, and I have scripture on that. So just peep that, okay? He had that much love to work 7 years flat for. Imagine just doing 7 years of work flat straight for a female. 7 years of work. That's what this brother did. Our forefather, okay, Jacob. Jeremiah 7:18. The children gather wood, and the fathers kindle the fire, and the women knead their dough to make cakes to the Queen of Heaven, and to pour out drink offerings unto other gods that provoke me to anger. So what was happening was what they was doing was provoking him to anger by sitting here and pouring out drink offerings, by sitting here and giving cakes and other offerings. That's what the whole Valentine's Day cake thing comes from. If you look at the cover for, that's why I got the woman cutting. It's all about offering sweets to the king, to the Queen of Heaven. What provoked him to anger? The same things that we are celebrating today, even though we're not necessarily feel like you're doing it toward, and I mean we collectively as a people, feel like we're doing it collectively toward worshiping another deity, but we're doing it in the spirit of this holiday that was connected to this ancient deity. So you can't then say that we not, because we provoking him to anger. It's the reason why he's mad, and the wrath of Revelations is coming upon the world. This is part of the reason. This is just part of the reason. Jeremiah 44, 15 through 19. Chapter 44, verses 15 through 19. Then all the men which knew that their wives had burned incense unto other gods, and all the women stood by, a great multitude, even all the people that dwelt in the land of Egypt, in Pathros, answered Jeremiah, saying, As for the word that thou hast spoken unto us in the name of the Lord, we will not hearken unto thee. So when Jeremiah prophesied against them, like saying, hey, you head toward destruction for doing this. This is what they told him. We will not listen to you. Verse 17. But we will certainly do whatsoever thing goes forth out of our own mouth, to burn incense to the Queen of Heaven, and to pour out drink offerings unto her, as we have done, we and our fathers, our kings and our princes in the cities of Judah. You notice all those people fell. Our forefathers fell, our kings fell, our princes fell, and the cities of Judah fell. But you see how they still want to do the same thing, not realizing that what they're doing is connected to why we fell. This is what our people doing today. Oh, I ain't worried about that Bible. I'm just going to do, we going to do what we think is right. We've been doing that as a people, and look where it got us. So why not do what the Most High said, the creator of heaven and earth, says is right? How can he be wrong? And in the streets of Jerusalem, for then we had plenty of victuals, were well, and saw no evil. Just like they told Moses in the desert, oh, we had this and that in Egypt. You also slaves. Come out of this slavery system. This isn't for us. If you follow that word, this is not for you. The holidays is not for you. But since we left to burn incense to the Queen of Heaven and to pour out drink offerings unto her, we have wanted all things. So since we stopped doing that, that's what they're telling them. Since we stopped doing that, we have wanted all things. That's why I tell people, when you see people, especially these Hollywood stars, are showing all their diamonds and jewelry, you don't know what kinds of sins they had to do to get that stuff. Satan rewards his people too. See, Satan rewards you quick. And most of his rewards, if not, well, I will say all of his rewards have to do with the flesh and the lust and the greed. It doesn't have nothing to do with what you really need to do, or what you need to do to into order to make into the kingdom. He's gonna reward you right here. That's why you see all these people, these stars and all that, following after you, people following after them and tripping on them. Let them stars go. Them stars ain't putting anything in your bank account. These stars, and even if they were, look at this lifestyle that they live in. Do you really want that money? You know what some of these stars go through to get that money. How they sacrifice people in their own families to be able to be on BET and be in the $20 million club. Check it out. Look up the $20 million club. We have wanted all things that have been consumed by the sword and by the famine. And when we burnt incense to the Queen of Heaven and poured out drink offerings unto her, that's another thing. People die, pour out drink offerings, same thing. Did we make cakes to worship her and pour out drink offerings unto her without our men? So even the women were speaking out against it. They were saying, well, we were doing it without our men. We were still doing it. Again, this is why the man needs to be righteous, to lead the woman into righteousness. Period. It's not for us to say, okay, women, you can run it now. We fell off as men. No, that's the stupidest thing I've ever heard. That's the stupid. You want to be led by a woman? You are going against the branch of not the branch. You are going against the laws of the Most High. The Most High didn't intend a woman to rule over a man. Now, not to say we don't have to listen to it. I'm not saying that, or you know, if a woman's speaking something to you that's scriptural, Proverbs 31 type stuff. No, I'm not saying they can't do that. If they all go the other route with it, oh, they can't say nothing. No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying that when our women are going astray, we supposed to, hey, you're not supposed to do, hey, baby, you know that's actually pagan. You know that we're supposed to break it down. Women, same thing, because a lot of these sisters are strong in the word too, and shalom to y'all, because y'all tell these brothers, hey, brother, that multiple wives stuff, this stuff you dealing with, no, we don't do. Let's look at these scriptures. Let's look at the history of this. Let's see where this goes back. And you know, a lot of these sisters is righteous, really righteous. So we supposed to stay in that righteousness of the Most High. It's the only way we gonna make it. I was just telling my kids earlier, that's the only way you gonna make it is by following what the Most High put in place. He want my children to listen to their parents, me and their mother. Period. There's no other way to make it. You can't go doing your own thing. The same with us. We gotta listen to the Most High. Same thing. Nothing changes. Malachi 3:13. Your words have been stout against me, saith the Lord. Yet ye say, what have we spoken so much against thee? So you speak and say, I'm going to do what I want, I'm going to do my will, I'm going to do what I feel like. And then the Most High mad, and you see all these famines and plagues and storms, and you're like, why are you so mad? You speaking out against the creator of everything, the creator of you. So, yeah, you speaking against them, you're not doing nothing he says. And then it's the children of Israel. You don't even know, a lot of them don't even know who they are, don't even want to look into who they are. And they wonder why the Most High is wroth and mad. You're not even taking a chance to look into it when it's being presented to you. Now, I understand if you've never heard this before, that's understandable. But you have to look into this stuff. All this stuff isn't coming from nowhere. You're not going to understand none of these wars, none of this prophecy that's going on. It's going to seem like the world's going mad. And you have no idea where the Most High is when he's allowing these things to happen so that he can bring his children to the forefront. And if you don't understand you one of his children, you're going to be lost with the heathen and the Gentiles that's following these pagan ways. Ezekiel 18:25, yet ye say the way of the Lord is not equal. Hear now, O house of Israel, is not my way equal? Are not your ways unequal? So people quick to say, oh, we guys, and I be like, well, don't you have a doctor's appointment? When does God have a doctor's appointment? Oh, well, I get sick. Well, didn't you know, when we went to the range or whatever, or we went to go hoop, didn't you miss some shots? When does God ever miss anything? Because the Hebrew for sin is the miss. So when you miss, well, I make, you know, what about, you know, relationship when you cheated on blah, 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 or when you went out your way and did something wrong, and now Oh, I make mistakes. Well, the higher don't make no mistakes. That's the difference, brother. You need to all that I'm a God talk, man. Kill that. Goddess, diva, all that. Kill that. The Creator is greater than you, man. Period. And you gonna find out sooner or later. It's best to respect him now. Okay. And for the conclusion, I'm just gonna end with this. Okay. So I know a lot of people receive flack behind dealing with these holidays. Okay. I know a lot of people have to go through. Family don't understand, friends don't understand, maybe your mate doesn't understand. Mark 7:5-8. And the Pharisees and scribes asked him, Why walk not thy disciples according to the tradition of the elders, but eat bread with unwashed hands? Verse 8. For laying aside the commandment of Ahia, ye hold the tradition of men, as the washing of pots and cups and many other such things like ye do. So he's saying, to hold up your tradition, you're shunning the tradition of the Most High. How come you not trying to keep the feast days and figure out how they're connected to Yeshua? Because he's connected to all the feast days. Why are you not doing that? But you'll rush out for presents for Christmas. You'll rush out for a turkey for Thanksgiving. So for following the traditions of men, which is totally against the Most High, you shun his law, everything that he's put forward. And last is Matthew 5:11. Blessed are ye when men shall revile you and persecute you, and shall say all manner of evil against you falsely for my sake. So that's just Yeshua telling you, man, you blessed when these brothers is coming at you, when these sisters coming at you, when family members and friends and all that's coming at you for trying to keep this word. So just, remember that and stay strong in this, okay? Because these pagan traditions have nothing to do with the Most High. And with that, I bid you farewell, and I hope that this has enlightened you, and that this has brought forth a lot of truth to the people that did not know anything about this in this nature. Push this message, so that those that have eyes can see. All right? Shalom to you.
Verse 2, you know about our customs and our tribe and how to function. Out of line of code symbols and injustice by the cluster. Cops is gunning nationwide. It ain't no quiet in the jungle. They watch from satellites, co-intelligent undercovers. Yup, it's understood. Still know how you choose, how you living. I ain't lukewarm on them Benson. I'm in them Luke scriptures. Music in my system. The Southside Militia. Southside Militia. I'm the Southside Militia. Southside Militia. 2020 vision. I do it for my children. Kings of Judah on a mission. Push it to the limit. Southside Militia. Southside Militia. I'm the Southside Militia. Southside Militia. Traces to a village that was Cornish, Yasharala. Forefathers went through trauma that was Jewish. Dollar sponsors wasn't real Jews, just converts, con artists. Sold our ancestors like the price is right. By a bark, they were removed.